Douluo, time-stopping dragons, they all want to tame me. Chapter 1, Reborn Dragon. The game starts with grabbing the princess. Douluo continent, Stardew Forest. Late at night. The moonlight shines through the messy branches of the tall and sturdy trees, and falls on the lush blue and silver grass. 2 men and 1 woman were moving quickly through the woods. Their figures were completely hidden in the darkness, and their footsteps were always cleverly placed to avoid the moonlight on the ground. Suddenly, Xiaoyu, who was leading the group, stopped in a daze. His pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had seen a scene of boundless horror, and his expression was filled with surprise and fear. What made the captain of Spirit Hall's golden generation lose his composure like this? Hulina and Yan both followed Xiaoyu's gaze and looked up at the sky. I saw a dark purple crystal figure soaring in the sky above the forest 100 meters high. Is it the evil dragon? Hulina widened her eyes, covered her mouth, and showed the same shocked and frightened expression as Xiaoyu. In Douluo continent, stories about evil dragons have always been circulating. Legend has it that they come from another world, are extremely intelligent, but their minds are filled with only destruction in their minds. They are extremely powerful and evil creatures. The dragon feeds on young girls and noisy children. Whenever night falls, they go out hunting, kidnapping women and babies, and destroying villages and cities. Previously, Hulina, like most people, thought that the story of the evil dragon was just a fairy tale made up by old people to prevent babies from crying in the middle of the night and girls from not coming home late at night. But now, she had doubts. The figure in the air fits the description of the evil dragon in the story so well. It has a body similar to that of a male lion, covered with scales, a pair of bat-like wings, 4 legs, and horns on its head. Maybe, this is just some kind of soul beast that looks like a dragon and has not been recorded by humans. Hulina was hoping for a lucky break. In the legends, this creature is the embodiment of the devil and the embodiment of evil. Its strength far exceeds that of a titled Douluo. It commits many evil deeds and likes to destroy everything it sees. However, the evil dragon before him did not emit any evil aura. Hulina didn't feel threatened at all. This is not an adult evil dragon, but a young dragon. Xiaoyu suddenly whispered, an adult evil dragon and a young dragon are completely 2 different creatures. Hearing this, Hulina's eyes, which were full of doubt, suddenly became clear. According to legend, a dragon's evil thoughts and strength will increase with age. In its childhood, a dragon is not an extremely evil creature. If there is a brave man, he can tame the baby dragon and train and guide it. Then when the young dragon grows up, its evil, violent and destructive character will change, and it will become a loyal and powerful dragon, and an adult dragon can easily deal with 100 titled Douluo on its own. As if to confirm their guess. Next second, a dragon-shaped creature with 2 wings in mid-air was spewing huge waves of flames at the dense trees below. A raging fire broke out. However, its eyes flashed with strange light, and it circled happily in the air, as if it enjoyed destroying nature. Although bad, it is not evil. The high temperature of the flames caused the moisture in the pine tree to quickly overflow, and the wood fibers were squeezed and deformed, making crackling sounds. As the moisture dried up, the trees began to burn. Along with a puff of thick smoke, a unique aroma of coolness and spiciness wafted out. Aoxing never thought that when he woke up, he would travel through time. The vast and complex memories came flooding back like a tide. My head aches. After a long time, he came back to his senses from his trance. 1 good news, 1 bad news. Good news, it is a 100% winning rate copy, Douluo continent. Bad news, reincarnated as a dragon, not a human. No, how can this be considered bad news? Aoxing slapped his head and suddenly laughed, revealing 2 rows of sharp inverted triangle teeth. He has a base salary of 3,000 yuan, and is woken up every day by the alarm clock of his Redmi 7, which he has used for 5 years. He voluntarily works 12 hours a day, just to pay off his Huobi debt every month, so that he can go to a Western restaurant to enjoy a petite bourgeois set meal and experience life for a short time. However, he had not yet paid off his Huobi installment plan when he died suddenly at his workstation due to working intensively for 12 consecutive days after his adjustment for leave. He used to be a social animal whose food intake was not as good as that of rich people's dogs, but now he has transformed into a dragon at the top of the food chain in Douluo continent. Can this be bad news? No matter how bad it is, it's still better than the life of a corporate slave in my previous life, right? Cross it out and start over. Good news, traveling to Douluo continent. Better news, Reincarnation as a dragon from now on, I will no longer be a 996 person. How can I be considered an ordinary person? Say goodbye to a life of walking on thin ice. Ao Seeing believed that he would be able to reach the other side in this life, and roared excitedly, ouch! Never had a better start. The evil dragon roars, and all the beasts are terrified. His shout not only frightened the soul beasts within 1,000 meters, causing them to shit and piss everywhere and tremble all over, but also terrified the golden generation hiding in the dark. Baby dragons are also dragons, the power contained in the roar is no weaker than that of a soul sage or soul Douluo. Several people looked at each other, held their breath, and prayed silently in their hearts not to be discovered. In the sky, Ao Seeing also began to observe his new body. As he is still young, he is not very big, only about 2.5 meters tall. When the wings are fully extended, they are only slightly shorter than the body length. The scales on its body are surprisingly hard. What? Why do I only have 4 fingers? Can't I have 5? The 5 claws are dragon and the 4 claws are python. Ao Seeing quickly thought of the story about Blue Star. The evil dragon he traveled through was obviously the evil dragon in Western stories, or to put it bluntly, a large flying lizard. However, this is also in line with Douluo's background story and combat power system. If he were a 5-clawed golden dragon, even in its juvenile form, there would probably be no opponent of the same strength in this world. Just as Ao Seeing was thinking, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in his mind. Time stop dragon growth system, activated. The host is detected to be in its juvenile stage. The world is detected as Douluo continent. The system is undergoing growth planning. 43%, 96%. 100%. The time-stopping dragon growth system is complete. The mechanical sound disappeared. A virtual panel appeared in front of Ao Seeing, on which appeared faintly words that only he could understand. To kidnap the princess, you must start with the young dragon. As a noble time-stopping dragon, how can he be without a human princess by his side? Growth mission I, young dragon raising a daughter-in-law. As a time traveler, Ao Seeing was not shocked at all. Hang, it's just the standard configuration of the protagonist in a novel. He calmly clicked on the details page behind the task. Sure enough, the task description popped up: find and capture human princesses. Depending on the identity of the captured princess, you can choose the growth and evolution path. Optional targets for looting: Shueke, Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Qian Rongxiu. Chapter 2. 3 evolutionary routes, the target is Qian Rongxiu. You can choose the growth path according to the identity of the captured princess. Capture and tame any of the following characters to unlock the element evolution module. Princess of the Tiandu Empire, Shueke, the second princess of the Alpha Kingdom of the Xingluo Empire, Zhu Zuking. Capture and tame any of the following characters to unlock the mechanical evolution module. Little Princess of Kaibao Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Rongrong. Princess of the Alpha Kingdom of the Xingluo Empire, Zhu Zuyun. Capture and tame any of the following characters to unlock the Gem Evolution module. Young Master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rongxiu. Element Root. Initial form: in addition to the initial fire-breathing ability, it gains the abilities of calling wind, summoning water, and gathering earth, but only one elemental ability can be used for each attack. Second advancement: the size increases, the strength becomes stronger, and 3 abilities are obtained: lightning control, ice condensation, and wood abundance. However, only one elemental ability can be used in each attack. 3 advancements: gain the ability to fuse elements, or temporarily evolve into a certain elemental dragon, allowing you to maximize your control over that ability. Mechanical root. Initial form: the whole body is mechanized, covered with alloy scales that can withstand the full force attack of low-level titled Douluo. The tailbone is retractable and has a lightning bead hanging at the end. Second advancement: the body becomes larger, and the scales are upgraded to polymer gold, which can withstand the full strength attack of the extreme Douluo. The magnetic field can be used to accelerate oneself or restrict the movement of the enemy, and the power of the lightning ball is enhanced and can leave the body. Third level of advancement: the body becomes larger again, and the scales are upgraded to the hardest ultra-limit alloy, immune to electrical attacks, and can accumulate nuclear energy to release super strong electromagnetic strikes. Gemstone root. Initial form: the body surface is crystal diamond, with super strong defense. The body is covered with detachable cobalt diamond scales, and it has the ability to make all gems explode. Second advancement: the body becomes gorgeous, and the scales change from single cobalt diamond scales to gem scales of various attributes, ignoring attacks below the extreme Douluo level. The third advancement, the whole body turns into colorful crystals. The captivating crystal dragon eyes can bewitch people, comprehend the law of gravity, and become immortal. Read the panel introduction carefully. A strange light flashed in Ao Xing's vertical pupils. 3 different evolution modules, each with its own characteristics. The mechanical route can even enable him to obtain the ability to detonate a giant mushroom in Douluo continent, which is the dream of countless Hydrogen Man researchers on Blue Star. But when the words immortality came into view, the entanglement in my heart instantly disappeared. Do you still need to consider it? You must choose the gem route. Immortality will always be the ultimate pursuit of most people in the fantasy world. Even if Douluo is just a fantasy sewer, as a time traveler, Ao Xing can't find any reason to refuse immortality. He fixed his gaze on the name Jianrongxiu. Based on his memory, Ao Xing can roughly judge that the current timeline of Douluo continent is exactly at the time when the 5-year agreement between the Shrek 7 Devils expires. So, Jianrongxiu should still be in Tiandu city pretending to be Shui King He. Ao Xing was overjoyed. Although he traveled through time and space and became a time-stopping dragon. But since it is still in its infancy, its combat power is only comparable to that of a peak Contra. If Jianrongxiu had already returned to Wuhan city, not to mention that she had her grandfather, Extreme Douluo Jiandaoliu, who helped her to open the 9 trials of angels, by her side, she would not be able to deal with those elders alone. Kidnap Jianrongxiu right under their noses, it's just a daydream. But now, Jianrongxiu is still carrying out her plan to infiltrate the Spirit Hall. Even though she may be protected by Snake Spear Douluo or Thorny Porpoise Douluo, Ao Xing is still confident that he can kidnap Jianrongxiu from under the noses of these 2 titled Douluo. Because he is the time-stopping dragon, possesses the ability to stop time. Even though he is still a child, he can still stop time within a 100-meter radius around himself. As long as you don't attack any creature within the time-stop range, the time-stop effect will continue. What's even more buggy is that time-stop is the racial talent of the time-stop dragon, and this ability has no CD. Ao Xing's expression is evil. If the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire and the young Master of the Spirit Hall were abducted by the evil dragon, wouldn't the Douluo continent be in chaos? What an interesting thing! With its wings flapping, the evil dragon quickly disappeared into the air. The trees swayed, and the silent forest finally had the expected noises, and a few birds were startled and flew up in disorder. In the forest, soul beasts were also restless. After repeatedly confirming that the evil dragon had left, the 3 members of the Golden Generation breathed a sigh of relief and carefully left from the darkness. Wuhan City. Dark clouds rolled in and pressed down on the city. With a loud thunder, bean-sized raindrops fell like sieved chaff, quickly and violently. Inside the splendid papal palace, Bibi Dong was not wearing the Pope's gorgeous robes as usual, but a loose plain dress. She leaned on a gold thread chair inlaid with gems, with her hair hanging down like a waterfall. Although her eyes did not reveal any emotion, she showed her graceful and elegant demeanor. Outside the palace, the sound of rain became increasingly chaotic and mixed. His Holiness the Pope was finally disturbed by the fierce rainstorm. He sighed and slowly stood up. Why am I always feeling uneasy today? Bibi Dong gently massaged her temple, a hint of worry in her eyes. The Spirit Hall is about to launch a soul-hunting operation, launching a surprise attack on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect in an effort to destroy the top 3 sects. This is a key link for the Spirit Hall to completely control the Spirit Master world and establish the Spirit Empire in the future. After so many years of planning, as the action draws closer, one can imagine the pressure Bibi Dong is under as the Pope. Now, everything is ready for the soul-hunting operation, except for the rabbit. As long as Hulina and the other 2 complete the mission and find out Xiao Wu's whereabouts, Bibi Dong will lead a group of powerful people from the Spirit Hall to hunt her down. By then, the 7th and 8th soul rings of her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, will be a 100,000-year-old soft-bone charmed rabbit mother and daughter bowl. After absorbing the 100,000-year soul bone exploded by Xiao Wu, her strength will see a surge. Report. A flying soul saint landed outside the temple in the heavy rain. Bibi Dong seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of joy appeared in the corner of her eyes. However, as the Pope, she remained calm and indifferent, and said slowly, "Go ahead. Her Highness the Saintess, Xiaoyu and Yan have arrived outside Wuhan City and will be here soon." They said they have something important to tell you, and asked me to come ahead and report it. Thank you for your hard work. Bibi Dong appeared calm on the surface, but she was secretly delighted in her heart. Wait for the soul saint to retreat. She sent someone to notify Zhu Guier Douluo to come to the Pope's palace, while she returned to her room and changed into the Pope's gorgeous clothes. When they returned to the palace, Hulina and others arrived just in time. Before anyone could speak, Bibi Dong asked anxiously. How's it going? Have you found the whereabouts of the rabbit? Your Holiness, after a month and a half of investigation, we have lived up to your expectations and found Xiaowu's whereabouts in the Xingde Great Forest. Xiaoyu said excitedly. Besides this, we have even more amazing discoveries. Chapter 3, Enemies Come from the Sky. The evil dragon attacks Yuexuan. There is an evil dragon in the northwest of the outer Xingde Great Forest. Evil dragon. Bibi Dong's deep purple eyes were filled with astonishment, and her expression was no longer as dignified as before. The evil dragon is the embodiment of evil in legend. Because they are portrayed as too powerful and terrifying, and because no one has seen one in the past 100 years, most people believe that dragons are fictional creatures. But as the Pope, Bibi Dong knew that the evil dragon really existed, because more than 10 years ago, in order to find clues to the inheritance of the gods, she flipped through an ancient biography with modeled handwriting in the Elder Hall Ancient Book Library, which contained countless secret books of the Douluo continent. It is recorded once upon a time, an evil dragon suddenly descended upon Douluo continent. It ate girls, babies, and auspicious animals, enslaved spirit beasts, and attacked villages and cities to plunder gold and silver for fun. The evil dragon's brutal character and unrestrained destruction made it the common enemy of humans and soul beasts. All the native creatures of Douluo continent united briefly and began to resist it together. Countless soul beasts and soul masters fought one after another, but all ended in failure. Fortunately, the cruelty of the evil dragon was intolerable even to the gods, so the first-level angel god chose the human warrior and gave him the inheritance. The evil dragon was finally slain by the human warriors. If the evil dragon really reappears in Douluo continent, catastrophe will surely happen again. By then, let alone whether it can unify the Soul Master world, it is still unknown whether the Spirit Hall can exist. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Bibi Dong asked in a serious tone. We are sure that it is an evil dragon. Its appearance and abilities are exactly as described in the legend. The three people answered in unison, causing Bibi Dong's face to change drastically, and an ominous premonition lingered in her heart. She vaguely felt that the sudden appearance of this evil dragon would cause the Spirit Hall's decades of planning to fail. Seeing the Pope frowning and looking solemn, Xiaoyu hurriedly announced the good news. However, this evil dragon is still in its infancy. It's less than 3 meters long. Baby dragon. Bibi Dong's pupils trembled, and he thought secretly it is recorded in ancient books that if you tame a young dragon, you can eliminate its evil through guidance. When the dragon reaches adulthood, it can become a fighter with strength beyond that of a limit Douluo. With the help of the evil dragon, ruling Douluo continent will be easy. Immediately ecstatic. However, when she caught a glimpse of the smile on Xiaoyu's lips, she immediately understood that this guy, in order to take more credit, deliberately turned a piece of great news into bad news and good news. What a smart and cunning guy, you are performing in the atmosphere, but I am looking down from outer space. Bibi Dong was a little displeased when she saw Xiaoyu's thoughts. However, she thought that finding out Xiaowu's whereabouts and discovering the young dragon were indeed great achievements, so she said softly. Xiaoyu, Yan, you have worked hard these past few months, you should go back and rest. As a reward, I will personally go to the warehouse to select the 10,000-year soul bones that are suitable for you, and send someone to deliver them to you tomorrow. Also, remember to keep the matter of the young dragon a secret. Naer, you stay here for now. Xiaoyu and Yan were overjoyed, and after expressing their gratitude they left the Pope's palace. As soon as they left, Zhu and Gui appeared in the hall. Yu Guan, Your Holiness, is there any news about the fish that slipped through the net? Ghost, another rabbit hunt, he. Seeing that her two generals were ready to make a move, Bibi Dong said calmly. Change of plans. Let's put aside the fish that slipped through the net for now. We have more important things to do. Quickly gather the cardinals in Wuhan City and nearby areas. Hurry up and leave tonight. Outside Tiandu City. The night sky is like a pool of thick ink that has not yet dissolved, deep and black. The guard at the city gate was wrapped in heavy armor, standing straight, but his eyes were bleary-eyed under his helmet. A Seoul Saint-level city gate guard captain in the city wall also noticed this situation. His martial soul is very special, and can capture all information within a certain range around him. Even for a Seoul Douluo expert, it would be difficult to sneak into Tiendu city quietly under his nose. As for the title Douluo, not to mention the Tiendu capital, even the Tiendu palace can be entered and exited as you please, just like a public carriage. A strong person of this level is not within his detection duties. It's really dark tonight. There's no moon at all. Brothers, there is still 1 hour before the shift change, so be alert. Yuexuan is holding a dinner party. Nearly half of the nobles in Tiendu city are there. We cannot allow any mistakes to happen and let the bad guys enter the city. The captain of the guard had a voice as loud as a bell. The dozing soldier suddenly woke up. He subconsciously straightened his chest and looked forward. Such an ordinary scene seemed a little strange in the eyes of soldiers who were far away from the city walls and towers. Because when the captain of the guard was speaking, he suddenly went silent for a second or two and then continued. However, no soldier became suspicious. Yuexuan. In the air, Ao Sing used the racial ability of time stop to sneak into Tiendu city and hid above the dark clouds. Through the clouds, his eyes soon locked onto an elegant building with bright lights in the aristocratic district in the north of the city. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be Yuexuan, right? There was a flash of surprise in Ao Sing's eyes. Yuexuan is the Tiendu Empire's court etiquette school, specializing in teaching various aristocratic etiquette. According to the timeline, the little punk who goes by the alias Tang Yin should still be in Yuexuan learning various etiquette and music with his aunt Tang Yuehua. Coincidentally, Princess Shueke of the Tiendu Empire was a student in the same class as him. If my sister is held hostage by a dragon, as a brother I have to show up, right? Ao Sing flapped his wings and rushed downwards. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside Yuexuan and released the time stop centered on himself. Through the glass, the scene inside the building can be seen clearly. Men and women in gorgeous dresses were dancing ballroom dance in pairs. Everyone seemed to be intoxicated by fine wine, beautiful women, and decadent music, unable to extricate themselves. Little did they know that an evil dragon was watching all this. After an unknown amount of time, the music gradually faded. People also returned to their seats one after another. A blonde woman in a swan dress holds the wine glass and gently turns it. The red liquid in the glass forms a small vortex, and the small flame on the top of the candle next to it is reflected in the wine glass and keeps jumping in the center of the vortex. Shueke didn't notice this little bright spot. At this moment, her eyes were intentionally or unintentionally glancing at a blue-haired young man not far away. Tang Yin, the most outstanding student of this session. Tomorrow is Yuexuan's graduation ceremony. Shueke frowned unconsciously. Despite trying many tricks, she still couldn't find out Tang Yin's identity. She didn't know whether she could meet him again after graduation. For this purpose, she deliberately acted coquettishly to get Shueke to agree to attend tomorrow's graduation ceremony. Shueke wanted to take this opportunity to let her brother, the crown prince of the Tiendu Empire, discover Tang Yin's talents and recruit him under her wing. It should be successful, right? Shueke smiled foolishly. But the next second, a shrill scream shattered the beautiful fantasy. There's a monster outside the window. Chapter 4, a dragon, but cute. The hall of Yuexuan was suddenly in chaos. People looked out the window in horror. I saw a purple-black creature with a pair of strange horns, flapping its wings, revealing 2 rows of sharp white inverted triangle-shaped teeth, and staring quietly into the house. Evil dragon! This is not an ordinary soul beast, this is an evil dragon! Someone exclaimed loudly. For a moment, the women present screamed and ran around in panic. No one thought about why an evil dragon suddenly appeared in the capital of Tiendu. Because they have all heard the story of the evil dragon and know that this cruel creature likes to eat young girls. The male students at the scene either stayed where they were or ran around like the female students, completely lacking the demeanor of aristocrats. Only a few students with higher spirit power ran towards the most distinguished Princess Shueke of the Tiendu Empire, shouting at the top of their lungs. Protect the princess! The evil dragon wouldn't appear here for no reason. He is most likely trying to kidnap the princess. In the chaos, no one noticed that the corner of the dragon's mouth suddenly curled up. Sure enough, you are Shueke. At the very beginning, Ao Sing noticed that this woman was the focus of the whole audience, and he guessed that she was the princess of the Tiendu Empire. Now, everyone's reaction further proves his idea. Time stop, Start. Protect the princess. Amidst the chaos, Tang Yuehua, the master of Yuexuan Pavilion, calmly opened her domain noble ring. A gentle and peaceful force spread out in all directions with her as the center, clearing away the panic and confusion in everyone's hearts. Aside as the sole emperor, Chief Steward Ode, after receiving instructions from Tang Yuehua, also rushed towards Shueke. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly dilated, the evil dragon seemed to appear out of thin air in the house, and its evil dragon claws were grabbing Shueke's slender waist. So fast! What just happened? Before Butler Ode could make a move, the evil dragon broke through half of the wall, knocked Yuexuan through, and flew away into the night sky. Damn beast! Butler Ode shouted in grief and anger as he watched the evil dragon and the princess about to disappear. The princess was abducted in Yuexuan, and she will definitely be blamed. Sunzu Tang Yuehua might be exempted from blame due to his special status, but he, as the steward of Yuexuan and the most powerful person present, would certainly, wrong. Butler Ode suddenly remembered that a year ago, he almost had his arm broken while trying to stop a rude and unreasonable father and son from running wild in Yuexuan. That young man's strength is above mine, his father was an extremely terrifying existence. Butler Ode looked around anxiously as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. Tang Yin's blue hair is very eye-catching. Therefore, even though he was running to the exit of the ballroom with ghostly steps, he was still discovered by Butler Ode. Help! Please! He asked for help with hope, but Tang Yin seemed not to hear him and opened the door of the ballroom without looking back. Don't do this! The steward instantly felt hopeless and didn't even notice that as the evil dragon left, the students, who had just calmed down out of shock, screamed again. Behind him, a burst of blazing flames rolled over. Calling me a beast? Luckily my starting speed hasn't reached supersonic speed, otherwise you would have scolded me for nothing. Ao Sing reappeared in Yuexuan at some point. Ignoring Butler Ode who was about to be turned into roasted meat jerky, he scanned the surroundings with his vertical pupils. However, after looking around, his expression became a little lost. The little scoundrel, the son of luck in the Douluo plain, has long disappeared. You run pretty fast, Ao Sing felt very regretful. Since he is still in his childhood, his current strength is around that of a peak soul Douluo. After all, this is Tiandu City, the capital of the empire. No one can guarantee whether Douluo or the Seven Treasures glazed tile sex leader Ning Fengzi and his uncles Gu and Jian will be in the city. Therefore, he tried to be quick, accurate, and ruthless just now. After turning on time stop, he directly broke through the wall and came to Shueke's side, making sure that he could abduct her, thereby luring the real target person Xue Qinghe, disguised as Qian Rongxiu, to show up. This is why he did not attack the weak Tang San. Just now, when he flew into the sky and wanted to escape, he found that there was no titled Douluo who revealed his aura in Tiandu City. So he returned to Yuexuan. Burning to death Steward Ode, who called him a beast, was just a side job. The main purpose was to eliminate the little scoundrel who might be the biggest threat in the future. After all, the dragon cub is a cute and charming villain who carries out the evil of love and truth. Can you speak human language? Ao Sing turned around and was about to leave. A calm but textured, slightly magnetic voice came clearly. Well, it has a more childish royal mother voice. Ao Sing turned around and looked at the beautiful woman with grey-blue hair tied up, skin as white as snow, and wearing a palace dress with a dignified and elegant manner. Tang Yuehua said calmly. How about we make a deal? As long as you put down Her Royal Highness, you can take all the gold, silver, and jewelry in Yuexuan. I can even ask His Majesty to transport the jewelry that can be piled up into a small mountain to the outside of the city. Hey! Ao Sing snorted coldly, ignoring the surprise of others at the scene, and sneered. Do I look like the kind of person who loves money more than sex? Bitch, don't think I don't know that you are stalling for time so that reinforcements can arrive. It's easy for me, Ao Sing, to plunder money. If you haven't reached adulthood yet, you need 2 hands to hold a person. Today, I have one in my left hand and one in my right hand. You can't escape the fate of becoming my forbidden lover. But I'm also surprised that you are not a woman with long hair and short knowledge. You know that dragons like gold and jewels. See you again by fate. I know that compared to the princess of the Tiandu Empire, your status is only noble, not lowly. Ao Sing looked at Tang Yuehua's snow-white and plump breasts unscrupulously. Before flapping his wings and flying away, he deliberately shook his half-foot-long phantom dragon brother, which was not yet excited. followed by a burst of laughter. The evil dragon flew into the sky, leaving behind only one arrogant word: tell Shuye that if he wants to get his daughter back, he must have the crown prince of the Tiando Empire personally escort 10 carriages full of precious jewels to Shengdo village in the northwest of Xingdo Great Forest before sunset tomorrow. Otherwise, if he wants to see his daughter again, he and the queen will have to make another one. In the blink of an eye, the dragon and the princess disappeared into the night sky. Inside Yuexuan, Tang Yuehua frowned. The other students were discussing quietly. I didn't expect that the legend is actually true. Fortunately, I was able to exchange the jewels for the princess. This is not an evil dragon, it's clearly a greedy and lustful dragon. It's such a big one, can Princess Shueke bear it? I was frightened before and thought it was horrible, but I just realized it's just a dragon cub. It's actually quite cute. It's cute, but its character is too violent and evil. Steward Ode just called it a beast and it was burned to ashes. Wait, Butler Odd. Several students looked to the other side, only to see the ground was burnt black, and the air was filled with a strange barbecue smell that could not be suppressed by the sandalwood and various perfumes in Lian Yuexuan vomit. Chapter 5 I see you still have charm. Successfully abducted Princess Shueke of the Tiandu Empire. The elemental dragon evolution route has been unlocked. Does the host choose to activate the elemental evolution module? In Ao Xing's mind, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Without hesitation, he chose no. The dragons in the Douluo world are basically Western pseudo-dragons, slightly stronger than miscellaneous dragons but weaker than sub-dragons. Including the time-stopping dragon he became, which was actually a pseudo-dragon, but it was a pseudo-dragon of the highest grade. The elemental route can unlock a variety of abilities, giving him more means of attack and defense. But in the final analysis, the upper limit of growth is Asian dragon. Perhaps, the tasks assigned by the system later could help one break through from a sub-dragon to a true dragon, but the whole process would definitely be tortuous. As for the mechanical route and the gem route, judging from the text description, their power systems definitely do not belong to the line of miscellaneous dragon, pseudo-dragon, sub-dragon, true dragon, and after the second and third advancements, both attack and defense are maxed out. Especially the final form of immortality in the gem route, it's simply amazing. There is no reason to choose the element route. Ao Xing kidnapped Shueke just to improvise and find Jian Rongxiu, who was disguising herself as Shueking He. After all, the Tiandu Palace is heavily guarded, and as an old empire that has stood on the Douluo continent for hundreds of years, the Tiandu Empire must have a mature response plan. He is still just a young dragon, and the range of his time-stop ability is limited. Breaking into the palace at night and kidnapping the prince is too dangerous. Shueking He, you don't want your sister to spend the rest of her life with a dragon, do you? It was high in the sky late at night, and Ao Xing was flying very fast. Shueke, who had fainted when she was abducted, was awakened by the howling cold wind. She never thought that one day she would be kidnapped by a dragon. Woo woo woo. What should I do? Will I be kept captive by the evil dragon in a cave in the deep mountains and forests for the rest of my life? Father, brother, please come and save me quickly. I don't want to become the evil dragon's forbidden food. Its wood is so big, it will die. Shueke caught a glimpse of Ao Xing's brother Huanlong and was immediately frightened. She tried her best to turn her head, wanting to make the thing disappear from her sight. But the next moment, Shueke suddenly discovered that the houses on the ground were only the size of a fingernail, and the dark river was like a winding rope. Oops! Shueke suddenly felt dizzy and her vision blurred again. She is afraid of heights. Tiandu Palace. Emperor Shueyat, dressed in his nightgown, was in disbelief at first when he learned that his beloved daughter Shueke was abducted by a dragon that suddenly attacked from the sky while attending a Yuexuan dinner. But when he thought that no one in the palace dared to lie to him, he suddenly panicked and his face turned pale. As the king of a country, although his cultivation is not high, thanks to being the ruler of the Swan dynasty, Shueye clearly knows that the evil dragon was the ruler of Douluo continent in ancient times. Even a titled Douluo is no match for the evil dragon. Call the commander of the city gate guards. Why did the evil dragon appear over Tiandu city without any soldiers noticing it in advance? Having been an emperor for decades, he was quite good at cultivating his energy on snowy nights. Even though his beloved little daughter was abducted by the evil dragon, he still maintained his dignity in front of a group of eunuchs and maids. Reporting to the emperor, I have already understood the situation. Prince Shueking he had a serious look on his face and walked quickly into the palace to report. I went to Yuexuan immediately to inquire about the situation. Based on the descriptions of everyone present, it is confirmed to be the evil dragon, and he calls himself Ao Sing. In addition to kidnapping my sister, the evil dragon Ao Sing also used dragon flames to easily burn to death Yuexuan's chief steward Aid, who was at the Soul Emperor level. Before leaving, it left a message, saying that if I personally escort 10 carriages full of precious jewels to the Holy Do village in the northwest of the Xingda Great Forest before sunset tomorrow, it will release my sister. Shuya listened carefully to the prince's statement without saying a word, and finally put his heart at ease. The evil dragon is lustful, tyrannical, and greedy for money. It is understandable to ask for 10 carriages of jewels in exchange for Shueke. At the same time, looking at Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, who was able to understand the situation as quickly as possible before such a major event, Emperor Shuya couldn't help but feel relieved, thinking that there was someone to succeed him. After confirming that he could use the jewelry to get Shueke back, Emperor Shuya did not issue an order immediately, but asked, "Where's that kid Avalanche?" Shui Qinghe said with some difficulty, "My fourth brother is not staying in the Imperial City tonight, so he may not know that my sister was kidnapped by the evil dragon. After all, I was woken up by the guards and then I found out." "You don't have to speak for him." Emperor Shuya looked angry, and after a little consideration, he said, "You go to my private storeroom now and select 10 carriages of jewels. I will send someone to notify the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and ask Sect Master Ning to bring Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to discuss the matter of the evil dragon." "Father." Shui Qinghe looked a little strange after hearing about the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and then said softly, "It is said that the evil dragon Ao Sing is less than 3 meters long and seems to be still in its infancy. I have heard that if you can tame a baby dragon, it will become the most loyal mount when it grows up, and its strength will far exceed that of an ordinary titled Douluo. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect knew about this, I'm afraid. Let's tell the guest official poison Douluo." A young dragon. Emperor Shuya was shocked. He knew that young dragons could be tamed. At the same time, he also knew that the strength of an adult dragon was not far beyond that of an ordinary titled Douluo, but could easily deal with the siege of dozens of titled Douluos. If the Tiandu Empire could possess a guardian beast of such strength, it would be able to hold its own against its mortal enemy, the Xingluo Empire. Even if it faced the Spirit Hall, it would at least not be at a disadvantage. Emperor Shuya fell into deep thought. After a long time, he slowly said, "Even if we don't tell the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, with their connections and spies in Tiandu City, they will be the first to know about the evil dragon. Perhaps, Sect Master Ning has just been awakened at this moment. Qinghe, go to my private treasury and take one of the twin jade ripple orbs and mix it in with the jewels. Shueke is still in the hands of the evil dragon Ao Sing. The deadline it gave is too short. The taming plan needs to be considered in the long term." Shui Qinghe was slightly shocked. Sure enough, ginger is still spicy. The twin jade ripple pearls are a pair of companion pearls produced by a 22,000-year-old river clam-like soul beast. This pair of pearls is quite magical. No matter how far away they are, the end that is closer to each other will always sparkle with green light. If one is mixed into the pile of jewels, the Tiandu royal family can use the other to find the residence of the evil dragon Aoxing. The growth cycle of an evil dragon is relatively long. The Tiandu royal family can spend 1, 2, or even 3 to 5 years to prepare a taming plan, and then find the evil dragon Aoxing through the billion orb. "My son, I obey." Shui Qinghe walked out of the palace and secretly passed a message to the thorny porpoise Douluo in the city on the way to the private treasury of Emperor Shuya. At the same time, Kaibao Glazed Sect, as Emperor Shuya expected, sect leader Ning Fengzi was also awakened from his sleep by urgent information brought by a soul Douluo of the Agility Attack System who belonged to the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. "Please go and inform Uncle Gu again." Ning Fengzi was ecstatic after waking up. "Young dragon, as long as they can tame this young dragon, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect will not be afraid of any force for hundreds of years, and may even become the most powerful sect in the entire Douluo continent." Feng Ji, what's so urgent that you have to wake up an old man like me in the middle of the night? "Oh my old bones can't stand this kind of torture." Bone Douluo Gurong yawned repeatedly and walked into the house calmly. His steps were not fast, but he appeared in front of Ning Fengzi in the blink of an eye. "Uncle Gu." Ning Fengzi told him everything. "For such an important matter, why don't you call Chen Xin over as well?" Gurong opened his eyes wide, and the few sparse white hair on his head swayed like willow branches in the breeze. "The dragon is cunning. Although our seven treasures glazed sect is only a sect and not a country, what is the difference between her and the princess? Letting Uncle Jian stay is to prevent our house from being robbed. Ning Fengzi said proudly, and Uncle Gu, your martial spirit is a bone dragon, maybe it can be effective against the dragon cubs. Fengzi, I was right about you. Have vision. Gu Rong laughed, showing his few remaining teeth, and said, according to the intelligence, the young dragon is less than 3 meters long. According to the records in ancient books, the strength of the evil dragon Ao Sing is generally between the peak of Soul Douluo and level 9-12. I want to tame it by myself, no problem at all. When shall we set off? Time is short and the mission is important. Ning Fengzi said, let's go now. We must tame the young dragon or bring it back in captivity before the people of the Tiandu Empire exchange it for Shueke. Even though it was a dragon cub, it flew very fast. In just over 2 hours, it flew from Tiandu city to the vicinity of Shendu village. However, it did not stop, but flew towards the depths of the Xingdu Great Forest. If you don't want to be eaten by a soul beast, stay here and don't move. Ao Sing put Shueke, who had just woken up, on the ground and said viciously, although this is not the core area of the Xingdu Great Forest, the soul beasts nearby are basically more than 5,000 years old, and there are also quite a few soul beasts that are 10,000 years old. After saying that, he raised his legs and hovered in the low air for a few circles to leave his scent, and after a roar, he flew deeper into the forest. Shueke stood there in a daze. Just like that, you're going to just leave the princess you fought so hard to get here? I am a princess, not an ordinary person. Did the dragon rob the princess just to experience the fun of the process? Shueke was confused. But soon, the fear and terror of being alone in the soul beast forest in the dark night completely enveloped her heart. At this moment, she actually wished the dragon was by her side. The soft bone charm rabbit, a soul beast that is common in the streets, how can it be worthy of being the food of my evil dragon Ao Sing? Well, the fiery eagle tiger beast is rare, but it's only been around for 2,000 years, so its strength is too low to be worthy. A 5,000-year-old wind fox? It smells so fishy, how can I eat it? Wow! Spread-handed demonic explosive bear, this is good. Ao Sing, who was flying at low altitude, was suddenly dazzled by the sight. After flying so far back and forth tonight, he had already become a worried person. When I saw the 6,000-year-old hand-spreading explosive bear in the forest, I couldn't help but drool. It is said that bear paw is a top-grade mountain delicacy. But for various reasons, he had never tasted it in his previous life. Now that I happen to meet you, I can only, he. Ao Sing let out a strange laugh, then looked at the demonic explosive bear curled up on the ground with its hands spread out. A condensed dragon flame burst out from his mouth. Soon, waves of enticing fragrance filled the woods. Many sleeping soul beasts were awakened by this charming smell. But after they found out that it was an evil dragon eating, they all fled away, fearing that they would end up like the explosive bear with its hands spread out. The hair on the bear's paws had all been burned to ashes by the high-temperature flames. Ao Sing tore off a piece of meat and savored it carefully. There is a lot of fat on the bear paw, and it tastes like pork elbow, but firmer. I don't know if it's because there is no seasoning, but Ao Sing still tasted a hint of fishy smell. However, due to the reason for being a dragon, he does not hate it. What are you looking at? I've never seen anyone chewing bear paws. Ao Sing noticed that the spread-handed demonic explosive bear, whose palm was broken, was still standing in front of him without moving. He couldn't help but said disdainfully, I won't eat your bear paw for nothing. If you are in danger in the future, just report my name, Evil Dragon Ao Sing, and I will protect you. One bear paw in exchange for a lifetime of safety, it's a good deal. Get out. The weak eat the strong, the law of the forest. As an evil dragon, Ao Sing was very kind by not directly performing the whole roasted bear performance. The trembling demonic explosion bear with spread hands immediately turned around and left after hearing Ao Sing's words. At the same time, I was secretly complaining it's a good deal indeed. But brother evil dragon, if you want to eat roasted bear paws, I can just chop them for you. Why do you have to wait until they are roasted before cutting them? It hurts so much, okay. Soon, the bear paw was eaten clean by Ao Sing. After his worries were resolved, he did not go back to find Shueke immediately, but continued to wander in the depths of the Stardo Great Forest. Even the darkness of the night plus the shadows of the dense trees makes it even darker. But Ao relied on his keen hearing, sensitive sense of smell, and a pair of vertical pupils that could detect even the tiniest details to fully capture all the conditions in the nearby forest. Soon, his eyes lit up. About 300 meters ahead, near a quiet little pond, a horse-shaped creature with a sharp horn about half a meter long on its head was lying there taking a nap. It's a mare. Ao sniffed the air carefully and determined the gender of the soul beast. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and began to observe carefully. The long pink and white mane is spread lazily, and a pair of beautifully curved ears are standing upright. The mare is white all over, and the tight fur fully outlines its graceful and strong muscle lines. The raised buttocks also have a ponytail that looks like a J.K. Rowling's favorite. I think you still have your charm. Ao swallowed, but still put away the inappropriate thoughts. It's not because this 40,000-year-old crystal diamond unicorn is 6 meters long and 3 meters tall, and is quite large, while he is still just a young dragon. The reason why he was wandering around was to find a soul beast that could help him pull the jewels tomorrow. He wants Jianrongxiu, and he wants the jewelry too. After all, he didn't have a space storage device, so there was no way he could take away 10 carriages of jewels at once by himself. Chapter 6, Clown Ning Fengzi. How many divisions do you have? The morning light is faint. Ning Fengzi and Gurong had never seen Los Angeles at 4 in the morning, but today they were fortunate enough to see Shendu village at 4 in the morning. The two of them came all night long, exhausted, just to tame the evil dragon Ao before the Tiandu royal family redeemed Princess Shueke. Shendu village is an old village that has been abandoned for a long time. Most of the wooden houses have decayed and become ruins. Only the plaque with the village name carved on it at the entrance of the village was barely holding up. It's not a wise move to build a village near the Star-Do Great Forest. Gurong shook his head. He saw the human-like bones on the ground. Obviously, the final fate of the villagers here is to become food in the stomachs of soul beasts. Uncle Gu, are you sure? This concerns the 7 treasures glazed tile sect's century-long plan. The wolfish ambitions shown by the spirit hall are becoming more and more obvious. I feel that Pope Bibi Dong has been planning a huge conspiracy. Ning Fengzi said with a worried look on his face, if you can't tame the young dragon by yourself, I will send a message to Uncle Jian to come as well. After all, the evil dragon Ao gave the Tiandu royal family a deadline before sunset tomorrow, so we still have time. I cannot. How can it be? When Gurong saw that Ning Fengzi mentioned his old rival Chen Xin, he immediately shouted unhappily, Xiao Ning, you, the strongest auxiliary spirit master in the world, together with me, a level 95 titled Douluo, can fight against a 100,000-year spirit beast. How is it possible that you can't even handle a dragon cub? Not to mention adulthood, it hasn't even reached its rapid growth period yet, how strong can it be? Gurong's tone and demeanor are that of an old naughty boy. But Ning Fengzi knew that what Uncle Gu said was the truth. Therefore, Jian Douluo was not mentioned again. There is no time to lose. We are nearby. Let's look for traces of the evil dragon in advance. Ning Fengzi said, with its flying speed, as long as it is on its way back to the Xingda Great Forest, it should have arrived somewhere else. Don't look for it. It's coming. Gurong's face darkened as he looked towards the forest ahead. At the junction of the tree canopy and the sky, a black shadow was flying rapidly, and below it, dust was rolling like thousands of horses galloping. In the blink of an eye, Ao appeared in front of them. Old man Shui Ye sent you two here. Didn't I tell you to let Crown Prince Shui King he come? Ao was a little angry. But after carefully observing the gentle and elegant middle-aged man in front of him, and an old man with a few white hairs on his head and whose clothes seemed to be supported by only his skeleton, he roughly guessed their identities. The second best sect in the world, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect's leader Ning Fengzi. As well as the sect's sky-supporting white jade pillars, sea-spanning purple gold beams, and the ancient bone Douluo banyan tree. With his extreme eyesight, he could easily capture the facial expressions of the two. The wandering look in Ning Fengzi's eyes made Ao realize that things were not as he had guessed, as predicted. The next second, the man lost his previous demeanor and said with a shy smile. Brother Ao, my 7 treasures glazed tile sect is the richest sect in the entire Douluo continent. Owning countless gold, silver, and jewels. As long as you follow me to the sect, you can sleep in a cave made of gold and gems every day. After waking up, someone will deliver delicious food prepared by top chefs. Enjoy the most luxurious life in the entire Douluo continent. Ning Fengzi spoke eloquently and constantly tempted people with benefits. The abominable dragon just watched his performance quietly, and no matter how eloquent he was, he didn't show any expression. It was not until Ning Fengzi felt a little dry in the mouth and stopped that the evil dragon slowly spoke. Are you finished? That's all. Ning Fengzi was a little embarrassed because the other party was somewhat unmoved by the conditions he proposed. Actually, I'm not as greedy as you think. Ao Xing said with a smile, it's not impossible for me to go with you. The conditions are actually very simple. What conditions? My 7 treasures glazed tile sect can agree to this. Really? Real? Ao Xing saw Ning Fengzi's ecstasy and didn't want to tease him anymore. He said in a rather obscene tone. I want you, the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed sect. You know, I broke into the palace at night and took such a big risk just to snatch the princess of the Tiandu Empire. I heard that your little princess is very spoiled since she was a child. If you poke her lightly, she should start to cry loudly and heartbrokenly, right? He, I'm really looking forward to it. Dragon nature is inherently licentious. The dragon loves the princess even more. Ning Fengzi's face turned pale after hearing this. If one wants to make a fortune, it is easy with the 7 treasures glazed tile sex industries spread across the continent. However, his wife died early, and his only offspring was Ning Rongrong. This precious daughter is doted upon not only by him but also by everyone in the sect. For Ning Fengzi and Gurong, Ning Rongrong is their Achilles heel. Ao Xing's performance also made the two realize that the evil dragon in front of them was simply teasing them and didn't want to negotiate terms at all. Ao Xing, you are just a baby dragon. Isn't that too arrogant? Gurong was furious. Without saying a word, he summoned his martial soul, the bone dragon, and activated his martial soul's true body. If you don't want to talk to me with words, don't blame me for using force. Huge, hard white bones appeared out of nowhere and covered key parts of the ancient banyan tree. He was an old man on his last legs 1 second ago, and the next moment he looked like a knight from hell. A strange black energy lingered around him, emitting spatial fluctuations. Although I am old, I am still a level 95 titled Douluo. With the power boost from Fengzi 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, it won't be difficult to tame your dragon cub by force. Ao Xing, if you want to avoid physical pain, just submit to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. I think your current strength, at best, can only tie with a level 91 or 92 title Douluo, right? Threaten me. Ao Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold look flashed across his face, and he gritted his teeth and said, you guys are too presumptuous. Don't forget, this is the Star Do Great Forest, not the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo looked at each other, both of them were solemn. At this moment, the big forest behind the evil dragon Ao Xing was filled with rolling dust and noisy noise. Gurong's expression changed, and he said softly to Ning Fengzi. 10 soul beasts. One is 80,000 years old, one is 75,000 years old, and the rest are all over 50,000 years old. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi was shocked. When he first saw the evil dragon Ao Xing flying over, he noticed that the forest below was not peaceful, but at that time he thought that it was just the appearance of the evil dragon that caused the surrounding soul beasts to panic and run around. But he didn't expect that the noise was caused by 10 soul beasts at the overlord level of the forest. Even if he could help Uncle Gu improve his overall strength by 70%, he would still be unable to defeat so many high-level soul beasts. Uncle Gu, retreat. Ning Fengzi did not hesitate at all. Gurong also used a trace of spatial power from his martial soul to grab the sect leader beside him, preparing to slip away. Hehe. Seeing this, Ao Xing did not stop him, but challenged him. Don't think I can't guess what you're thinking. Today's events will not end like this. Be prepared for Ning Rongrong to be snatched away by me. I will definitely let your little darling experience the hugeness of the evil dragon. Chapter 7, The Princess Returned, the Prince Lost. Seeing Ning Fengzi running away like a clown, Ao Xing couldn't help but laugh. He also didn't expect that the 10 soul beasts over 50,000 years old that he called to help hold up the scene tomorrow and transport the jewels would actually help him scare Ning Fengzi and Gurong away. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect actually arrived here before the Heaven Do Empire. It seems that Ning Fengzi is not as gentle and kind as described in the original novel. Right. This hypocritical guy, in order to win over the talented young man, even considered sacrificing Ning Rongrong's marriage. He is a guy who does not practice what he preaches. He says he loves his precious daughter so much, but for the sake of the sex interests, he can sacrifice her happiness without hesitation. How hypocritical and disgusting. However, as an evil dragon, how can the upper limit of my growth be comparable to those human genius teenagers? Ao Xing became furious when he thought of the murderous looks on Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong's faces when he said he wanted Ning Rong. Oscar, the sloppy uncle with sausage spirit, can do it, so why can't I? That's right, I'm not a human, I'm a dragon. Thinking room. 50,000-year-old soul beasts also ran out of the Star Do Great Forest and came to the open space next to the Holy Do village. Ao Xing saw the pink and white unicorn mare at a glance, and suddenly felt a little restless about riding a horse. But fortunately the memory of his previous life as a human made him slightly resistant to the dragon's character of being willing to take advantage of anything. No matter what, the first time has to be a princess, right? Time passed quickly, and in the afternoon of the next day, a group of people from the Tiandu Empire appeared in the vast plain outside the Shendu village. Reporting to His Royal Highness, the evil dragon Ao Xing is outside the forest. The spy stopped beside a carriage to report. Where's the princess? Princess Shueke is surrounded by 10 soul beasts. The spy's voice trembled a little. When Shueking he heard this, he opened the curtain of the carriage in disbelief. 10 soul beasts? What strength do you have? All of them are over 50,000 years old, and there is even an 80,000-year-old soul beast. Shueking he's already worried expression became even more serious. The team for this trip was huge. There are a total of 3,000 soul master soldiers and 7,000 elite imperial guards. Even Douluo, the only titled Douluo level guest elder in the Tiandu Empire, was hiding in the team. Facing 10 50,000-year-old soul beasts, it is definitely more than enough. But the attitude of the evil dragon Ao Xing always made him feel uneasy. Stop the team 5 miles away and have your prince come here in person. You can bring an escort of less than 200 people. I, evil dragon Ao Xing, will keep my word. I will hand over the money and the person. Suddenly, a loud and rolling sound came from a distance. 10,000 Tiandu soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment. The evil dragon can actually speak human language. At the same time, an old man with dark green hair and beard appeared beside Shueking he at some point. I wonder what Poison Douluo thinks about this. I can ensure the safety of His Royal Highness, but I am afraid I am powerless to snatch the princess back from the dragon. Douluo said, Your Royal Highness should know that I am best at using poison, not fighting. Shueking he thought for a moment and said, Then I'll have to trouble Poison Douluo to take care of it in the dark. At the same time, he gave orders to the messenger beside him, let the prince's guard select 200 men to follow me. After saying this, Shueking he got off the carriage, rode on a tamed Fengxing horse, and headed towards the place designated by the evil dragon. Ao Xing saw this scene from afar and a hint of joy flashed across his lips. Then he grabbed Shueke and flew forward. Where are the 10 chariots of jewels? Ao Xing stared at the golden-haired man in brocade clothes in front of him and asked unhappily. Put my sister down first. Shueking he looked at Shueke, whose slender waist was firmly grasped by the evil dragon's front claws, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. To his surprise, the dragon did just that. Shueke climbed up from the grass tremblingly, looked at the evil dragon with fear, and then stared at her brother Shueking he with a face full of grievance. After she was abducted by the evil dragon, she was thrown into the depths of the star forest for a day and a night. The roar of the soul beast and the situation in the dark night made her extremely nervous. At this moment, Shueke was thirsty, tired, and exhausted. After seeing her elder brother in person, she finally couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Where are the 10 carts of jewels? The evil dragon said in an unhappy tone. Shueking he took off a pigeon egg-sized ring from his hand and then injected soul power into it. Next second a mountain of gems that could fill up half a house appeared between him and the dragon. Rubies as bright as blood, mysterious amethysts, sapphires that contain the tranquility and depth of the deep ocean, and all kinds of jewelry, shine brightly and dazzlingly under the setting sun. Even the 10 soul beasts a few miles away and the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Tiandu Empire were all stunned when they saw this scene from afar. The breathtaking light made many of them take a few steps forward unconsciously. It makes sense that dragons like these things. You're very sincere, more than enough, Ao Xing smiled. Shueking he once again input his soul power into the ring storage device, and the gem mountain in front of him disappeared the next moment. In order to make it easier for you to take the gem, I specially asked my father for a precious storage soul guide. But I didn't expect you to make such a big fuss. Shueking he looked at the 10 soul beasts in the distance with fear. The reason why he put the jewelry in the storage device was not to facilitate the evil dragon, but to ensure that the Bailian gem would not be lost during transportation, so as to locate the evil dragon. At Ao Xing's signal, Shueke cautiously moved towards her brother. The distance is getting closer. After clearly seeing her brother's familiar facial features, Shueke could no longer control her emotions. Every minute and every second that she was abducted by the evil dragon was torment for her. Tears blurred my eyes in an instant. Shueking He's originally clear face became blurry again. She quickened her pace and rushed into her brother's arms. While Shueking He opened his arms to hug his sister, he also stared at the evil dragon vigilantly. He was not ready to take off the ring until his sister threw herself into his arms. Seeing this scene, Ao Xing smiled strangely. Time stop, start. Douluo, who was hiding in the prince's guards, suddenly noticed that when the prince and princess were hugging each other tightly in front of him, the evil dragon flapped its wings and realized that something was wrong. He immediately rushed forward. However, when he was only 100 meters away from the prince, the evil dragon suddenly appeared above the prince. What happened? Why so fast? Douluo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was quite puzzled. But before he could figure it out, the evil dragon grabbed Prince Shueking He and flew away into the sky. I will give you the money and the person. I, Ao Xing, will keep my word. We'll meet again if we're lucky. Chapter 8. The dragon is attracted to men? New mission. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was captured by the evil dragon? Such an absurd thing happened in front of tens of thousands of Tiandu's soldiers and under the nose of titled Douluo Douluo. No one saw clearly the details of the evil dragon abducting Prince Shueking He. Too fast, the evil dragon Ao Xing flew to the prince, grabbed him and took him into the sky. The whole process happened in a flash. No, it should be said that it was a moment. No one can fully recall the process of the evil dragon abducting the prince. Even Douluo, whose cultivation was at the titled Douluo level, did not react at all. Poison Douluo, who realized it later, looked at the evil dragon Ao Xing who had just finished performing I have committed crime in front of Master Douluo and suddenly felt a green patch on his head. He was so angry that he rose into the air and chased in the direction the evil dragon fled. However, how could the speed of the evil dragon be matched by a titled Douluo like him whose martial soul is not of the flying type and whose soul power is only in the early 90s? Ao Xing was like a ghostly meteor, rushing towards the depths of the star forest. Douluo could only watch the other party fly farther and farther away. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of soldiers, he returned 2 minutes later with a grim face. I tried my best, but I just couldn't catch up. Even if he caught up, there were still 10 soul beasts over 50,000 years old waiting behind him. How could he save the crown prince alone? I am just an old man who can retire. Granddaughter Douluyan also graduated from Tiandu Royal Academy. As a guest elder of the Tiandu Empire, there is no need to fight so hard. After all, Emperor Shuye only asked him for help to get the princess back safely. As for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Simi Lord, I know you will be angry, but can you blame me? You don't want me to run back to Sunset Forest to live in seclusion and lose a titled Douluo guest, right? Douluo returned to Shendu village. When Shueke saw Poison Douluo returning alone, his face was ashen under his black robe. She had a rough guess in her mind. Your Highness, I was unable to bring the prince back from the evil dragon Ao Xing. Douluo's voice was a little hoarse. After Shueke heard this, she was stunned. Douluo felt a little sorry for this little girl, who was about the same age as his granddaughter, looking so distraught. But just as she was about to say something to comfort him, Shueke looked dully and said, Evil dragon Ao Xing, you're not a man lover, right? After it kidnapped me, it didn't touch my body at all. Moreover, it even appointed my brother to lead the team and exchange the jewels for me. Douluo discovered that the girl's speech speed was getting faster and faster, and her eyes were gradually staring. Her wrinkled old face became more and more incredible, like the folds of squeezed lava. Yes. The evil dragon is notoriously greedy and treacherous. Being able to use jewelry to get the princess back intact is an incredible thing in itself. According to what Shueke said, the evil dragon Ao Xing's hobby might really be a bit weird. The prince is not really going to be anally raped, is he? In the air, Qian Rongxiu, who was pretending to be Shueking He, felt despair when she found that Douluo was left far behind. She tried to break free from Ao Xing's dragon claws, but she had no strength. In an instant, feelings of helplessness and despair surged from the bottom of my heart to the tip of my nose. A feeling of sadness suddenly spread. When she was only 9 years old, she relied on the camouflage soul skill of a fused angel soul bone to disguise herself as Crown Prince Shue Qinghe and sneak into the Tiandu Palace, starting her plan to steal the country. For more than 10 years, she has not experienced a happy childhood and has been living in falsehood and fear. Therefore, even though he killed his 2 brothers with his own hands, he really treated Shue Qinghe, who had no chance to compete for the throne, as his own sister. It was for this reason that the evil dragon asked him to bring the jewels in person to exchange for Shue Qinghe, and Qian Rongxiu did not refuse. But who could have thought, just when the Spirit Hall's plan to steal the country and the plan to hunt souls were about to enter the final stage, he was unexpectedly abducted by the evil dragon. What's going on? Qian Rongxiu had only heard that evil dragons loved to snatch human princesses, but she had never heard that an evil dragon would snatch a prince. Does it know that I am a woman? Qian Rongxiu was suddenly startled, and then her whole body began to tremble. What will the dragon do after he takes the princess away, fatten them up and eat them, or let the princess give birth to a bunch of evil dragon cubs? Nope. Even though Qian Rongxiu had been lurking for a long time and was brave and calm, she couldn't help trembling when she saw the sharp teeth of the large phantom dragon and the evil dragon. Grandpa, come and save your granddaughter. Successfully abducted Qian Rongxiu. Gem Dragon Evolution Route unlocked. Does the host choose to activate the Gem Evolution module? A familiar mechanical sound rang in Ao Xing's ears. This time, he chose yes without any hesitation. Gem Dragon Evolution Route is now open. First Form Evolution unlocked. Surface Crystal Diamond Degree 1% 5%. The dragon scales on the surface of Ao Xing are gradually becoming crystal clear at an extremely slow speed that can be seen with careful observation of the naked eye. The body surface turns into crystal diamond. After completion, Ao Xing's defensive capabilities will be greatly enhanced, and even the full-strength attack of the extreme Douluo will not be able to cause fatal damage to him. Other than that, after crystal diamondization, it turns into cobalt diamond scales and can be separated from the body. The gem dragon has the ability to make all gems explode. The more precious the gem, the more powerful its explosion. This also means that Ao Xing can separate his own cobalt diamond scales and then attack. Moreover, his claws, after turning into crystal diamonds, will become extremely sharp, becoming his strongest weapon in battle. Surface Diamondization Degree 25%. Surface Diamondization Degree 30%. Surface Diamondization Degree 39%. The setting sun gradually went down the mountain, and before Qian Rongxiu's eyes, a shining and dazzling light suddenly appeared. She suddenly discovered that the evil dragon Ao Xing's body had become crystal clear. Even its sharp claws look like diamonds. How is this going? For a moment, Qian Rongxiu forgot the fear in her heart. She stared at Ao Xing's body curiously. Girls have always had no resistance to anything glittering. Qian Rongxiu was not surprised either. Ao Xing's body became increasingly crystal-like. Under the dim light of the setting sun, it is dazzling. The diamond-shaped scales and angular muscles, when touched by the light, seem to be dancing with golden flames, just like a work of art that complements each other. She was completely stunned. Is this a dragon? Shouldn't the evil dragon be a monster with a dark green color like a lizard or snake and a terrifying appearance? Why did Ao Xing become as gorgeous and dazzling as if it was carefully carved out of purple crystal? I can't figure it out. On the other side, Ao Xing was also slowly experiencing the changes brought to him by the crystal diamondization of his body surface. Surface Diamondization Degree 80%. Surface Diamondization Degree 90%. The body surface has been transformed into diamond crystal. Unlock Growth Mission 2, Taming the Princess. Chapter 9. Taming the Princess and Bibi Dong's Fury. Unlock Growth Mission 2, Taming the Princess. The system unlocks the taming value section. As long as Qian Rongxiu's taming value is increased to 100/100, she will gain the ability to transform into a human, and can switch freely between dragon form and dragon man form. Transformation. After Ao Xing heard the keywords given by the mechanical voice, he couldn't stop being excited. It's really cool to be a dragon in Douluo continent. However, due to the concepts of his previous life, even though the dragon's body was countless times stronger than that of humans, he always felt a little uncomfortable. It was like seeing that beautiful mare. If Ao Xing was born a dragon, he would definitely experience the fun of making horse without hesitation. But the existence of human nature makes him quite resistant to such things. And now, as long as he can complete the task of taming the princess, he will gain the ability to transform into a human. By then, he can then nourish the evil dragon seeds to the female characters in Douluo. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ao Xing's phantom dragon expanded involuntarily. Qianrongxue was staring at the crystal-like body of the evil dragon when she suddenly felt something hard pressing against her back, which was very uncomfortable. She turned and looked back curiously. Immediately, he was frightened by the huge monster. Her expression was one of panic, but if you looked closely, you could see a faint blush on her face. Not Qianrongxue. You can't even protect yourself, how can you think about that kind of thing? Ashamed, she opened her mouth and felt the cold air rushing into her mouth. Her mind became slightly clearer and she began to think about her own safety. Sixu should have known that I was captured by the evil dragon, right? I hope Grandpa can come here soon. If Emperor Shuiye knew that I was abducted by the evil dragon, I'm afraid he would be more anxious than anyone else. And that woman, haha. After Crown Prince Shueqing was abducted by the evil dragon, Douluo immediately took Shueke, abandoned tens of thousands of soldiers, and returned to the Tiandu Palace. Emperor Shuiye, who had lost his appetite, saw his precious daughter and poisoned Douluo appear in front of him. He thought that the other party brought Shueke back early in order to prevent him from worrying too much, and he was immediately overjoyed. If Douluo had not appeared outside the palace gate, he would have even planned to take off his shoes and run out to show his inner happiness. Xiao Ke, are you okay? The dragon didn't hurt you, did it? Poison Douluo, you have worked so hard. Seeing Shueke intact, Emperor Shuiye almost burst into tears. He had 4 sons, 2 of whom died, and 2 are still alive, but he only has this one precious daughter. Apart from Crown Prince Shueqing, his favorite is Shueke. However, as he hugged his daughter, Emperor Shuiye noticed something strange. Shueke's expression was strange and conflicted, without any joy or excitement. Father Emperor. Brother, he. Shueke choked up, her emotions becoming obviously agitated, and the slightly white skin on her chest also rose and fell slightly. Emperor Shuiye suddenly felt something was wrong. He was kidnapped by a dragon. What? You mean, the evil dragon kidnapped King He? Shuiye's face turned pale and he stood there in a trance, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. His daughter would not lie to him. And from Douluo's silence on the side, it was not difficult to judge that Shueke was telling the truth. This. How absurd, I've only heard of evil dragons snatching away human princesses, but I've never heard of one snatching away a prince. Could it be that the evil dragon Ao Xing is a female? No, the sizes don't match. What on earth is going on? Emperor Shuiye felt the world spinning around him, and then he fell down. Great sorrow and great joy and great sorrow. Your Majesty fainted due to excessive sorrow and joy. It's nothing serious. Douluo examined him and took the opportunity to say, just take a rest and ask the imperial physician to prescribe some tranquilizers, and you'll be fine. Alas! The evil dragon has kidnapped the prince. Although I am a titled Douluo, I am really powerless to do anything. Only Sect Master Ning and the 2 Super Douluo from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect can rescue the prince from the evil dragon Ao Xing. We will discuss this matter after your Majesty wakes up. The old man is leaving first. Without waiting for Shueke to answer, Douluo disappeared from the Tiandu Palace. Previously, the guard team that set out with Qianrongxue was accompanied by the titled Douluo Douluo. Therefore, in order to avoid being discovered, the thorny porpoise Douluo, who had been secretly guarding the young master, did not hide near the Tiandu guards. When he realized that Qianrongxue had been abducted by the evil dragon Ao Xing, it was already too late. The first thing he did was to use special means to contact Qianrongxue's grandfather, Qian Daoliu, the Grand Elder of the Elder Hall. The latter was first shocked, then worried. But then he became calm and slightly angry again. The Pope is leading Chuigui and Er Douluo to search for this young dragon in the Xingda Great Forest. Contact them quickly. As Qianrongxue's mother, she must be more anxious than anyone else. The thorny porpoise Douluo then followed Qian Daoliu's instructions and headed to the northwest of the Star Do Great Forest. His soul rings were fully lit, not concealing his aura at all. Many teams hunting soul beasts all looked up at the sky in shock. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. My goodness! He's actually a titled Douluo. Who or what treasure is there in the Xingda Great Forest that could cause such a powerful person to start a war? Also, who is this titled Douluo? Why does his appearance and aura completely match the titled Douluo I've heard of? Somewhere in the Star Forest, Bibi Dong was conducting a carpet search with the Saint Hulina, the 2 Douluo Ju and Gui, and 35 cardinals with soul power above level 70. Suddenly, she looked into the distance. The guy from the Elder Hall. And many more. It seems to be the old man who stabbed the blood. Bibi Dong was suddenly startled. Because she knew that ever since Jian Rongxiu sneaked into the Tiandu Palace, Thorny Porpoise Douluo had been lurking and following Jian Rongxiu, guarding the young master of the Elder Hall. Why did he suddenly appear here now? It was that old man Jian Daoliu who knew about the young dragon and wanted to interfere. Or did something unexpected happen to Shui Er? Bibi Dong suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. When the Thorny Porpoise Douluo appeared, his anxious look made her feel even more uneasy. The soul hunting plan and the country stealing plan are about to be launched. Suddenly, the porcupine came. Did something happen to Shui Er? Your Holiness, something big has happened. Although Thorny Porpoise Douluo used a respectful title for Bibi Dong, his tone was not respectful, and it was even a little hard to hear clearly. Young master, she was abducted by the evil dragon. What? Are you saying Shui Er was abducted by the dragon? Bibi Dong's face was full of disbelief. Isn't she in Tiandu Palace? Why was she kidnapped by the evil dragon? Chapter 10 is about being willing to kneel down and sing conquer. The Qian family, the servants of angels, have inherited angels from generation to generation, all of whom are great, glorious, and righteous people, but no one expected that there would be a mutant named Jian Sunji. In the original novel, what Douluo did in the secret chamber not only turned Bibi Dong into a villain and destroyed the spirit hall, but also rewrote the history of Douluo continent for the next 10,000 years, making the entire continent Tang San's back garden. At the same time, Bibi Dong's attitude towards Jian Rongxiu is also very confusing. Just because Jian Rongxiu is the offspring of Jian Sunji. It was for this reason that Bibi Dong, who originally had mixed feelings of love and hate towards Jian Rongxiu, finally could not bear the mental pain 3 years after Jian Rongxiu awakened her angel spirit because she was the inheritor of the angel spirit. Bibi Dong used the plan to steal the country as an excuse to keep Jian Rongxiu away from her to avoid triggering painful memories from Jian Sunji. But after all, there is blood relationship between the two. Therefore, when she first learned that Jian Rongxiu was abducted by the evil dragon, she was anxious, panicked, afraid, and worried. After all, even though Jian Rongxiu was an illegitimate child that should not have been born, she was still her daughter. Before Thorny Porpoise Douluo could explain in detail the cause of Jian Rongxiu's abduction, Bibi Dong spoke impatiently. Don't talk nonsense. Lead the way. Although Thorny Porpoise Douluo is a member of the Elders' Hall, Jian Rongxiu was in the wrong for being abducted, and she also needed help from Bibi Dong. Therefore, he could only swallow his anger and fly towards the direction where the evil dragon Ao Seeing disappeared. In order to avoid encountering soul beasts or some inconsiderate little Karami, except for Bibi Dong, the 2 Douluo Ju and Gui and dozens of cardinals all lit up their soul rings and followed closely behind the Pope and Thorny Porpoise Douluo. Such a huge noise naturally alarmed many soul beasts and soul masters who were hunting. Seeing the countless soul rings in the sea, they were all shocked. This power, placed in Douluo continent, can easily destroy any sect except the Haoshan sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and even slaughter all the armies of several affiliated principalities of the Tiandu Empire. Many knowledgeable spirit masters recognized Ju and Gui as the 2 Douluo. Could it be that the one in the middle who didn't light up his soul ring is His Holiness the Pope? Also, who is the leading titled Douluo? What on earth happened that caused the spirit hall to make such a big fuss? For a time, there were many speculations. Many soul masters gave up hunting soul beasts and left in a hurry. The backbone forces of the spirit hall came out in full force. No matter what, something big must have happened on Douluo continent. Judging from their hurried and solemn atmosphere, the matter must be extremely serious. Even soul saints and soul Douluo level warriors might face danger if they continue to stay in the Star Do Great Forest. In the central area of the Star Do Great Forest live the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python, and even below, there are even more terrifying creatures. Although the evil dragon is a beast, it is obviously not the same kind of creature as the soul beast. The 10 soul beasts that Ao Seeing had found earlier to support the scene were all willing to be driven because they were afraid of it. But Ao Seeing had never come into contact with the 200,000-year-old soul beasts, so he didn't know their attitude towards him. Therefore, for safety reasons, he did not fly into the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, but gently placed Jian Rongxiu on the top of a rocky mountain protruding from the ground. Looking at the endless sea of forest and the dim sun that was about to set, Jian Rongxiu felt a wave of despair in her heart. She has been a strong girl since she was young. Her father died in an accident and her mother ignored her. At the age of 9, she resolutely agreed to join the game and began her plan to steal the country. Since then, in front of everyone during the day, she is Xue Qinghe, the wise and well-educated prince of the Tiandu Empire. At night in her room, she is Jian Rongxiu, the lonely and stubborn young master of the Spirit Hall. Jian Rongxiu persisted in this double life for more than 10 years. Just as the plan was about to enter its final stage, she was accidentally abducted by a dragon. No matter how strong she was, as a woman in her 20s who had dedicated most of her life to the Spirit Hall and her mother Bibi Dong's ambitions, Jian Rongxiu could no longer continue to be strong after being abducted by the evil dragon. Tears were already slowly flowing out from her eyes. Oh my god, why is her life so miserable? Obviously, if she waited for a while, until the soul hunting plan was launched and the Tiandu Empire was overthrown, she would be able to return to Wuhan City to see her grandfather who doted on her the most. At the same time, she could start the Angel God test and quickly improve her strength that had been delayed over the years, but now, he has been captured by the evil dragon and taken deep into the mountains and forests. Jian Rongxiu looked at Ao Xing timidly. As she stared at the dragon was also staring at her. The wave-like eyes met the terrifying vertical pupils. A hint of discomfort flashed across Jian Rongxiu's eyes. Ao Xing, however, gave a naughty smile. According to the interpretation in Baidu Encyclopedia, tame. Verb, meaning to make someone gentle and submissive. The antonym is resistance. A synonym is conquer. The system did not tell Ao Xing how to improve Jian Rongxiu's taming value. Therefore, he can only understand, try, and explore from his own perspective. Through the observation just now, he could clearly detect the unwillingness, fear, resistance, defiance, hatred, stubbornness, grievance, and other emotions in Jian Rongxiu's eyes. Combined with his own understanding of the word tamed, he also had a rough inference in his mind. To be completely tamed, I guess we need to make the other person kneel down and sing the song of conquest without any resistance, right? Ao Xing realized that compared to Growth Mission I, the difficulty of taming the princess was obviously much higher. He could no longer rely entirely on the dragon's power and time-stopping ability to complete the task. To tame Jian Rongxiu, you must conquer her in various ways. What matters is skill, not strength. This should be a relatively long process. Thinking of this, Ao Xing looked at Jian Rongxiu and said in a magnetic voice. I know you are the Spirit Hall's young master Jian Rongxiu in disguise. Take off your disguise yourself. Xue Qinghe was very sensible. He did not talk tough nor resist, but silently circulated his soul power. His face gradually became blurred. Soon, it was replaced by another female face that was somewhat similar, but extremely stunning. Ao Xing unconsciously narrowed his eyes and looked at him carefully. The dragon has eyes that can discover the beauty of all races. The same goes for dragons, which can discover beauty from different racial perspectives depending on the object of observation. At just one glance, Ao Xing was shocked by Jian Rongxiu's otherworldly beauty. Her face seemed like a masterpiece carefully carved by a master, with soft yet distinct lines. Her eyes, like stars in the night sky, sparkle with a mysterious and deep light. Her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and every blink of her eyes caused subtle fluctuations in the air around her. A high nose bridge, cherry red lips, fair skin, and long hair that falls like a waterfall. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 11, Jian punishes Jian Rongxiu. The evil dragon in front of him seemed to be made up of pieces of amethyst. Its scales were like shining stars inlaid in the vast universe, with smooth lines and a domineering shape. The mysterious chameleon eyes seemed to be able to reflect the sun, moon, and stars, and see through all the secrets of the world. Jian Rongxiu was mesmerized by the sight. The appearance of this evil dragon is not scary. She couldn't connect the evil dragon before her with the man-eating monster in the legend. Why did you arrest me? Jian Rongxiu mustered up her courage and asked weakly. Are you stupid? I'm a dragon. Ao Xing felt speechless at Jian Rongxiu's almost idiotic question. You don't look like a dragon. Am I an evil dragon? Do you know better than me? Ao Xing said, don't even think about running away. You're not strong enough. Faced with the threat of the evil dragon, Jian Rongxiu remained silent. She knew that with her strength as a peak soul emperor, it would be impossible for her to defeat the evil dragon Ao Sing. Not to mention, at this moment she was brought to the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest. It's harder than climbing to the sky to escape. However, what made Qian Rongxiu secretly happy was that the evil dragon Ao Sing didn't seem to have any intention of hurting her. Is it because of my identity? Qian Rongxiu asked. That's right. You humans call us dragons the embodiment of evil, and you make up all kinds of legends, emphasizing that dragons love gold, silver, and jewelry, and like to attack small villages and castles and snatch human princesses. Indeed, these are our dragons' favorite things to do. Ao Sing did not hide anything and frankly admitted the evil dragon's notorious crimes. After hearing this, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but frown. A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. At the same time, she shrank her body, as if she wanted to stay away from the evil dragon in front of her. Ao Sing keenly captured this detail. He snorted coldly and said jokingly. Why, do you think these actions are shameless? Or are you simply disgusted? It's both shameless and disgusting. Qian Rongxiu said. GG. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. He 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 he. Ao Sing covered his abdomen with one dragon claw and laughed strangely. Evil dragons like to collect treasures. Often, there are large amounts of treasures hidden around the caves where they live. This is because evil dragons love wealth. Evil dragons like to attack small villages or castles. This is because the emergence of these villages or cities has threatened the safety of the dragon's residents. Evil dragons like to snatch human princesses. This is because princesses are spoiled from childhood and are rarely ugly. Their noble and otherworldly temperament is something that ordinary women cannot possess. Jewelry symbolizes wealth. Attacking human settlements is not only to maintain one's own security, but also to demonstrate force, and robbing princesses is a sign of love for beauty and desire for power. Wealth, force, power, and love, aren't these what you human soul masters are always pursuing? Why do you feel disgusted when it comes to the evil dragon? Hehe. This is sophistry. Qian Rongxiu found that Ao Sing did not seem to want to hurt her, and her panic calmed down a little. At the same time, she could not help but argue you can't generalize. Not all human spirit masters are like this. At least, that's not the case with my grandfather. Qian Daoliu's kind face appeared in Qian Rongxiu's mind. At the same time, thinking back to what the dragon had just said, that he robbed the human princess because he yearned for love, she began to feel intense resistance. Did the dragon capture me here just to have a love affair with me? I don't want it. How can a human fall in love with a dragon? If I have a child with a dragon, I'm afraid I'll die, right? Even if it didn't hurt to death. Will the child be a human or a dragon? No. I don't want to give birth to a dragon. Ao Sing observed Qian Rongxiu's expression and said slowly. Perhaps, as you said, not all humans are like this. But, as a dragon, from my perspective, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with plundering treasures and snatching human princesses, right? After all, you human soul masters also have to hunt soul beasts in order to improve your strength. Humans have no right to blame evil dragons. But, these actions of you evil dragons are not just. Qian Rongxiu said stubbornly, humans hunt soul beasts to improve their strength, and soul beasts also feed on humans. Humans and soul beasts are originally two hostile camps. Oh. If you say so, you pretended to be the crown prince of Tiandu Empire, Shui Qinghe, and tried to overthrow the regime of Tiandu Empire's Swan dynasty in this way. Is this justice? Ao Sing laughed and said, as the inheritor of the Qian family, an angel servant representing justice and order, he actually did such a dirty and dark thing. Well, I'm going to punish you. Ao Sing mercilessly told the reason why Qian Rongxiu pretended to be Shui Qinghe. The beautiful woman's expression froze, and she seemed to realize belatedly that her plan to steal the country was not above board, and her behavior was not glorious either. Before Qian Rongxiu could recover, Ao Sing grabbed her and gently patted the plump bulge under her waist with his dragon tail. Patter patter patter. Ao Sing showed no mercy, and his tail made direct contact with Qian Rongxiu every time, with just enough force to make her feel intense pain but not to the extent of causing her injury. To Ao Sing's surprise, he punished Qian Rongxiu 10 times, but she did not make a sound and endured it. Obviously, Qian Rongxiu still hates the evil dragon. What people fear the most and are most unwilling to hear is the truth. As an evil dragon, it doesn't matter how greedy and lustful I am. But as the inheritor of the angel god, this is wrong. This time the punishment is 10 times. It won't be so easy next time. Ao Xing put Jian Rongxiu down. He found that the eyes of this stubborn woman were filled with tears of pain. But she didn't make any sound just now. This also made Ao Xing realize that the road to taming Jian Rongxiu is still long and arduous. After all, according to the scenes in the alphabet movie, the tamed little M should be enjoying it. Out of curiosity, Ao Xing opened the panel of Jian Rongxiu in the system for the first time. Name, Jian Rongxiu. Age, 27. Mood, fear, grievance, helplessness. Thoughts, it hurts. Damn dragon, taming degree, 3/100, note, it will fluctuate depending on mood and thoughts. Oh. My mood and thoughts seem to be able to help me increase Jian Rongxiu's docility in a more correct way. Ao Xing seemed to have discovered a new world. He could prescribe the right medicine for Jian Rongxiu based on the panel attributes of the system. But just as he was secretly delighted, a roar came from afar. Ao Xing. Let Shue'er go. Chapter 12, Can the bipolar stillness field compare to my time stop field? Damn, why did that bitch Bibi Dong appear here so quickly? Ao Xing's dark purple eyes secretly looked at the woman who was rushing towards him from a distance. Because the speed is too fast. The white papal robe she wore clung to her body, outlining her curves as plump as autumn fruits. Relying on his top dynamic vision, Ao Xing can even keenly capture every detail that is not easy to be discovered. The woman's face was nearly perfect, with no signs of aging. Her lavender eyes were dreamy and full of charm. Her lips were moist and smooth even without lipstick. Her fair neck was the largest area of skin exposed to the air, as if carved from a whole piece of jade. It's hard to imagine that this is the mother of a girl in her 20s. The identity of the Pope and the strength of a titled Douluo make Bibi Dong seem to have innate majesty, nobility, and elegance, but the robe that fits tightly against her 3.6 billion heavy white breasts and slender waist is full of visual tension. Just by looking at it, Ao Xing felt a little dry in the mouth. However, there was a gleam of hatred in Bibi Dong's eyes, as if she wanted to eat him alive. After feeling this murderous gaze, Ao Xing came to his senses. Without having time to think about why Bibi Dong, who was supposed to be in Wuhan City, appeared here so quickly, he grabbed Jian Rongxiu's waist whom he had just put down. Although Ao Xing had just completed the primary form evolution of the gem root, his combat and defense capabilities had achieved a qualitative leap. But he has not yet experimented with new abilities, such as peeling off the cobalt diamond scales and then using his ability to make all gems explode to detonate the cobalt diamond scales and cause damage. Ao Xing knew that Bibi Dong was not a good person. He had kidnapped Jian Rongxiu, and just by chance, he was seen bullying her by Bibi Dong who had come rushing over. The other party would definitely not let it go. Ao Xing, let her go and I will spare your life. Bibi Dong shouted angrily, feeling a little surprised at the same time. Because the appearance of the evil dragon Ao Xing was not as ugly and ferocious as she had imagined. The evil dragon in front of him looked like it was carved from dark purple crystal, mysterious and gorgeous. It doesn't look like an evil dragon, but rather like a work of art. Of course, at this moment, nothing is more important than saving his daughter. Before Ao Xing could react, Bibi Dong revealed her soul ring, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 soul rings. The eye-catching red is especially dazzling. Ao Xing felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, and his hands that were holding Jian Rongxiu's waist couldn't help but hold it tighter. Jian Rongxiu felt a little uncomfortable being caught and groaned twice. Seeing that her daughter's life and death depended on the evil dragon's thoughts, Bibi Dong could only suppress the anger in her heart and said, "You are just a young dragon, your strength is not even comparable to that of a level 95 titled Douluo. Let Shue'er go, I promise not to kill you." "Ha, do you think I will believe you?" Ao Xing narrowed his eyes and stared at Bibi Dong. "The woman in front of me has already turned evil. Now, apart from power, strength, and being a mentor, the only thing that matters to her is her daughter Jian Rongxiu." Just as she said, after Ao Xing completed the crystallization, his strength was around that of a level 95 titled Douluo. Even though Bibi Dong couldn't use all of her level 1 peak spirit power due to the Rakshasa 9 tests, and her strength was equivalent to that of a level 1 titled Douluo, in AV Imperial City PK, Ao Xing was definitely not her opponent. He began to think quickly about how to get away with Jian Rongxiu. For this, although Bibi Dong noticed it, she did not try to stop it. Instead, she suddenly became calm and said nonchalantly, "Ao Xing, you can't escape today no matter what. I'm not afraid to tell you that the reason I appeared in the Star-Do Great Forest was because of you. Your whereabouts have long been clearly known to the Spirit Hall. It's not because you kidnapped Schwerer. If you can submit to the Spirit Hall, I guarantee in the name of the Pope that all the women in the world, whether they are princesses of the Heaven Do Empire, sisters from the Sing Luo Empire, or daughters of the geniuses of some Spirit Master Academies, will be delivered to your bed the next night as long as you want them. As for the gold, silver, and jewelry, if you want them, I can even destroy the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and give you the entire castle of the Ning family. You can sleep in the treasure house of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect filled with mountains of wealth. How about it? Join the Spirit Hall. When I become a god, the entire Douluo continent will become your evil dragon Ao Sing's back garden. Bibi Dong's voice was very cold, but combined with her seductive words, it made Ao Sing feel dazed. There seemed to be no reason to refuse the conditions she offered. And at this moment Jian Rongxiu, who was held in Ao Sing's hand, was somewhat emotional. Not because you kidnapped Schwerer, sent to your bed, the back garden of the evil dragon. Her eyes, filled with anger, disappointment and excitement, stared at the woman in front of her, her mother Bibi Dong. Your Majesty, you are the Pope of the Spirit Hall. How can you betray soul masters and humans just to serve the evil dragon? Jian Rongxiu's voice was cold. She had just been taught a lesson by Ao Sing for being the inheritor of an angel spirit but doing some shameful things in secret. It is for this reason that she is particularly sensitive to justice and light at this moment. Bibi Dong, who originally wanted to save herself, suddenly changed the topic and tried to win over the evil dragon Ao Sing, which made Jian Rongxiu very disappointed. Why is this greedy woman his mother? Ao Sing didn't expect that Jian Rongxiu would suddenly come and interfere at this time. With a turn of his eyes, he said with a joking smile. Your Holiness, I can promise to serve you and even sign a master-servant contract. Oh, open? Bibi Dong was also happy when she heard this. But Ao Sing stretched out his tone. Ao Sing, don't keep me in suspense. What do you want? It's not smart for a dragon to play tricks on humans. I want her. Ao Sing suddenly looked at Jian Rongxiu in his hand. As long as you promise to give Jian Rongxiu to me as a concubine, I will serve you. Ao Sing didn't understand why Ning Fengzi and Bibi Dong both made similar requests and wanted the evil dragon to work for them. But he knew that his daughter was a weak spot that could not be touched for these 2 widows and widowers. As an evil dragon, one of his favorite things is to watch humans make choices between family affection and their own power. Jian Rongxiu, who was caught by Ao Sing, knew clearly that the evil dragon's question was a vicious plot to sow discord. But she still looked at Bibi Dong with expectation. She longed to know what choice this mother, who seemed to not care about her and even hate her, would make. And at this moment Bibi Dong's face looked so gloomy that it looked like it was going to rain soon. She knew that the evil dragon Ao Sing was playing with people's hearts and trying to sow discord between her and Jian Rongxiu. However, apart from the blood relationship, how much affection does exist between her and Jian Rongxiu? Ever since Jian Rongxiu sneaked into the Tiandu Palace, the two have not seen each other for nearly 20 years. If the evil dragon Ao Sing could really sign a master-servant contract with her, she wouldn't mind giving Jian Rongxiu to Ao Sing. After all, Jian Rongxiu is Jian Sunji's offspring, she shouldn't have appeared in this world. But the prerequisite is that we must not let that old man Jian Daoliu know about it, otherwise things will become very troublesome. Noticing the expressions of the mother and daughter, Ao Sing couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth playfully. After becoming a dragon, it's really fun to do what the villains in TV shows who are bound to be struck by lightning like to do the most. Your Holiness, you don't want to lose the only chance in your life to gain the loyalty of the evil dragon, right? Ao Sing did not forget to add fuel to the fire. After she finished speaking, Bibi Dong slowly raised her head and her eyes turned cold. Jian Rongxiu, on the other hand, stared at her biological mother nervously with eyes filled with complex emotions, waiting for her decision. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I want them all! Bibi Dong suddenly shouted, what are you two waiting for? Ao Sing was shocked, he quickly looked around. Suddenly, I saw fragrant yellow chrysanthemums falling all over the sky, and not far away, a ghostly figure was approaching me quickly. Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Bibi Dong's right-hand man. I almost forgot about these two guys. Ao Sing felt a little regretful, Bibi Dong, you bitch, you will regret it. At the same time, 2 voices, one hoarse and one enchanting, began to sing too. Pole. Quiet, and the bipolar stillness field, the martial arts fusion skill of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, can lock the enemy and make them unable to move. As long as someone cooperates in launching an attack, they can kill them with one strike. Bibi Dong looked at the panicked Ao Xing, her beautiful eyes filled with pride. Unless you sign a soul master servant contract with the dragon, you cannot believe a single word this evil creature says. She had long seen through Ao Xing's little thoughts. Therefore, she proposed conditions to appease the evil dragon Ao Xing early in the morning. In addition to wanting to test the other party's thoughts, she also wanted to wait for the two generals Hung and Ha who were left behind by her to catch up. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she knows secrets that others don't know. For example, the way to tame a baby dragon is to ride on its back and grab its horns with both hands at the same time. Then, just start competing with the dragon in physical strength like taming a horse. When the dragon is exhausted, it can be successfully tamed. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to grab a pair of dragon horns with both hands, but the martial soul fusion technique of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo can force the target to be still and unable to move. Bibi Dong's smile grew wider, like a melting glacier watering a snow lotus. Just before Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo pronounced the word domain, Ao Xing smiled imperceptibly. You are the only one who has a field? I have it too. Time stop, start, in an instant, within a range of 500 meters centered on Ao Xing. As his strength upgraded, everything except him was frozen. Bipolar. Static field. Ao Xing sneered, you are just showing off your skills. In this area where time has stopped, Ao Xing put Jian Rongxiu down. He did not attack Xiaozhou and Xiaogui, nor did he plan to move behind Bibi Dong and launch a sneak attack on the other party when she stopped. Instead, he took out the ring that Jian Rongxiu had given him when she pretended to be Prince Shui Qinghe and exchanged it for Shui Ke. Fuck. Ao Xing tried it and found that because the evil dragon had no soul power, it was unable to take out the gems from the storage device. He could only resort to physical means. Click. The pigeon egg-sized storage ring gem was shattered instantly by the dragon's sharp claws. The next second, there was a slight fluctuation in the space, and countless gems stopped in the air with Ao Xing as the center, as dazzling and dense as the stars in the Milky Way of the universe. If any of these were put on Blue Star, they would probably be auctioned off for a sky-high price, right? Ao Xing was amazed at the dazzling array of gems, so many in variety that he couldn't even name them. He admired them beautifully, then picked out a few that looked the most precious and put them into Jian Rongxiu's clothes pocket. Is it considered a dowry for the princess? Then, he selected some spherical pearls, or oval-shaped jadeite and other jewels and held them in his hands. After completing all this, Ao Xing flew towards Bibi Dong. As long as you don't attack or prepare for a critical hit, the time stop effect won't disappear, so a slight touch on the body shouldn't cancel the time stop effect, right? Ao Xing wasn't sure. But he still gently began to explore Bibi Dong. Anyway, the time stop ability has no CD. If it is broken by accident, just use it again. After spending a few minutes feeling the warmth and softness, Ao Xing finally satisfied his urge to touch. He began to look at Bibi Dong carefully. First of all, his sensitive dragon nose allowed him to quickly smell the refreshing body fragrance that only a mature woman could possess. Very comfortable and tempting. I could hardly hold it back and wanted to eat her in one bite. When time was frozen, Bibi Dong's inner pride and confidence were fully displayed on her face and were also frozen. Your Holiness, you probably didn't expect that the dragon before you would be a time-stopping dragon, right? Ao Xing raised his dragon claw and gently placed his fingertips under Bibi Dong's chin, with a look of pride on his face. Blind confidence comes at a price. Especially, you're already being arrogant before you even defeat the dragon. Since his body length was almost twice that of a human, Ao Xing found that undressing became a delicate task for him. It is almost impossible to take it off smoothly and then help put it on again. So, he didn't make any useless attempts and directly took out the few jewels he had just picked. After putting them into Bibi Dong's body, he returned to Jian Rongxiu. A big wave of his hand. He grabbed another handful of gems. Ao Xing began the long work of porter. Because the number of gems is too large, it took him about a quarter of an hour to pile them next to Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo respectively. This way, it should be foolproof, right? Looking at Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo being buried in the little gem mountain, Ao Xing nodded with satisfaction. It stopped when it can be released. Chapter 13. Something in my body is about to fall out. Bipolar stasis field. As if nothing had happened, Yu Guan and Gui Mei successfully released their martial soul fusion skills. A gentle milky white light quickly spread and flowed towards Ao Xing. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still felt extremely depressed the moment he was locked in by the field. This seemingly gentle field restricted the strength of his whole body. He could hardly move at first. Although he could move slowly after a while, his strength mobilization was greatly restricted. Bibi Dong saw Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and successfully locked the evil dragon in mid-air. She appeared behind them in a flash, then decisively grabbed a pair of dragon horns with both hands, rode on Ao Xing's body, and began to tame it. The moment the dragon horn was grabbed, Ao Xing's negative emotions that belonged to an evil dragon, such as violence, irritability, bloodthirstiness, etc., instantly erupted. He twisted his body frantically, trying to shake Bibi Dong off. But those slender jade fingers were firmly holding the dragon's horns. No matter how hard the evil dragon tried, there was no sign of loosening. And all this happened in a flash. Qian Rongxiu, who was not far away, hadn't even reacted to what was happening and was staring blankly ahead. The graceful and majestic spirit hall Pope Bibi Dong rode roughly on the back of the evil dragon, without a trace of her usual elegance and dignity. The evil dragon's body was like a rolling wave, constantly flying up and down, trying to throw Bibi Dong off. Just as she was wondering why such a scene had occurred, the evil dragon Ao Xing roared. "Give it to me!" Burst. In an instant, two bright lights burst out into the sky, shining dazzlingly. A second ago, Yu Guan and Gui Mei were still wondering why countless jewels suddenly appeared in the air in front of them and were slowly falling. At this moment, their pupils suddenly shrank and they stood there in disbelief. Those gems were all flashing with strong white light, and faintly revealing huge energy fluctuations. Not good. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo both seemed to realize what would happen next. However, because they were casting the bipolar stillness field, they were unable to move and could only watch as the gems suddenly burst into an increasingly dazzling light. As cracks spread across the surface of these precious jewels, the endless power contained within the gems erupted uncontrollably in the next moment. Boom! Countless crisp roars formed a huge explosion, like the wild light when the stars in the sky were destroyed, instantly swallowing up Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong, who was enjoying riding a dragon, was suddenly startled. I saw the black and white figures in the air falling straight towards the forest below and coming into close contact with the charred land covered with gem fragments. Qian Rongxiu covered her eyes and screamed in disbelief. She knew that the levels of Zhu and Gui Douluo were both around level 95, and they had already entered the ranks of Super Douluo. However, the explosion just now directly caused the two men to lose their combat effectiveness, and they fell from the sky, their lives uncertain. What on earth is it? Looking at the sky, where Bibi Dong was fighting with the evil dragon, Qian Rongxiu hesitated for a few seconds, then summoned her martial spirit and flew towards the forest below. Yueguan and Gui Mei were once loyal to Kyungsunji. Therefore, when Qian Rongxiu was young, the two treated her well. What did you do? Seeing her two most capable generals seriously injured by the sudden explosion, Bibi Dong immediately realized that it was the work of the evil dragon below her. She transformed her anger into power to exert on the evil dragon. Ao Xing realized that the strength of his hands holding his dragon horns became stronger, and there was also an upward force that pushed his head up. The pair of long legs that Bibi Dong had originally held around his body now wrapped around his waist just below the base of his wings, strangling him like a chain. But because Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo were seriously injured by the huge number of gems detonated by Ao Xing, the bipolar static field has disappeared at this moment. Even though Bibi Dong increased the strength in the process of taming the dragon, Ao Xing felt much more comfortable at this moment compared to his previous difficulty in moving. He was finally able to use his strength to resist Bibi Dong who was riding on him, instead of being dominated by her by holding her dragon horns. What did I do? Ao Xing smiled evilly. I just set off some small things. Can't you see that I am a noble gem dragon? Jewel dragon? Never heard of it. Bibi Dong was confused at first, then her pupils shrank slightly and a panicked look flashed in her eyes. Because she suddenly realized that something strange happened in her body. There seemed to be something cold and round inside the body, rolling up and down as the evil dragon Ao Xing resisted. Just as she was stunned, Ao Xing said arrogantly, "Keep grabbing my dragon horns, and keep strangling me with your legs. Let's see if you can hold on." Just as he finished speaking, the frequency of the dragon's wings vibrating suddenly increased. It flew up and down, left and right in the air like a headless fly, sometimes speeding up suddenly and sometimes stopping suddenly. Bibi Dong's beautiful and cold eyes suddenly became dim and absent-minded. At the same time, the strength of the hands holding the evil dragon weakened a lot, but the strength of the legs increased exponentially. Her arch of the foot changed from being perpendicular to the calf to being parallel to the calf. Ao Sing keenly noticed that his back seemed to be wet by something. So he flew into the air with even greater effort. The Pope who tried to tame the dragon was unstable for some unspeakable reasons, and his face was full of helplessness, panic, and a hint of intoxication. Woohoo, let's go! Ao Sing suddenly increased his strength, and Bibi Dong, who was troubled by the strange feeling, was thrown away from his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ao Sing flew towards the forest below. When he appeared in the sky again, a pair of dragon claws were grabbing a blonde girl. When Bibi Dong came to her senses, the evil dragon had already appeared half a mile away with Qian Rongxiu. She activated her martial soul and tried to catch up with the evil dragon, but no matter how hard she tried, she could never get within 500 meters of it. Half a quarter of an hour later, she gave up the chase and returned to where the fight had broken out. The thorny porpoise Douluo who arrived late was seen carrying two seriously injured Douluos, one on his left shoulder and the other on his right shoulder. Your Holiness, the young master. They were kidnapped by the evil dragon. Bibi Dong looked strange. After she finished speaking, she turned into a shadow and flew away quickly towards the outskirts of the forest. At the same time, she ordered Porpoise Douluo in a strange tone, Elder, please bring them both back to the spirit hall. I will go back to Spirit City to find an auxiliary healing spirit master first. Every time Bibi Dong spoke a word, she felt extremely uncomfortable. It seems like something is about to fall. Chapter 14, The Evil Dragon is in Wuhan City? Wuhan City, Elder Hall. Qian Daoliu, with a serious expression, paced back and forth in the empty and magnificent hall, looking a little anxious. Ever since he learned that his precious granddaughter Qian Rongxiu was abducted by the evil dragon, his heart has been like a candle in the wind, shaky and anxious, and he wished he could see Qian Rongxiu in an instant. But the more this happened, the more anxious he became. He worried more about his granddaughter, and his urgency to see her was like a tidal wave, surging and uncontrollable. As one of the strongest people in Douluo continent, he could not remember the last time he was so anxious and hurried. Shwe'er, how come you were suddenly abducted by a dragon? After our ancestors and human spirit masters slew the evil black dragon, there has been no trace of evil dragons in Douluo continent for many years. Where did this evil dragon cub come from? Since it is a cub, could there be an adult dragon somewhere on the continent? Qian Daoliu walked to the desk beside him, on which were several books containing information related to the evil dragon. In recent times, he couldn't remember how many times he had read these ancient books that were once covered in dust on the bookshelf. The young dragon's strength is no more than that of a super Douluo. The young evil dragon can rival the ultimate Douluo. Adult dragons are even capable of fighting against gods. That woman Bibi Dong, with Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, as well as so many cardinals, can fight even against the young evil dragon. She should be able to bring Shwe'er back safely, right? Qian Daoliu had been unable to have children for a long time. Ever since his son Qian Sunji died suddenly in an accident, Qian Rongxiu was the only heir of the Qian family's angel servant. Qian Rongxiu's six-winged angel spirit made Qian Daoliu realize that among all the inheritors, his granddaughter was the one with the greatest hope of passing the 9 angel tests and inheriting the angel god's residence. Therefore, ever since Qian Rongxiu's martial soul awakened, he has put all his energy into training his granddaughter. Even though Qian Rongxiu risked going to the Tiandu Palace to carry out her plan to steal the country because of Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu still arranged for the elders of the Elder Hall to take turns to protect Qian Rongxiu. The thorny porpoise Douluo has been lurking in Tiandu City for many years, serving as a messenger between Qian Rongxiu and him. All this is just to keep Qian Rongxiu safe. But who would have thought that a vicious dragon would appear on the way? That woman is back. Qian Daoliu suddenly noticed a familiar cold aura rushing straight towards the Pope's palace from outside Wuhan City. Seems a little excited. No, her mood swings were a bit volatile. Qian Daoliu used his mental power to detect Bibi Dong's flying status, the fluctuations of her soul power and other small details, and guessed her mood. He wanted to take the opportunity to determine whether Bibi Dong was safe from the evil dragon Ao Sing and rescue Qian Rongxiu. But he found that Bibi Dong's emotions seemed a little subtle. This was a feeling that he had not detected in Bibi Dong in decades. Not angry, but not absolutely delighted either. So, Shwe'er should be okay, right? Qian Daoliu deduced in his heart. He knew that although Bibi Dong was a vicious woman, she still had feelings for Qian Rongxiu. If Qian Rongxiu was really abducted by the evil dragon, Bibi Dong would definitely be furious. Disgusting old thing. What a pervert. How many times? Bibi Dong sensed the spying from the elders' hall, and a hint of shyness flashed across her face. Then she mobilized her soul power to block all detection from the outside world into the Pope's hall. Without time to do anything else, Bibi Dong rushed into her bedroom. When did the evil dragon Ao Sing put this thing in? Bibi Dong collapsed, recalling all the details of trying to tame the evil dragon in the Star Do Great Forest, but she still couldn't figure it out. Strange, Bibi Dong picked up a pearl that was completely white with a little green light and about 3.5 centimeters in diameter, and she was full of doubts. What does the gem dragon mean? There is no record of this in ancient books. Could it be that Ao Sing has the ability to control gems? Thinking back to her two generals, who were severely injured by a pile of gems that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, Bibi Dong was shocked. She shuddered in a mysterious place where she had been extremely happy just now. The pleasant feeling of soreness and swelling quickly subsides. If Ao Sing detonates these gems, wouldn't she be, with such evil power, no wonder it is called the evil dragon. I just don't know what abilities the evil dragon that the Qian family ancestor Slade possessed. Hey! Bibi Dong covered her forehead with her hands, her expression becoming serious. Schwetter has been captured by the evil dragon. Should I go and tell that old man Qian Daoliu in person, or wait for Sigzhu to come back and let him report to Qian Daoliu himself? Wait. Blood piercing seems to have a method that can directly connect with Qian Daoliu. A strange light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and then she quickly put on her clothes, lifted the blockade of the Pope's palace, and then used her mental power to spy on the Elder's palace not far away. Soon she then discovered that there was a slight fluctuation in the spiritual space, connecting to the Elder's hall from afar. After a few seconds, Qian Daoliu's emotions suddenly fluctuated violently, then a violent roar broke out in the Elder hall. Humph, is the old man going crazy? Bibi Dong sneered, then consoled herself in her heart, due to the Rakshasa divine test, I was unable to exert my full strength. After all, the evil dragon is known for its speed, so it's not surprising that I can't catch up. As an angel servant, Qian Daoliu should be able to detect Schwetter's location. The evil dragon Ao Sing doesn't seem to have any intention of harming Schwetter. Humph, let this old guy have a headache. Bibi Dong recalled the records in ancient books, which stated that after the evil dragon abducted a human princess, it would not harm her. Instead, it would treat her like its own wife, providing her with good food and drink. Therefore, Qian Rongxiu's safety should be guaranteed temporarily. Of course, after gradually building up feelings with the princess, the dragon will consider the issue of continuing the family line. Recalling the time when she tamed the evil dragon Ao Sing, and the thick and crystal clear phantom dragon, Bibi Dong shuddered. As a mother who has given birth to a child, just a few jewels are a bit too much for her to bear. Will he die? Tiandu Palace. Emperor Shuiye also came out of his coma with the help of the imperial physician. Get the billion orb and send someone to find the dragon's residence. Yes. Chapter 15. The whole continent is shocked. Undercurrent surges. Rumors spread throughout the streets and alleys of Tiandu city. Have you heard? The night before yesterday, an evil dragon attacked Yuexuan and snatched away Princess Shuike, the most beloved of Emperor Shuiye. Zhao Si, your information is out of date. The version I heard was that the evil dragon raped Yuexuan pavilion master Tang Yuehua in front of a group of people, and then took a liking to the spoiled princess at first sight and snatched her away to be used as Star Fury. Where did you get this information? If an evil creature like the evil dragon really appeared in Douluo continent, would the spirit hall just sit there and watch it harm the spirit masters of the world? Hey, you know what, the spirit hall is really involved. My cousin's uncle's cousin's husband just broke through from Soul Emperor to Soul Sage a few days ago and went to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. As a result, he saw the Pope leading 3 titled Douluo level powerhouses to hunt down the evil dragon. The Pope is also a titled Douluo, right? Oh my goodness, that means there are 4 titled Douluos. Nearly half of the titled Douluos on the entire continent are hunting down the evil dragon. How powerful must this evil dragon be? No matter how strong the dragon is, it doesn't matter. The first ones to die will be the soul masters anyway. What does it have to do with us ordinary people? Hehe, you think too highly of them, don't you? If the evil dragon really destroys the city as the legend says, the Soul Masters will definitely be the first to abandon the people and run away. I'm not sure if the Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall will do that, but the Soul Masters of the two empires will definitely do so. I've only heard of stories about dragons robbing princesses, but I've never heard of a dragon robbing. The dragon appears, Yuexuan is attacked, the princess is kidnapped, the prince is abducted, and the Pope is dispatched. Any one of these events, taken individually, would be a major event that could shock the entire continent, and they happen to happen consecutively within a few days. Therefore, it is obviously impossible for the Tiandu royal family to conceal the truth. What's more, the degree of feudal centralization in the Tiandu Empire is not that deep. It is still in the model of empire and principality and kingdom, and there are various factions within the empire. When the imperial nobles learned that Princess Shueke was kidnapped by the evil dragon, they were simply shocked. After all, the princess was gone, and the only one who was sad was her old father, Emperor Shueyat. But now the prince has been kidnapped by the evil dragon, and his life or death is uncertain. This is directly related to the future succession of power of the emperor of the Tiandu Empire and the future political ecology of the court. For example, the lineage of the fourth Prince Shuebeng, under the covert organization of his uncle Prince Shuexing, has begun secretly discussing infiltrating the Ministry of Finance, which originally favored Crown Prince Shueqinghe. For another example, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, which wanted to use the line of Crown Prince Shueqinghe to increase its voice in the court in the future, was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The gentle and elegant Ning Fengzi had a few more strands of white hair on his head overnight. In order to get involved in the Tiandu Empire, he has given great support to Crown Prince Shueqinghe in recent years. Not only did he spare no financial effort, he also personally went to Emperor Shueye to lobby for him. Eventually, he became the Crown Prince's grand tutor and was able to give Shueqinghe advice. Fengzi, let's go all out. The existence of the evil dragon is a disaster. Why don't we join forces with the Tiandu royal family to prevent future troubles? There was a ruthless flash in Gu Doluo's eyes. He still remembered the dirty words that Ao Xing said about Rong when he was in Chengdu village the day before. If we weren't on our side of 600,000 and the other side of 800,000, and we weren't at a numerical advantage, he would have certainly killed that beast Ao Xing. Uncle Gu, I know you are very angry. Ning Fengzi frowned, his face full of worry, and said helplessly, but you can't lose your mind because of such a small matter. People have good and evil in nature, and the evil dragon is evil in nature. However, while the evil dragon is still in its infancy, we can tame it and slowly tame the evil part of its character. When it grows up, it can become the guardian beast of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. By then, even the Haoshan sect will not be worthy of being a rival to our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Our sect will become the most powerful force in the entire continent. Don't worry about the direct spirit masters in the sect, because they are auxiliary spirit masters and will not be hurt when they go out. But that evil dragon doesn't look like it can be tamed at all. Douluo hated Ao Xing to the core, and he would not be happy until he got rid of him. How many years? No one dared to speak harshly to Rong in front of him. A young evil dragon, at most, has the strength of a low-level titled Douluo. Such arrogant behavior is really too much. Seeing that Ning Fengzi refused to give in, he looked at his mortal enemy, Sword Douluo Jinexin, and said, Old Jian, how about we go together and kill that beast? Where is that beast? How? Who will be responsible for Rong's safety after we leave? Compared to Douluo, Chen Xin was much calmer. He knew clearly that Ning Fengzi was a person who put the interests of the sect first in everything he did. Since Ning Fengzi knew that taming the young dragon could lay a solid foundation for the prosperity of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect for centuries, he must be more eager to tame it than anyone else. But he did not make this decision, and obviously there must be a problem. Uncle Jian is right. Our only option now is to join hands with the Tiandu imperial family. I heard they have a way to locate the direction of Shueqing River. Although our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has spies all over the continent, we will be able to find the evil dragon's hiding place sooner or later, but the Spirit Hall seems to have already known the evil dragon's whereabouts, and the Pope has even dispatched himself. It is said that the evil dragon was slain by the ancestors of the Qian family and all the soul masters in the continent. Maybe the Spirit Hall has special skills to deal with evil dragons. It would be bad if we let them find Ao Xing first. So, we can only join the Tiandu royal family first, and then find a chance to see if we can tame the evil dragon. If it's really impossible to tame him, then I can only... Ning Fengzi's facial features became sharp, and his whole body revealed a ferocity that was not typical of an auxiliary spirit master. Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo nodded in agreement. Indeed. The spirit hall is already too powerful. If the evil dragon Aocine becomes their right-hand man, considering the character of the current Pope Bibi Dong, the landscape of Douluo continent may undergo a dramatic change. It is hard to say whether the Seven Treasures glazed sect can continue to exist. Dad, Grandpa Gu, Grandpa Jian, what are you talking about here? Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open, and a young and beautiful figure walked in lively and briskly. It's the little princess. Ning Fengzi's expression turned from gloomy to cheerful, and the two old men looked even kinder. Wrong, why did you suddenly stop practicing today? Wrong, do you want to go play in Tiandu City? Wrong, how about Uncle Jian take you flying in the sky? Oh, Grandpa Jian, I'm not a child anymore. Ning Wrong said helplessly, Shrek's 5-year period is coming soon. I want to prepare some gifts for them, so I ended my retreat early. What? The evil dragon is in Wuhan City. Inside the Tiandu Palace, Emperor Shuiye was shocked after receiving the news from the spies. He was lying on the bed recuperating. He half stood up and asked seriously, are you sure the evil dragon is in Wuhan City? This is of great importance. As the ruler of a country, Emperor Shuiye lacked all dignity and calmness at this moment. The spy's news came like a bolt from the blue, and it made him think a lot. Why would an evil dragon appear in the most heavily guarded Wuhan City in the entire Douluo continent? Also, what is the relationship between the spirit hall and the evil dragon? Was it the spirit hall that was behind the evil dragon abducting Shui King He? Your Majesty, according to the clues of the Bailian orb, I can confirm that the other orb is in Wuhan City. However, since Wuhan City is heavily guarded and I cannot enter due to my identity, I have no way of confirming where exactly the evil dragon is hiding in Wuhan City. The spy trembled as he reported all the information he had found to Emperor Shuiye. This. Emperor Shuiye's expression suddenly became solemn. Is the Spirit Hall going to take action against the Heaven Do Empire? Your Majesty, this is most likely the work of the Spirit Hall. A Shui family relative staff member nearby said, yesterday, the Pope showed up in the Star Do Great Forest with 3 titled Douluo level masters. This is no longer a secret. What is the intention of the Spirit Hall? There are only 2 reasons. One is that they got the news to hunt the dragon, and the other is that they quietly took the dragon away from the Star Do Great Forest. But there is absolutely no possibility that they would take the initiative to help us snatch the Crown Prince back from the dragon. Now, the Pope has returned to Wuhan City, but the Crown Prince's life or death is unknown. In addition, we have discovered that the evil dragon is in Wuhan City. So, it is very likely that the evil dragon was secretly kept by the Spirit Hall and then used to snatch the prince away. This relative told Emperor Shuiye his conspiracy theory in vivid detail. This seemingly absurd speculation was liked by other ministers around him. There is no other explanation except this speculation. I think he's right. This is what the Spirit Hall would do. The evil dragon in ancient times was killed by the Qian family. Maybe they had some way to preserve the dragon egg and then secretly hatch it. The people around were chattering, but Emperor Shuiye remained silent. If it was really done by the Spirit Hall, then things will be troublesome. Report. Prince Grand Tutor, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect Master Ning Fengzi requests to see you. Suddenly, someone reported. Please invite him in quickly. Emperor Shuiye was very excited after hearing this. He knew that Ning Fengzi had been wanting to enter the power center of the Tiandu Empire by investing in Sweking River over the years, and his ambition was extremely great. But it is undeniable that he does have strong capital and a sharp brain, and when it comes to making suggestions, he is more than 1 level higher than his relatives and ministers. His arrival now is indeed of great help to the current situation. At least, it can stabilize people's hearts. After all, the bureaucrats all knew that Ning Fengzi was from the faction of Crown Prince Shui King He, and he would never sit idly by. Emperor Shuiye didn't waste any words. After Ning Fengzi arrived, he directly told the other party all the information he knew so far. Your Majesty, I think there's no need to hide some things. It's better to make the matter of the twin jade ripple orbs public and let the Spirit Hall come out to explain. I think the Pope doesn't want the 2 empires and the Soul Masters to collectively oppose her, right? Ning Fengzi explained today the evil dragon kidnapped the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire. Will it be the Crown Prince of the Xingluo Empire tomorrow? Evil dragons are the enemy of mankind and soul masters. If the spirit hall really keeps evil dragons in captivity, then it is standing on the opposite side of humans and spirit masters. Even though there are many soul saints, soul Douluo, and titled Douluo in the spirit hall, can they be as powerful as all the soul masters in the world? So, why not lead everyone outside of Wuhan City and announce the matter of the twin jade ripples to the world, and ask Wuhan Hall for an answer? Great! Before Emperor Shuiye could speak, the ministers beside him applauded and cheered. See? Emperor Shuiye thought about it and could only say helplessly, this is the only way for now. I hope King He is okay now. The Tiandu Empire is in the north of the continent, and the Xingluo Empire is in the south. Tiandu City and Xingluo City are far apart. However, since both empires had many flying spirit masters as spies, 2.5 days after Tiandu Prince Shui Qinghe was abducted by the evil dragon, the news finally reached the Xingluo royal family. For a moment, the Dai and Zhu families were all shocked. The emperor even directly ordered the border troops to be on martial law and enter a level 2 war state to prevent the evil dragon from entering the Xingluo border. However, he also knew that this move would be of little use in preventing a sudden attack from the evil dragon. But at least it's better than the corrupt Tiandu Empire, where they only realized it later when an evil dragon broke into the imperial city and abducted the princess, right, at the same time. Ao Xing, the evil dragon who caused a huge uproar in Douluo continent, was now flying leisurely towards the west. As a smart dragon, Ao Xing noticed something strange from Ning Fengzi's recruitment and Bibi Dong's attempts to tame him. Through indirect questioning of Jian Rongxiu along the way, he learned the secret that if you grab the horns of a young dragon and then compete with it in physical strength, you can tame the dragon. No wonder after Bibi Dong grabbed my dragon horns, she could only use half of her strength, and her brain seemed to be filled with paste, unable to think normally. I thought she used some soul bone skill. Ao Xing suddenly realized, the Xingdu Great Forest is geographically sandwiched between the Tiandu Empire, the Xingluo Empire, and the Wuhan Palace, and the evil dragon is not a soul beast. The two things in the core of the forest and the guys underground probably have the same attitude towards me as towards humans. If we continue to stay in the Stardo Great Forest, we will be attacked from all sides. So, why not find a safer place and slowly complete the task of taming the princess, and then come out and move around after you can transform into a human or evolve a second time. Ao Xing looked down and saw Jian Rongxiu gradually calming down after he talked to her and promised that he would not harm her life. Zioxiu, have you ever seen the sea? Who allowed you to call me Zioxiu? Jian Rongxiu frowned and scolded coldly, looking a little angry, but after a moment of silence, she quickly and softly said no. That's great. Let's find an island to settle down. Spring is here, flowers are blooming, facing the sea. Woohoo, I'm looking forward to it. Ao Xing was very excited, but Jian Rongxiu was dumbfounded. She never imagined that her answer would lead to her being abducted to an island by a dragon. Island? Doesn't this mean being far away from the mainland? Then how can Grandpa find me? Chapter 16. Purple Pearl, the house was stolen. It was a long flight, I don't know how long it lasted. Finally, a hint of deep blue appeared in sight. It's the sea. Ao Xing suddenly felt refreshed. His eye sockets expanded unconsciously and his eyeballs felt a slight pain, as if he wanted to take in the vastness in front of him. It doesn't mean that the moon in Douluo is rounder and the sea is bluer. In his previous life, he had also traveled to Qingdao, Ningbo, Ludao and other places to see the sea. But at that time, we were just standing on the beach or on the embankment looking at the sea level, which was completely different from the magnificent seascape that we see today when looking down from the sky. Wow! Jian Rongxiu couldn't help but exclaimed. She has a special status. When I was a child, I basically never left Wuhan City except for obtaining spirit rings. When he was 9 years old, he infiltrated the Tiandu Palace. Therefore, although she, as the young master of the Spirit Hall, knew many secrets of the Douluo continent, she did not know much about the ferocious beasts and big fish in the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. After all, the capital of the Tiandu Empire is located in the very center of the empire's territory. The north is the far north, the west is the vassal state, the south is the star forest, and the east is the sunset forest. To reach the far east, one must pass through the sunset forest and the swamp area before reaching the wild and backward eastern subordinate principality. In the far north, the environment is harsh and the soul beasts are generally very old. Therefore, if princes and nobles wanted to go on vacation to the seaside, they could only choose to travel west to coastal cities such as Hanhai City in the Haagen-Dazs province. As the crown prince, Shui Qinghe would not leave the territory actually controlled by the Tiandu Empire. After all, compared to the highly centralized Xingluo Empire, where only Zhu's relatives rule the Alpha Kingdom, the Tiandu Empire, which has 4 kingdoms, 5 provinces and many subordinate principalities, is too complicated and chaotic in terms of public security. After the successive deaths of 2 princes, Emperor Shuiye even ordered that Shui Qinghe and Shui Beng were not allowed to leave more than 500 miles away from the capital Tiandu city. Therefore, Qian Rongxiu's daily life is actually very monotonous, and her range of activities is extremely limited. Now that she saw these unfamiliar scenes that she had always dreamed of, she naturally felt much better. However, her exclamation also attracted Ao Xing's attention. Without disturbing Qian Rongxiu, Ao Xing quietly opened the system panel that only he could see, and called up Qian Rongxiu's information bar. Name, Qian Rongxiu. Age, 27. Mood, confused, shocked, worried. Thoughts, I'm so hungry. Taming degree, 5/100, note, it will fluctuate depending on mood and thoughts. Compared to the time in the Star Forest, taming degree increased from 3 to 5. However, Ao Xing knew clearly that the increase in these 2 points of taming degree was not because he and Qian Rongxiu had talked about many topics after leaving the Xingde Great Forest. Because when the two of them were chatting enthusiastically, his obedience to Qian Rongxiu even increased to 8 points. Now, after a night of silence, it has dropped back to 5 points after a big battle with her mother Bibi Dong. According to Ao Xing's speculation, the improvement in these 2 points was most likely because he displayed relatively strong strength during the fight with the people from the Spirit Hall. After all, people admire the strong. For example, when ancient ancestors tamed wolves into dogs and wild horses into good horses, the first step was to use force to make these animals subdue. After that, they are fed and kept in captivity to increase their tameness and loyalty. Ao Xing seriously injured Tu Douluo and shook Bibi Dong off. As someone who is familiar with the strength of those people, Qian Rongxiu naturally thinks that he is very powerful. Even if, no matter how much she hated him in her heart, the existence of her admiration for the strong attribute inevitably increased Qian Rongxiu's taming value. Compared to before, she no longer struggled or resisted during the flight on Ao Xing. In this regard, Ao Xing was quite considerate and let Qian Rongxiu sit on his back instead of being grabbed and taken away. After knowing that she couldn't escape the dragon, she didn't do anything to make Ao Xing angry or do anything out of line. Confused, shocked, worried. You're not scared anymore. Ao Xing looked at Qian Rongxiu's mood column on the system panel and was a little surprised. But he soon figured out the key. After all, I have made it clear that I will not hurt her. Moreover, as the young master of the Spirit Hall and the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, it would be strange for Qian Rongxiu to still be afraid after such a long time, right? After guessing Qian Rongxiu's thoughts in his mind, Ao Xing increased his flying speed. They had been flying for most of the day and he was very hungry. We need to find an island to rest and get some food first. In order to avoid being discovered by the Spirit Hall or the Heaven Do Empire before he gained sufficient strength, Ao Xing tried his best to avoid human gatherings on his way from the Star Do Great Forest to the seaside. But he couldn't guarantee that no one had seen him along the way. After all, the appearance of the gem dragon is really cool. As long as there is a ray of light, it can refract dazzling light. Therefore, he had no choice but to go to an island in the distant sea to avoid being searched by the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire. If we fly a little further, we should be close to the sea area under the jurisdiction of Poseidon Island, right? Hehe, even if my appearance interferes with the timeline in the past few years, Shrek and his companions will definitely go to Poseidon Island. I should have completed the task of taming the princess by then, hehehe. Tang-san, even if you and I don't interfere with each other now, I will definitely not let you go. Also, Ning Rong Rong, I will never forget the good things your father did. I will definitely keep my word. Ao Xing kept thinking in his mind, no, why do I remember that when I was in Yuexuan, I also established a fog. The sun has set below the sea level and the moon is high in the sky. The thin clouds are constantly changing their shapes in the night sky. The stars are twinkling and colorful. The night sky over the sea is exceptionally clear. A pirate ship with a skull logo flying on it is cutting through the waves on the sea. On the bow of the ship, there is a violet circle painted. This symbolizes that the ship is a pirate ship of the Purple Pearl Pirates. At this moment, on the deck of the pirate ship, a group of shirtless men were surrounding a graceful woman with very little clothing, drinking continuously. She is the leader of the Purple Pearl Pirates, although Purple Pearl's skin color appears wheat-colored due to long-term exposure to the sun. But she had eyebrows like a waning moon, a high nose bridge, strong thighs, and slender and smooth calves. She was a very rare beautiful pirate. Thank you all for helping me get the 6th soul ring. This cup is for you all. As for the remaining wine, let's drink it once we get to Purple Pearl Island. Zai Zhenzu's eyes flickered. She knew clearly that there were several leaders in the pirate group who had ill intentions towards her, so she made excuses. However, she never expected that her base camp had been occupied by an evil dragon. Chapter 17. Mouth. Zai Zhenzu never thought that she would be robbed at home just because she went out to sea to hunt for soul rings. When she and her pirate brothers returned to Purple Pearl Island, they found that no one on the island came out to welcome them. As a pirate who had been living on the edge of a knife for many years, Zai Zhenzu immediately realized that something had happened in his lair, but to everyone's surprise, the one who occupied the magpie's nest was not a human, but a soul beast that could speak human language. You said you were a dragon. Who believes it? A one-eyed pirate laughed out loud as he looked at the giant lizard in front of him that was emitting colorful light and had a pair of wings. They have lived on the island since birth and have never heard of any stories about evil dragons. How can a dragon be so many? Come on, show me how to breathe fire, and I will spare your life. Otherwise you'll just be chopped into pieces. No, you're covered in gems, so you should be very valuable, right? Ao Seeing ignored the one-eyed pirate's ignorance of his own limitations and his eyes fell on Zai Zhenzu. The unique shape made him guess the other person's identity at the first moment. What a coincidence! I didn't expect that. I just wanted to find an island to settle down in order to avoid searches from the mainland, but I accidentally found the Purple Pearl Island. If I remember correctly, the Shrek 7 Devils found the Sea God Island with the help of Purple Pearl, right? The identity of Purple Pearl is not clearly stated in the original novel. However, many readers of the comics were misled into thinking that she was the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Ao Seeing did not agree with this. After all, Zai Zhenzu's martial soul is Sea Viper, and she is a Sea Soul Master. The Spirit Hall's base is on the mainland, so how could they possibly find a Sea Soul Master to be their saint? Obviously, Purple Pearl should have been expelled from Poseidon Island. It was for this reason that when the pirate group returned to the island, he did not directly take action to eliminate this group of people. After all, the house on the island was too small, and as a dragon, it was not suitable for him to live in. Ao Seeing needs this group of soul masters to help him and Qian Rongxiu build the evil dragon's residence, the cave castle. Who the hell are you? Don't play tricks on me. Zai Zhenzu also pointed at Ao Seeing arrogantly, with contempt in her eyes. As someone who came from the Sea God Island, she had naturally heard of soul beasts that could speak human language. The guy in front of him who claimed to be an evil dragon was too cute in appearance, and unlike those sea overlords that were over 100,000 years old, he was not huge in body. In her opinion, it might be to get some flying soul beasts through chance. Now, this guy actually wants to occupy Purple Pearl Island and take away the foundation she has built over the years. This is naturally unbearable for the hot-tempered Purple Pearl. When we get to Purple Pearl Island, you have to coil up for me. If you are a tiger, you have to lie down for me. Since you look cute, if you surrender now, I will allow you to bring me water to wash my feet. Purple Pearl's words caused all the pirates to laugh in agreement. The noisy sound also woke up Qian Rongxiu, who was sleeping in the room behind Ao Seeing. When she heard these pirates uttering such arrogant words to the evil dragon, she couldn't help but mourn in silence. Last night, the evil dragon Ao Seeing discovered the largest island in the nearby sea and landed there. After the pirates left on the island discovered them, they immediately launched an attack. However, Ao Seeing simply spit out a ball of fire, and all the pirates were wiped out. How dare these guys? Qian Rongxiu began to mourn for the pirates in her heart. According to the character of the evil dragon Ao Seeing, these people would probably turn into a pile of ashes, fertilizing the land under their feet. She secretly observed the dragon's expression through the window. Really? Ao Seeing's vertical pupils slowly narrowed. After spending a few days together, Qian Rongxiu understood that this was a sign of the other party's anger. As a woman, your mouth stinks. Ao Seeing stared at Zai Zhenzu and spoke coldly. Being watched by a pair of dragon eyes. Even under the scorching sun, Zai Zhenzu suddenly felt cold all over. However, seeing the younger brothers behind her constantly yelling at Ao Sing, she, as the leader of the pirate group, felt that she could not lose face and raised her voice again. You are worthy of being called a dragon. Legend has it that the evil dragon is dozens of meters tall and hundreds of meters long. Just flapping its wings can cause a tsunami. A breath of dragon fire can evaporate an entire lake. Do you really think I've never heard of the legend of the evil dragon? You're just a colorful lizard with wings. As a former member of Poseidon Island, Purple Pearl is naturally different from this group of short-sighted pirates. She also knew some legends about evil dragons. However, seeing the soul beast in front of him, whose entire body seemed to be made of gems and whose size was less than twice that of an adult, claiming to be an evil dragon, she really couldn't hold it back any longer. You little thing, I'm afraid you can't even beat the Soul King, right? Under normal circumstances, the larger the soul beast, the older it is and the stronger it is. This is common sense in the world of soul masters. Faced with Zi Genzu's ridicule, Ao Sing did not explain too much, but instead raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. This scene was seen clearly by Jian Rongxiu, who was in the house. What an ignorant woman! Even a soul saint like me couldn't escape from the evil dragon, but facing the siege of 3 titled Douluo above level 95, he was able to handle it calmly. It's really life and death. Jian Rongxiu mourned for Zi Genzu in her heart. However, the scene of Ao Sing getting angry and attacking did not appear. What happened? It shouldn't be. Although the evil dragon did not harm her along the way, Jian Rongxiu knew that it was because of her identity as a princess. When facing Yuexuan's butler Ode, Ju Wu Douluo, and even Bibi Dong, the evil dragon Ao Sing was not so good-tempered. Why did the evil dragon not take action even though the female pirate leader was so rude? It slaughtered many pirate soul masters on the island last night, including some female pirates. Could it be that there was something about this female pirate that interested it? Jian Rongxiu looked towards Zi Genzu. The female pirate who was so arrogant just a moment ago now covered her throat with both hands. What the hell? At the same time, Ao Sing looked at Zi Genzu's embarrassed appearance, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He will definitely go to Poseidon Island in the future. Therefore, no matter how rude Zi Genzu treated him, he would not kill her. But as a dragon, he also would not allow anyone to offend his dignity. Therefore, Ao Sing just used time stop to give a slight punishment. It seems like I used too much force. Chapter 18. From now on, this place is called Dragon Square. The pirates didn't notice anything unusual. They waved weapons of various shapes in their hands and patted their bellies to cheer for their leader. However, the Purple Pearl seemed to be still stopped in time, frozen in place. Her jaw was completely out of control. No matter how hard she tried to control her masseter muscles, she couldn't close her mouth, which was open enough to fit a baby's arm in. The lower half of the face is completely numb, the throat felt like it had swallowed an entire egg coated with chili peppers. There was a tearing sensation, burning sensation, and irritation that kept coming, and Zi Genzu was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. The most uncomfortable thing was that her stomach, which was already a little bloated from drinking last night, felt like a few octopuses were stuffed into it, churning and nauseating, and a dizzying and nauseating odor filled her nostrils. Uncomfortable, so sad. Zi Genzu was in a trance. She didn't understand why she seemed to be cursed by plague in an instant, and her whole state became so strange. Time passed by second by second. The pirates also noticed the strangeness of their leader. Just as they were about to step forward to ask, the creature that called itself the evil dragon moved. He moved towards Purple Pearl, and at the same time, he said slowly and playfully, "The ignorant are always short-sighted and self-righteous. I have told you honestly that I am an evil dragon, but you don't want to believe it. In that case, can I only prove it myself?" As soon as he finished speaking, the colorful diamond-shaped cobalt scales on Ao Sing's back suddenly separated and floated in the air. The next moment, they moved as fast as streams of light and shot towards the crowd of pirates in front of them. Shuttle. Cut. In less than a second, the scales covered Ao Sing's back again. In front, several bloodlines slowly appeared on the skin of a dozen pirates exposed to the air, and then their bodies gradually split into several parts, and blood gushed out and fell onto the golden beach below. A bright red blood mist filled the air, and a strong, pungent fishy smell rushed straight to everyone's head. These are the people who just laughed at Ao Sing the most cruelly. The other pirates who witnessed this all screamed in panic. Some turned around and ran towards the pirate ship behind, but the majority of them knelt on the spot in fear. No one expected that the seemingly cute soul beast could be so cruel and create a massacre in just a moment. What kind of strength does it have? It can't really be an evil dragon, even if they are extremely vicious. They are sea scavengers who plunder and fight on the sea all day long. But seeing such a bloody scene, many people burst into tears and urinated. Seeing this, Ao Sing looked slightly disgusted. He opened his mouth and blazing dragon flames gushed out. The scattered pirate fragments, the pirates who ran towards the purple pearl ship not far away and could not control their excretion organs, were all burned into black ashes in a very short time. Lord Evil Dragon, I am short-sighted. Please spare my life, please spare my life. You are the real evil dragon. I am blind and don't recognize you. Lord Dragon, I have an 80-year-old mother and an unborn son. Please spare me. All the pirates present were soul masters, including some at the soul sect and soul king levels. In the nearby waters, these people are well known. But at this moment, many of them have already lost all their bodies. After seeing Ao Sing's strength, the pirates who had been so arrogant before now became even more arrogant than their grandsons, and kept begging for mercy. Noisy. Ao Sing glanced at the pirates in front of him with disdain, and then said coldly, I've already told you that I'm an evil dragon, and you insist on forcing me to prove it. Haha, this is what happens when you anger a dragon. From now on, I, the evil dragon Ao Sing, am the master of this island, and you are all my slaves. Don't try to escape. I don't think you want to disappear from this world like them, right? Ao Sing deliberately showed his sharp, serrated dragon teeth to make himself look more ferocious. But in his heart, he was lamenting. After choosing the gemstone root and crystallizing his entire body, the various gorgeous gemstone crystals on his body surface really made his appearance completely free of the word ferocious, and even a little cute. Even the kidnapped princess Qianrongxiu couldn't help but praise him. But he is an evil dragon. Does the dragon understand? An evil creature that is terrifying and daunting. Which evil dragon looks like this? Perhaps, after the advancement and the increase in size, it will look more terrifying. Ao Sing shook his head and was no longer worried. He turned his gaze towards Purple Pearl. This fierce woman had completely lost her temper at this moment. She sat there in a daze and with a look of fear on her face. Ao Sing walked up to her playfully and stretched out his dragon claws. Click! The dislocated mandible was reattached. I heard that you want me to bring you water to wash your feet. No, it's not. So you mean there's something wrong with my ears and I heard it wrong? No, no. The dragon's calm words made Purple Pearl panic. I said it. I just... You don't need to explain. Ao Sing interrupted her and said, from now on, you will be the personal servant of the woman in the back room and take care of her food, clothing, and daily life. Also, go back and wash yourself first. If you continue to be as rough as a pirate when serving her, I don't mind dislocating your mouth again. Next time, maybe it won't just be your throat that gets torn. Zai Zhenzu's eyes focused and she nodded subconsciously. Although she didn't know what had just happened to her, she knew from the evil dragon's words that all the abnormal phenomena on her body were probably the evil dragon's work. How does it do this without anyone noticing? Zai Zhenzu racked her brains but couldn't figure it out. But she knew that the dragon's power was absolutely unfathomable. Perhaps, it is more powerful than those adults on Poseidon Island? A terrible thought flashed through Zai Zhenzu's mind. Ao Sing looked at her with an expression that showed he had everything under control. In the original novel, Zai Zhenzu was defeated by Tang San, whose soul power was inferior to hers but who had more means, so she recognized the other party as her boss. Obviously. This is a woman who admires the strong. Even if you think about it in an extreme way, she is very likely to be a contrast M. The longer you can defeat her or demonstrate your great strength, the more loyal she will be. Excuse me, Master, who is in the house behind? Really? Under Ao Sing's vertical gaze, Zai Zhenzu couldn't help but shrink her body and said timidly, I have never served anyone before. The one in the house at the back is the princess I stole. As an evil dragon, isn't it natural for me to snatch a human princess as my wife? Ao Sing smiled and said, also, the beach ahead is very nice. Wait and ask them to clean it up. From now on, this is Dragon Square. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Chapter 19, The coalition forces approach Wuhan City, and the Tiandu royal family wants the truth. Report. Your Holiness, an important situation has been discovered at the border. Outside the Pope's palace, the spy's voice penetrated through layers of walls and wooden doors and reached Bibi Dong's ears. Her face was ruddy, with beads of sweat on her forehead. She was half lying on the big bed in the room with her chest heaving slightly. After adjusting her rapid breathing, Bibi Dong used her soul power to wrap her voice and said majestically, "Explain. On the border between the Tiandu Empire and our Wuhan Palace, we discovered an army of tens of thousands of spirit masters. The team is led by Prince Swexing. In addition, there are Sect Master Ning and Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Sect Master Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, as well as Bone Douluo and dozens of Soul Douluo masters. Among them, there seems to be forces from the Xingluo Empire. What do they want to do?" Bibi Dong's expression, which was originally a little confused, suddenly became indifferent. She said coldly, "Do they want to attack our Wuhan Hall? Do you really think that since Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo are seriously injured, it's their turn to mess around?" Due to the previous actions in the Xingdu Great Forest, Bibi Dong and her group had no time to keep it secret after learning that Jian Rongxiu had been suddenly abducted. Therefore, many soul masters knew that Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo were seriously injured by the evil dragon. After hearing the news from the spy, Bibi Dong immediately thought that the Tiandu Empire wanted to take this opportunity to unite with the Xingluo Empire and the top-ranked and stronger sects on the Douluo continent to launch an attack on the Spirit Hall, thereby severely damaging the Spirit Hall and weakening its influence on the Douluo continent. They don't really think that just because Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo are unable to fight, the Spirit Hall cannot defeat the two empires and other sects, right? Bibi Dong felt very disdainful. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she knew how powerful the Spirit Hall was in Douluo continent. Whether it was low-level spirit masters or top combat forces, the Spirit Hall completely crushed the two empires. The only difference is the number of civilians and ordinary soldiers, which is not as good as the vast countries of Tiandu and Xingluo. If it weren't for the fact that old man Jian Daoliu did not stand on her side because of Jian Sunji's death and other reasons, Bibi Dong would have launched a war and started her plan to destroy the two empires. And now, the Spirit Hall has not caused trouble for the two empires, but the two empires actually dared to attack the Spirit Hall, which is simply rebellion against Tian Gang. Go and notify the cardinals who can be contacted within a short period of time and ask them to gather in the meeting room. Bibi Dong issued the Pope's decree. The spy agreed and left the Pope's palace. After Bibi Dong used her mental power to sense it, her originally tense face gradually relaxed, her whole body trembled slightly, and her hands were clenched tightly. She tried hard to control her muscles and squeeze the gem out of her body. When they were in the secret room, Kyung Sunji brought him pain and hatred. But now, she has long since transformed from a young girl into a mature and beautiful widow. That day, when she tried to tame the evil dragon Ao Sing, the feeling she experienced made her uncomfortable, but at the same time, she also had a hint of longing. The soreness and strange pain were something she had never experienced in decades. After returning to the Pope's palace, although she took out the gem from her body, she always unconsciously missed that feeling. Therefore, Bibi Dong could not hold back her impulse, and after several attempts, she became addicted to controlling her muscles to suck and spit out the gem. Aren't the sizes and shapes of these gems a little too perfect? Generally speaking, natural gemstones are basically polyhedrons, and their surfaces often have relatively sharp edges and corners. However, the few gemstones that the evil dragon Ao Sing left in his body were either pearls or crystal stones with many crystal faces that were almost spherical and would not scratch the skin. Bibi Dong wiped the gems clean, put them into the storage container, and then stood in front of the mirror and changed into the Pope's suit. Her figure is slender but full. He wore a luxurious lavender robe with gold patterns, a 9-curved purple gold crown on his head, and held a scepter taller than a person and inlaid with countless jewels. In an instant, Bibi Dong became majestic, noble, and elegant. My skin seems to have gotten a lot better recently. She couldn't help but sigh as she carefully looked at herself in the mirror. Afterwards, after adjusting her expression, Bibi Dong left the Pope's palace and went to the meeting room. I think Shui Ye is really tired of living. Do you really think that our Spirit Hall has been focusing on helping civilians awaken their spirits and training civilian spirit masters over the years, and that we can be bullied without a war? I think we should first send someone to ask the Tiandu Empire why they suddenly sent troops across the border. After all, if our Wuhan Hall and the Tiandu Empire fight, the Xingluo Empire will benefit. It must be the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family who instigated this. Otherwise, would the Heaven Do Empire dare to offend our Spirit Hall like this? They just want to take advantage of the fact that Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo are seriously injured to take a bite out of our spirit hall. In the council room, the cardinals were chattering and arguing non-stop. Bibi Dong sat in the first seat with a cold expression, not saying a word. Seeing this, a cardinal could not help but say, "Your Holiness, although the main forces of our spirit hall are scattered all over Douluo continent, with just one order from you, we can gather an army of 10,000 spirit masters in a few days. We can definitely fight back and forth with the army sent by the Tiandu Empire and the forces such as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family." Report. Just as Bibi Dong was about to speak, another spy arrived at the door. The other party has sent an envoy, saying that this time they are not here to start a war with Spirit Hall, but to get the truth of something. They said they hope the Pope can personally go outside Wuhan City and confront them face to face. Bibi Dong's eyebrows suddenly frowned slightly, and her expression became a little strange. Want the truth, face to face? The two words relayed by the spy gave her a bad feeling. Could it be that Jian Rongxiu's impersonation of Shui Qinghe has been discovered? It shouldn't be. Shui'er has been abducted by the evil dragon, and Emperor Tiandu has not discovered for more than 10 years that Shui Qinghe is Shui'er in disguise. What truth do they want? What do you want to confront? Tell their envoy that I will go there in person in half an hour. Bibi Dong thought for a moment and announced directly. Hearing this, the cardinals below were all furious. Pope, you must not do this. The other side has 3 titled Douluo, tens of thousands of troops, and the 7 treasures glazed sect master Ning Fengzi. If they are unfavorable to you, stop talking. Bibi Dong interrupted the cardinal. These guys are just a mob. I'm just curious, what truth do they want to know? Chapter 20. How dare you slander my spirit hall? Cede land and pay compensation. 50 miles away from Wuhan City, a plain covered with blue-silver grass. Thousands of civilian laborers followed the team, like engineer ants, spreading out in an orderly manner, sprinkling lime and realgar on a piece of land that had been cordoned off in advance to drive away the snakes, rats, insects and ants hiding there. After moving the stones and leveling the ground, the laborers laid wooden boards flat on the ground. Soon, a tent covering a huge area rose from the ground. The military personnel of the Tiandu Empire, headed by Prince Xuexing and Goran, as well as the leader of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect Ning Fengzi, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Poison Douluo Dugubo and other famous dignitaries and soul masters in the Douluo continent were seated there. In addition to these famous people, there were also many representatives of principalities and kingdoms wearing different armor and official uniforms, as well as an envoy from the Dai royal family of the Xingluo Empire. Such a scene is often seen when a powerful titled Douluo falls into evil and brings disaster to others, or when a sudden beast tide occurs in the Star Do Great Forest. And today they gathered together because Tiandu Empire's crown prince Shui Qinghe was abducted by an evil dragon. Prince Shui Qinghe was abducted by the evil dragon. Is this really related to the Spirit Hall? The Xingluo Empire was founded on martial arts, and the envoy was straightforward and said directly, Prince Xuexing, this matter is directly related to the future peace and stability of Douluo continent. War will always be the main theme of human civilization. Although Douluo continent is only a last place plane in the fantasy world, the bloody events in its history are actually no less than those in other planes. It seems peaceful now because Emperor Tian is sleeping under the Xingdu Lake, the Sun-Moon continent is still floating on the back of Douluo Star, and the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, the 2 nominal overlords of the Xingdu Great Forest, are hiding in the depths of the forest and swallowing their anger like cowards because of the hunting campaign launched by the Spirit Hall decades ago. The 3 strongest forces, the Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Empire, and the Star Luo Empire, happen to enter a relatively peaceful stage for various reasons. However, this peace is only on the surface. There are many open and covered struggles among various forces over land, resources, talent, etc. For example, the territory of the Spirit Hall has expanded from the original Spirit City to the area of hundreds of miles centered on the Spirit City, and a large number of branch halls have been established in the 2 empires. In addition to annexing many small countries and clans, these extra territories also included many territories that were originally part of the 2 empires. However, because they were afraid of the powerful strength of the Spirit Hall, the Tiandu Swan dynasty and the Xingluo Dai regime both cosplayed as blind people and pretended not to see. There is no way. In addition to its own strong strength, the Spirit Hall also represents a large number of civilian spirit masters. Although the two empires have profound foundations and vast territories, the combat power of their high-end spirit masters is simply not as good as that of the other side. Although, we are all adults and understand the principle of seed 5 cities today, seed 10 cities tomorrow, and then you can sleep peacefully tonight. But there is really no need to go into war with the Spirit Hall just for such a small piece of land. It is precisely this idea of the rulers of the two empires that has brought relative peace to Douluo continent in recent decades. And now the envoy of the Xingluo Empire questioned the Tiandu Empire because he was worried that the arrival of the troops at Wuhan City today would lead to a state of war between the Wuhan Hall and the two empires. After all, they have experienced a lot of the methods used by the contemporary Pope Bibi Dong. She has made an indelible contribution to the rapid development of Spirit Hall in recent decades. And the series of events that took place during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition 5 years ago revealed her ambition to the world. The words of the Xingluo Empire envoy were echoed by the leaders of other small forces. Emissary Zhu is right. We must treat this matter seriously. So many people saw with their own eyes that Crown Prince Xueqinghe was abducted by the evil dragon. Why is it related to the Spirit Hall? How can a creature as powerful as a dragon obey orders from humans? Prince Xuexing, do you have any evidence? We can't just rely on our numbers to force this ridiculous crime on the Spirit Hall, right? Faced with the noisy crowd below, Prince Xuexing felt quite helpless. If possible, he would not want to get involved in this mess. As a descendant of the fourth Prince Xuebeng, he wished that Xueqinghe would disappear into thin air, so that Emperor Xueye would have no choice but to appoint Xuebeng as the crown prince. Please be quiet, everyone. I, Ning, guarantee you that the Tiandu royal family is not bringing you all together this time to create trouble. Ning Fengzi suddenly stood up. The Xingluo envoys and representatives of small sects from other principalities and kingdoms all shut up when they saw that the speaker was the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. In their eyes, Ning Fengzi has always been a fair, friendly, and nice man. Since Sect Master Ning has said so, let's just wait and see how Prince Xuexing proves that the abduction of Crown Prince Xueqinghe by the evil dragon is related to the Spirit Hall. Oh, it's quite a big scene. You all gathered together, are you planning to start a war with our Spirit Hall? Before the people arrive, the sound arrives first. Bibi Dong's majestic and textured voice was transmitted into the big tent. The next second, most of the people sitting there stood up and leaned forward, saying in unison, "Welcome to His Holiness the Pope." Stop pretending here. Bibi Dong dropped from the sky in front of the tent, and behind her, dozens of cardinals above the level of Soul Saint flew over at a rapid speed. She had an annoyed look on her face, gnashing her teeth as she slowly scanned the various forces in the tent. Don't you think that since Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo are injured, you can start a war with Spirit Hall? Go to war? Prince Xuexing was a little confused. He came here on the orders of Emperor Xueye, wanting to find His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. How come the Pope said that he wanted to go to war with the Spirit Hall? Could it be that the evil dragon is really related to the Spirit Hall? Otherwise, why would the Pope threaten him with force without asking him why he came? The contribution of the Spirit Hall to the Spirit Masters of the entire continent is obvious to all. How could we ever think of going to war with the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengzi was from the Crown Prince's family. When he saw Prince Xuexing standing there stupidly, he couldn't help but say. A few days ago, Crown Prince Xueqinghe was abducted by an evil dragon. We came here just to ask the Pope about the whereabouts of the Crown Prince. When Bibi Dong heard Ning Fengzi mention the prince, her expression changed. Could it be that they knew that Xueye was pretending to be Xueqinghe? Wrong. If the Tiandu royal family knew that Xueye was pretending to be Xueqinghe, it would be reasonable for them to either secretly get rid of Xueye or expose the matter to the entire continent and isolate the Spirit Hall. There was no reason to come to the Spirit Hall to inquire about Xueye's whereabouts after she was abducted by the evil dragon. The Tiandu Empire should not know this secret. But just to be on the safe side, Bibi Dong still spoke expressionlessly and tentatively. It's really funny. Does your Crown Prince Xueqinghe have any relationship with me? Is she my son? Why did you guys come to my Wuhan city to inquire about Xueqinghe's whereabouts when she was abducted by the evil dragon? Your Holiness, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Ning Fengzi asked again with a gleam of secret joy in his eyes. I really don't know. Bibi Dong said irritably, I don't have the patience to waste time talking to you. What on earth do you want to do? If you want to know the whereabouts of Xueqinghe, I suggest you go find the evil dragon directly. Your Holiness, please don't be impatient. Prince Xuexing took out a large, round pearl with excellent appearance and a hint of green light floating in the light. Bibi Dong's pupil shrank. This gem was exactly the same as the one she had used as a prop in the ovulation game not long ago. She subconsciously used her mental power to detect her own space storage device. Still. But why does Prince Swexing have a pearl in his hand that is exactly the same as the one that the evil dragon Aoxing stuffed into his body? Bibi Dong was puzzled, while Prince Swexing said leisurely. This pearl is one of the many birthday gifts presented by King Bailashi of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom on the 60th birthday of Emperor Sui. It is called the Twin Jade Pearls. They are produced by giant clams that are 10,000 to 20,000 years old. There are 2 of them in total, a pair. In addition to the effects of improving eyesight, calming the soul and relieving heat, this gem has another interesting point, which is that no matter how far away, the end that is close to it will always flash a little green light. So, even if one of them is lost, as long as you hold the other one, you will be able to find it back. After Prince Swexing introduced the pearls in his hand, the envoy of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom immediately responded, "Indeed, I was responsible for delivering the twin jade pearls to Emperor Sui." "What do you mean?" Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, thinking slightly. Prince Swexing said in a resounding voice, "The evil dragon Aoxing attacked Yuxian at night and took Princess Shueke away. Prince Shueking he was kidnapped by the evil dragon when he was trying to exchange jewels for Princess Shueke. Among the jewels used for exchange, there is another Bailian pearl. We wanted to find the dragon and rescue the prince based on the Bailian pearl, but we discovered that the Bailian pearl was actually in Wuhan City." "Excuse me, Pope, what is the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the evil dragon? Did the Spirit Hall instruct the evil dragon to kidnap Prince Shueking he? If our Tiandu Empire does not call representatives from other countries and sects today, will there be many incidents in the future like the Crown Prince of Xingluo Empire being abducted by an evil dragon, and the heir of Kai Bao Liulai sect Ning Rongrong being abducted by an evil dragon?" Beside him were several titled Douluo, as well as representatives from a number of countries and sects, who were particularly tough in answering Bibi Dong's questions. Except for Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, Dugubo, Yu Yuanzhen, and others who knew this information in advance, the representatives of other major forces immediately started talking about it and looked at Bibi Dong excitedly. Just as Prince Swexing had questioned, they also began to worry about the Spirit Hall. After all, in recent years, the Spirit Hall has privately promised benefits to the affiliated principalities and kingdoms of the Tiandu Empire many times, and has also tried to win over some weaker sects. If the evil dragon really has connection with the Spirit Hall, and if they continue to refuse the Spirit Hall's solicitation, the prince and the young master might really be captured by the evil dragon like Crown Prince Shueking he, and their life or death may be unknown. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Just as everyone was waiting for Bibi Dong's response, she suddenly burst into laughter. Then he conjured out of thin air a pearl that was exactly the same as the one in Prince Swexing's hand, and said with a mocking expression. "I said. The other Bailian pearl, could it be this thing? Hee hee. You, the Tiandu Empire, are so heartless and ungrateful that you don't know what's good for you. A few days ago, Elders Yueguan Gaimei and I were in the core area of the Xingda Great Forest, searching for and hunting a precious soul beast as a soul ring for the Saint of the Spirit Hall. Just when we found its trace, we suddenly learned that the Crown Prince of your Tiandu Empire had been abducted by an evil dragon. The 2 elders and I gave up hunting soul beasts without saying a word, and instead tried to rescue Prince Shueking he from the evil dragon. It turns out that the evil dragon is a gem dragon that can detonate gems. It used the jewels given by your Tiandu Empire to injure the 2 elders. Now, not only do you, the Heaven Do Empire, not only do you not appreciate our kindness, but you also come to slander our Spirit Hall. Isn't that reasonable?" Bibi Dong's angry roar, which was packed with soul power, startled everyone present. Prince Swexing opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at the other green pearl in Bibi Dong's hand. Seems to be exactly the same. Could it be that the Spirit Hall was really wronged and caused a huge misunderstanding? At this moment, Ning Fengzi said. "Your Majesty, I have a question in mind. Since you said that the evil dragon Aoxing is a gem dragon and can detonate gems, why is this Bailian gem here with you? Shouldn't it be blown into pieces like the other gems?" "Master Ning, are you really stupid or are you just pretending to be stupid?" Bibi Dong asked back, "Excuse me, are pearls gemstones? You are the richest master in the world, you must know the difference between gemstones and pearls, right?" This Ning Fengzi looked a little embarrassed. Gems are produced naturally, while pearls are produced by clams. There is indeed a difference between the two in nature. But thinking of calling on people from other forces to interrogate the spirit hall about the plan he came up with for Emperor Shui Yet, Ning Fengzi continued to ask. The evil dragon Ao Xing is only a young dragon. Its strength is definitely not as good as that of the Pope and the two elders. May I ask why the prince and the evil dragon suddenly disappeared out of thin air? Is it the spirit hall that sent the evil dragon and the prince? Ning Fengzi, are you doubting this Pope? Bibi Dong suddenly shouted. In order to save Prince Shui Qinghe, the two elders were seriously injured. They are the backbone of my spirit hall, and I must save them first. As for the dragon, I might as well tell you that it fled to the west. You, the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, go and save him yourself. From now on, our spirit hall will never provide any help at all. From now on, I give you 1 hour to withdraw from the border of Wuhan City, otherwise it will be regarded as a war with my Wuhan Hall. Also, in order to help your Heaven Do Empire rescue the Prince, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were seriously injured by the evil dragon. My Spirit Hall's border will be extended 10 kilometers towards the Heaven Do Empire as your compensation. Bibi Dong had snatched the other billion pearl from Prince Swexing's hand at some point. Since this pair of pearls has the word twins in their name, they naturally cannot be separated. Just treat it as interest for your slander against Spirit Hall. Finished speaking. Bibi Dong did not stay any longer, but left the tent and flew back to Wuhan City. Ning Fengzi and Prince Swexing just stood there in a daze. It was clearly a good opportunity to weaken the prestige of Spirit Hall, so why did they end up ceding territory and paying compensation? When Prince Swexing saw the envoy from the Xingluo Empire laughing in front of him, his face turned as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Chapter 21. Zioxu, you don't want your grandpa to leave you, right? Ao Xing watched Ziai Zhenzu making dinner in the kitchen like a well-trained puppy, and he agreed more and more with what Zhang Ailing said. It's hard to tell now that this woman is the leader of a pirate group with a hot temper, foul language and a domineering attitude. Ao Xing teased in his heart, but he knew that he did not have a soul that could lead to the purple pearl. Because Zhang Ailing's words have a prerequisite, that is, there is love between the two and a relatively deep emotional foundation. Ziai Zhenzu's abnormal behavior was only due to her admiration for and fear of the strong. At this moment, maybe she wanted to skin herself alive and pull out her tendons. Azu, I have to soak my feet before going to bed at night, so don't forget to boil water for washing feet. Ao Xing's vertical pupils emitted a faint cold light, and he said with a warning, Hehe, don't think of poisoning me or anything like that. Even if I am immune to all poisons, I will still let you try it first. The evil dragon suddenly leaned in to whisper in her ear. Ziai Zhenzu's facial expression instantly tensed up, and she quickly explained, No, it won't happen, Master Ao Xing. Ang Ao Xing stretched out the tone and then left the kitchen. Purple Pearl breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the evil dragon had left. The vastness of the ocean is beyond imagination. The number of sea soul beasts is countless, and there are many extremely poisonous creatures among them. The island was occupied by an evil dragon, and Ziai Zhenzu was reduced from a leader to a servant. Naturally, she thought of using poison on the evil dragon, but because of the powerful strength displayed by Ao Xing, she was not sure whether the poison extracted from the sea soul beasts could work on the evil dragon. So, this idea was rejected. While Purple Pearl was cleaning and processing geoducks and oysters, she was secretly observing the evil dragon through the kitchen window. I saw the guy radiating precious light all over his body, gently flapping his wings, and suddenly appeared at the door of my house. Wrong, that house no longer belongs to her. The person living inside at the moment is the princess that the evil dragon kidnapped from the mainland. A sour feeling arose in Ziai Zhenzu's heart. She is different from ordinary women. She has never had any feelings for men since she was a child. But when she sees those women with sexy figures, beautiful faces, and fair skin, she always feels itchy to grind soy milk. Just a while ago, she was thinking about doing something big after obtaining her 6th soul ring, and going to a coastal city to rob a wife. After all, people living on islands far away from the land, regardless of gender, have to learn skills such as fishing and hunting birds from a young age, and their skin color is almost all dark. This is not in Purple Pearl's aesthetic. But today, she accidentally saw through the window the princess who was hidden in her own house by the evil dragon. Ziai Zhenzu swore that this was the most beautiful and perfect woman she had ever seen in her life. Her long champagne gold hair is like clouds illuminated by the morning sun, ethereal and dreamy like a waterfall. Her skin is like pure white jade, warm and fair. The bridge of her nose was straight, her eyes were slightly slender, her pupils were a noble lavender color, and her cherry-red lips made her the most perfect masterpiece in the world. Just one glance and Zai Zhenzu was haunted by her, thinking about her appearance in her mind all day long. Many times, they even forgot that the island had been occupied and they had become slaves of the evil dragon. But unfortunately, the princess who was kidnapped by the evil dragon didn't stand by the window for long before she went back into the house, causing Zai Zhenzu to be a little distracted. Ao Xing pushed the door open and entered the house. I saw Qian Rongxiu sitting on the bed with her legs crossed, her upper body straight, practicing. Without disturbing her, he sat on the dragon throne that was temporarily carved out of sea jade by the pirates, and stared at Qian Rongxiu quietly. Why is it so hard? It kind of hurts my butt. Ao Xing frowned. Because his entire body is crystallized, and the size of the evil dragon is half that of a human, the dragon throne made of ordinary wood cannot support his weight. Therefore, the pirates found a piece of sea jade with relatively high hardness and customized a chair for Ao Xing. But sitting on it made him feel very uncomfortable. Sea jade is not malleable at all. The dragon throne must be made of gold. Gold is the most ductile metal and is flexible and ductile. As long as the technology is in place, 1 gram of gold can even be stretched into gold wire of more than 4 kilometers. Unfortunately, the Purple Pearl pirates are so poor. There are only a few thousand gold soul coins in the treasury. You're clearly a pirate, why are you still called a bitch who robs the rich and gives to the poor? Ao Xing was secretly complaining. After becoming a dragon, he had an inexplicable love for gold. After arranging the task of building the Dragon Cave Castle for the pirates, he immediately went to the treasure cave of the Purple Pearl pirates. However, what he didn't expect was that the total value of the gold and silver treasures in the treasury was less than 5,000 gold soul coins. After asking, he found out that the woman Purple Pearl would divide part of the spoils equally among the pirates and part among the poor people on the island after each looting. At that time, he wanted to activate the time stop and punish Purple Pearl again. Everyone in Douluo continent has a martial soul. Even if they don't have soul power, they still have an advantage over ordinary people. As long as you are not like my late wife, the bad guy Tang Hao, how could you need help from others? It seems that we need to go to the coastal cities of the Haagen-Dazs kingdom to rob some. Ao Xing began to plan in his mind, a soft golden mattress, a throne inlaid with gems, a dragon crown for showing off, a golden bath, a golden toilet. Just as he was fantasizing about building Purple Pearl Island into his own base camp, Qian Rongxiu slowly opened her eyes. What do you want to do? After knowing that the evil dragon would not harm her for the time being, Qian Rongxiu's attitude towards Ao Xing became extremely cold. Apart from practicing on her own, she did not communicate with him. But during her training, the evil dragon's gaze prevented her from getting into her best state. Zioxiu, do you want to improve your strength through training here, and then find a chance to escape? Ao Xing stared at the woman in front of him with a creepy look. After hearing this, Qian Rongxiu was obviously a little flustered, but after thinking for a while, she explained this is just an isolated island in the sea. What else can I do besides practicing? I can't just watch the sea from morning till night, right? And it's easy to get tanned if I'm always under the sun. Besides, if I practice to become a titled Douluo as soon as possible, I can stay young forever. You're right. Ao Xing narrowed his eyes coldly and said, if you practice because you're bored and want to maintain your beauty, I won't stop you. Instead, I'll help you find some natural treasures that can help you increase your soul power. But if you are practicing in order to escape, I can only say that this is a stupid idea. Not only because, as a human soul master, your growth rate will never be as fast as mine as a dragon. Ao Xing stared at Qian Rongxiu closely, with an inexplicable smile on his face, and then asked in a very bewitching tone. Zioxiu, do you really think that if you break through the Soul Saint realm and cultivate to the Soul Douluo or even titled Douluo realm, you can return to your grandfather? Qian Rongxiu lowered her head in silence. She knew that even if Bibi Dong and Zhu Gui joined forces, they would not be able to gain any advantage over Ao Xing. If she wants to escape, she must either cultivate to level 99 in a short period of time, or a strong person of her grandfather's level must come to rescue her. Obviously, the latter is more likely. And Ao Xing seemed to have seen through her thoughts and continued to ask, your current soul power should be between level 68 and 69, right? Ah. Once you reach level 70, you can start the Angel Divine test with the help of your grandfather. Yet. Qian Rongxiu looked surprised, obviously shocked that Ao Seeing knew the secret. Then do you know what will happen after the God test begins? My strength will increase rapidly. If I pass the Angel 9 tests, I will be able to obtain the Angel God's residence. Since Ao Seeing knew the secret that she could start the 9 tests of angels at level 70, she should also know the inheritance of the angel godhood. Therefore, Qianrongxue did not hide it. Wrong. However, to her surprise, Ao Seeing actually denied her words and said faintly, I don't know whether you can inherit the angel throne. But once you complete the first 8 of the angel's 9 tests, you may never see your grandfather again. Can't see grandpa? Qianrongxue narrowed her eyes, and after thinking for a while, she couldn't figure out what Ao Seeing meant. So she looked at the evil dragon in front of her with half desire and half doubt, trying to find the answer from its expression. After all, putting Bibi Dong aside, Grandpa Qian Daoliu is her only relative. Moreover, Qian Daoliu has always been very caring towards her since she was a child. Even though Qianrongxue felt that Ao Seeing seemed to be deceiving her, she still wanted to know why it said that. Seeing Qianrongxue taking the bait, Ao Seeing did not keep her in suspense and explained directly. As far as I know, after completing the 8th angel test, if you want to start the 9th angel test, there is a necessary condition. That's it. The guardian of the god's residence requires sacrifice. Impossible. As soon as Ao Seeing finished speaking, Qianrongxue excitedly shouted, You are lying. You think I'm lying? Ao Seeing sneered, Why would I lie to you? You don't think that you can become a god just by passing a few tests, do you? If you want to become a god, in addition to reaching level 99 in soul power, you must also possess an inheritable godhood. If you don't have a divine position, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to break through the level 100 restriction. Secondly, we must complete the assessment for the godly position. The divine test is a test of the successor's talent, strength, belief, and character. The content of the divine test varies for different god positions. For example, the test of the angel god is to test whether the inheritor has a righteous heart, while the test of the Rakshasa god is just the opposite, and it requires extreme evil to inherit. After completing the godhood assessment, one cannot become a god directly, because becoming a god still requires the power of faith. Gaining the power of faith is the most difficult step in becoming a god. There are many people who, even though they have reached level 99 and completed the god test, are still unable to believe in becoming gods because they cannot muster the power of faith. Of course, there is also a way to become a god without taking the path of faith, and that is to sacrifice the guardian of the throne. All we need to do is sacrifice the guardian of the throne to start the final test. Then, as long as the successor to the throne passes the final test, he can become a god directly. Ao Seeing slowly and calmly told Qianrongxue the way to become a god. After hearing this, the latter's lips trembled slightly and his chest rose and fell, obviously he was a little excited. But after a while, she still said firmly, Grandpa is the guardian of the angel throne, but I can take the path of becoming a god through faith. Ahoy! Indeed. Ao Seeing nodded undeniably, but have you ever thought about what your grandfather would do when you start the 9th angel test if you pass the 8th angel test? Sacrifice? These 2 words immediately popped up in Qianrongxue's mind. She knew clearly that her grandfather Qian Daoliu would spend the rest of his life guarding the inheritance of the angel god's throne. He no longer cared about the affairs of the spirit hall. If she could really pass the first 8 tests of an angel, Grandpa would definitely choose to sacrifice her so that she could successfully inherit the throne of the angel. I am the 6-winged angel spirit. I am destined to inherit the throne of angels. I don't need a sacrifice from Grandpa. Qianrongxue roared at the evil dragon in front of her in a somewhat inappropriate manner. However, Ao Seeing still said calmly, That's just wishful thinking on your part. Your grandfather has dedicated his faith and the rest of his life to the angel god. To be honest, his love for you may not be as great as his faith in the angel god. Your martial spirit is a 6-winged angel, which is the material for becoming a god. That is why your grandfather would definitely sacrifice himself to start the 9th test of the angels. You're a smart guy, aren't you? I think you should now understand why the Qian family's angel spirit is passed down from one line to another. The harder you practice, the sooner your grandfather will leave you. Zioxu, you don't want your grandpa to leave you forever, right? Ao Seeing silently observed the perfect woman in front of him. With his extraordinary vision, Qianrongxue's eyes gradually became moist, and he observed every opening and closing of his nostrils. I am neither a soul master nor a soul beast. I am a dragon. I don't have any soul power. But my strength is far stronger than that of soul masters and soul beasts. This is enough to show that in addition to cultivating soul power, there are actually other ways to improve one's own strength. As long as you are obedient and live a good life with me from now on, I will find a way to help you find other ways to become a god. This way, your grandfather won't have to sacrifice himself in the future to help you become an angel god. Qian Rongxiu's eyes were red and tears were streaming down her cheeks from time to time, while the evil dragon's bewitching words kept echoing in her mind. Chapter 22. Instead of burying yourself in cultivation, why not follow me to see the beauty of the world and experience the beauty of life? I guess you've never really relaxed in all these years. Qian Rongxiu is in a sensitive mood. Ao Xing is not very good at comforting women, and he also hates comforting women. After he finished speaking, he walked out of the room and lazily lay on the beach. While sunbathing, he opened the system panel. Name, Qian Rongxiu. Age, 27. Mood, sad, tangled, painful. Thought, Grandpa, woo-woo-woo. Taming degree, 12/100, note, it will fluctuate depending on mood and thoughts. Judging from her mood and thoughts alone, it is not difficult to see that Qian Rongxiu still cannot accept the spoiler that her grandfather Qian Douluo will choose to sacrifice himself when the 9th test of angels begins, and she is immersed in sadness. But when he noticed the improvement in taming degree, satisfaction flashed in Ao Xing's eyes. Obviously, his words reduced Qian Rongxiu's desire to escape. The mood label has tangled. It seems that she is probably expecting Qian Douluo to come and save her, but is also afraid that after Qian Douluo rescues her, he will urge her to cultivate to Soul Saint and then start the Angel Divine examination, right? Ao Xing thought proudly. According to Qian Rongxiu's personality, she would definitely rather not improve her cultivation than have her grandfather leave her. When she figures it out, maybe the taming value will increase a lot. If you read Douluo carefully, its meaning will become clear. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as unfathomable as a needle in the sea. However, Zhang Wei's portrayal of each female character in the novel is superficial and not in-depth. Whether it is the heroine Xiaowu or other female supporting characters, the description of the emotional levels is not delicate but very straightforward, which is extremely consistent with the positioning of the target readers of Xiongnan Youth Publishing House and is convenient for reading. It is for this reason that Ao Xing can confidently say in Douluo continent, no one understands Qian Rongxiu better than me. He was sure that after Qian Rongxiu had gone through an ideological struggle, her resistance and rebellion against him would definitely be reduced a lot. There may be a rift between them. But in subsequent communication, at least many obstacles can be alleviated. This is very helpful in reducing the difficulty of improving the taming value. Ao Xing's mood suddenly became better, and his abdomen made gurgling sounds. I'm a little hungry. Ah, is dinner ready? In the blink of an eye, Ao Xing came to the kitchen. Just finished, Lord Evil Dragon. Zai Zhenzu put her hands on her stomach and answered respectfully. Hearing this, Ao Xing's mouth began to secrete saliva rapidly. Purple Pearl Island is located southeast of Poseidon Island and due west of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom. It is exactly where the warm current from the southwest of the Tiandu Empire and the cold current from the south of the far north meet, and the fish catch is extremely rich. There are all kinds of fish, shrimp, and shellfish. You can even often catch tropical fish that come along the warm current, or large sharks and whales that move south along the cold current. Ao Xing hadn't eaten for nearly 2 days and was already starving. After Purple Pearl confirmed that dinner was ready, he walked impatiently to the large dining table that the pirates had hastily prepared. However, as his eyes swept across the plate, his expression instantly turned gloomy. Love mentor Eileen Chong also wrote in Lust, Caution. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. After seeing the meal made by Zai Zhenzu, Ao Xing agreed with this statement even more, and he asked with a stern expression, Azu, do you think that a dragon like me would eat these things? That's outrageous. Oysters boiled into a dark grey paste, geoducks grilled black, large fish cuts half cooked. Ao Xing's face turned black with anger. Just by looking at the appearance, you can tell it is a dark dish. This woman Zai Zhenzu is simply wasting resources. Master Evil Dragon. I've never cooked before. But I promise that these foods are absolutely not poisonous. Zai Zhenzu explained hurriedly. Her eyes were filled with fear and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. You've never cooked before? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lord Evil Dragon, you never asked me. Zi Genzu said aggrievedly. He. No need to explain. Ao Seeing suddenly stared at Zi Genzu and said, I can't eat the seafood dinner tonight, so I have to change the taste. The evil dragon's creepy gaze made Zi Genzu tremble all over. What does it mean to change the taste? Zi Genzu suddenly thought of a legend she had heard on Poseidon Island. The evil dragon likes to eat young girls and children. Are you trying to eat me? No, I am almost 30 years old, but I am still a young girl. No, the evil dragon definitely doesn't mean to eat me, it just is. Just when Zi Genzu fell into extreme panic, an imperceptible force froze this piece of time and space. Ao Seeing slowly walked towards Zi Genzu. Oh, what a pity. Ao Seeing recalled that when he was in the Star Do Great Forest, he also tried to take off Bibi Dong's papal robes. But the robe was complicated to wear and had a lining, which made it difficult for him to get his hands on it. If she really wanted to take it off, he could still do it, and he could even help her put it back on after releasing his dragon nature. But for a strong person of Bibi Dong's level, with a little thought, he could probably guess that he had the ability of time and space based on the sudden pain in his body and the subtle changes in his clothes. After all, the soul fusion skill of Chuigui and Wushu Douluo 2, bipolar stillness field, also involves some effects in time and space. If they meet in the future, if Bibi Dong is on guard, Ao Seeing will most likely be tricked instead. So in order to be conservative, he used a few jewels at the time, and also deliberately emphasized to Bibi Dong that he was a gem dragon, misleading the other party and making her think that he used the ability to control jewels. It becomes smelly over time. After walking out of the kitchen, Ao Seeing did not cancel the time stop immediately, but went to the water tank on the island that stored fresh water and scooped some clean water to wash his body. For islands far away from the mainland, fresh water is the key to controlling population. Fortunately, many sea soul masters have the ability to purify sea water. But fresh water is still one of the most scarce things on the island. Hey, I'm thinking of building an artificial fountain in front of the dragon castle in the future. Or should I find a chance to catch a whale soul beast and keep it in captivity? Deep sea demonic whale king. Forget it, I can't beat him now. But speaking of which, where is that little bastard Tang San now? The 5-year period should be coming soon, right? Calculating the time, if nothing unexpected happens, they should be heading to Poseidon Island within 1 or 2 years. GG. Chapter 23, Pippi Shrimp, let's go. Where is the evil dragon? The evil dragon that wanted to go crazy and eat people suddenly disappeared from sight. Before Zi Genzu could think about it, she suddenly felt dizzy, her legs went weak and she fell to the ground. A tearing and numb feeling, like a torrent after a rainstorm, rushed up from the bottom to the top of her head. In an instant, tears welled up in her heroic purple eyes, and her brows were furrowed, looking pitiful. And the brain is like being filled with paste, unable to think at all. Purple Pearl collapsed on the ground, shaking and twitching as if she had accidentally touched the rare sea beast, the Ghana electric eel king. A strong electric current ran through her whole body, causing her to tremble and twitch constantly. It took an unknown amount of time before her consciousness gradually became clear. With her hands on the ground and using all her strength, Zi Genzu managed to hold up her body. She took difficult steps and moved towards a chair not far away. However, the short distance seemed extremely far to her. Every time she moved, her abdomen felt like it was stabbed by a dagger, causing unbearable pain. Even when we left Poseidon Island and encountered a storm at sea and were beaten by the waves for a whole day and night, it didn't feel this bad, did it? This feeling is almost the same as in the morning. But in addition to the burning pain of tearing, there seems to be a bit of numbness and soreness. Above the sea, the evil dragon spread its wings and flew slowly, living comfortably without anybody's help. Although the ingredients for the dinner prepared by the pirates were of good quality, they were, after all, ordinary seafood, not powerful sea soul beasts. If he didn't want to experience the feeling of being served, he would not have bothered to taste these things. Now, Zi Genzu's cooking skills gave him a reason to go out and look for ingredients. The sparkling waves reflect the golden sunset. If an ordinary person were faced with this refraction phenomenon, he would absolutely not be able to observe the seabed through the sea surface, but Ao Seeing's pair of dragon eyes could easily see the situation dozens or hundreds of meters below the sea. Why are most of them ordinary fish? Ao Seeing was a little disappointed. It had been a quarter of an hour since he left Purple Pearl Island. According to his flying speed, he had actually crossed dozens of miles of ocean. However, along the way, no old sea soul beasts that could be used as food were found. On the contrary, what we saw were basically regular fish or low-age sea soul beasts. That's right. If the ocean is full of sea soul beasts, there probably won't be many ordinary fish. Any 1,000-year soul beast of the shark or whale type can eat up a whole group of fish and shrimps in one go. Ordinary fish and shrimps simply can't outrun these sea soul beasts. The sea should also have the same order as the star forest, right? Ao Seeing figured out the key, so, in a certain sea area, there should be one or several overlord level 10,000-year soul beasts, dozens of 1,000-year soul beasts of different ages, and tens of thousands of 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. Otherwise, the common fish, shrimp, seaweed, and other creatures at the bottom of the food chain will probably become extinct. After thinking about this, Ao Seeing no longer flew in a straight line, but flew close to the sea surface, circling a certain area to conduct an investigation. About 2/4 of an hour passed. Ao Seeing raised the corner of his mouth, revealing his jagged white teeth. Immediately, he rushed directly into the sea. White bubbles rolled, fish and shrimp scattered, and the calm underwater world was suddenly crossed by a white line with a dark purple tip. A golden armored mantis shrimp king, which was waving its claws and trying to pry open the shell of the 1,000-year-old red gold sea urchin beast with amazing defensive power, loosened its claws. It turned and looked behind. However, before it could catch sight of any dangerous creature, it was brought out of the water. Woohoo, Pippy Shrimp, let's go! Ao Seeing directly brought the golden armored mantis shrimp king out of the sea. Although the soul beast he caught was huge and light golden in color, Ao Seeing recognized it as a mantis shrimp at a glance by its appearance. In order to ensure the freshness of the dinner ingredients, Ao Seeing did not kill it immediately. Therefore, when the golden armored mantis shrimp king discovered that it was a small flying soul beast that grabbed it from the sea and brought it to the sky, it immediately roared angrily. In the ocean, one's cultivation level is often proportional to one's body size. For most sea soul beasts, the stronger they are, the larger they are. This golden armored mantis shrimp king has been cultivating for 24,000 years. Its body length is nearly 6 meters, twice that of Ao Seeing. It is the overlord of this sea area. Now that he was caught and flown into the sky by a little creature that was neither snake nor bird, the mantis shrimp king was naturally furious. It twisted its body frantically, trying to use its powerful force to disrupt Ao Seeing's flying rhythm and bring it into the sea. After all, the sea soul beast's home ground is the sea. Even if they leave the sea for a short period of time, most sea soul beasts cannot exert more than 1/3 of their strength. However, what the mantis shrimp king did not expect was that the creature holding him was still flying steadily in the air and was not affected by it at all. Then, the mantis shrimp king stretched out his claws and used all his strength to clamp down on the dragon claw that was holding him. "Are you tickling me?" Ao Seeing was slightly angry, and he roared at the mantis shrimp king with his voice wrapped in dragon breath. The next second, the soul beast that was more than 20,000 years old was so scared that it sprayed a stream of water and rushed down. No wonder the mantis shrimp is called the mantis shrimp. Ao Seeing muttered and flew rapidly towards the purple pearl island. "Does any one of you need a 6th soul ring?" Ao Seeing's voice enveloped most of the purple pearl island. Many low-level pirate soul masters trembled with fear when they heard the evil dragon's voice. After waiting for a long time, no one answered. Seeing this, Ao Seeing felt it and found that the highest level among the pirates was purple pearl, level 62. The rest have not yet broken through to the Soul Emperor level. It's a pity that you are not lucky enough to enjoy such a great opportunity. After throwing the still shaking mantis shrimp king onto the island casually, Ao Seeing flew around the purple pearl island and landed on a rocky coast in the northwest. After some observation, he stretched out his finger and moved it around a relatively flat rock. He then breathed out dragon fire, baking the rock for a few seconds, and then gave a light push, and a flat slab of stone was peeled off. Azu, prepare the seasonings such as peppercorns, fine salt, and chili peppers. Ao Seeing suddenly appeared beside Zi Gensu. The latter turned pale and nodded like a chick pecking at rice, fearing that he would anger the evil dragon and be destroyed again. It is to pile up several layers of stones of the same height, and then place the stone slab just made on top to make a simple stove. Inside the room, the tears in Qian Rongxiu's eyes had dried up, and her emotions had calmed down. She naturally heard Ao Seeing's loud voice. 6th soul ring. What the hell is the dragon doing? Qian Rongxiu walked to the simple wash basin in the room and drew some water to wash herself. But at this moment, a strange, salty and unique smell drifted into the house. Chapter 24. Don't lose weight. Saliva was secreted and a wave of hunger came over me. Qianrongxiu just realized that she hadn't eaten for more than a day. Smelling the mixed aroma of spices and unknown meats brought into the house by the salty sea breeze, her stomach seemed to have suddenly emerged from the abyss, and the feeling of hunger was extremely strong. Following the smell, she walked out of the house for the first time. The setting sun has already fallen into the sea, but the fine and clean golden sand still exudes warm residual heat. The source of the fragrance is not far away. How can peppercorns and salt taste so amazing when fried together? Dip fried shrimp in this sauce, and wash it down with a bucket of rum, and I can't believe how happy I am. A golden armored mantis shrimp king that's over 20,000 years old. Is the evil dragon actually eating it for dinner? So the evil dragon eats soul beasts. I always thought it ate humans. I'm so scared. The pirates stood outside the beach that Aosing had designated as the Evil Dragon Square, whispering to each other. The golden armored mantis shrimp king is more than 20,000 years old. A soul beast of this level of cultivation would require at least a soul sage to take action, and then the combined efforts of several powerful soul emperors to kill it. But the evil dragon treated it as food. Several soul king pirates in their 50s felt very regretful when they thought about the evil dragon asking if anyone needed a sixth soul ring. Not enough soul power. Humph, there's nothing to regret. How could the evil dragon be so kind? Maybe it has some evil intentions. A soul king pirate with a lonely look pouted and pursed his lips. When he looked at the evil dragon that was cooking the mantis shrimp king again, a beam of dragon flame shot towards him. The next second, he turned into a fireball and rolled on the spot. Oh, since you know that the evil dragon has no good heart, why do you still bully me behind my back? Aosing sneered. Ridiculous ant. Soon, the Soul King was burned to ashes. The other pirates were suddenly silent and dared not say anything. The Purple Pearl pirates had a total of more than 200 soul masters, but 1/3 of them were slaughtered by the evil dragon in just one day. At this moment, everyone is in danger. Many pirates looked at their leader Purple Pearl with sad expressions, hoping that he could find a way to help them escape the slavery of the evil dragon. They knew that the leader came from the mysterious holy land of sea soul masters. And over the years, it was her methods and insights that helped the pirate group grow stronger. The team leader should have a solution, right? They were disappointed. Zi Gensu, who used to be competitive, now stood there timidly, looking extremely petite and weak. Her body was even shaking for no apparent reason. Is this still the female pirate leader who is famous in this sea area? She's just like a weak common woman. Although the evil dragon is powerful, Purple Pearl Island was once their territory after all. Could it be that the evil dragon Aosing is more familiar with the environment in this area than them? Even if there is no possibility of killing the dragon, you can still find a way to escape and then make a comeback in a new sea. However, Zi Genzu looked as if she had lost her soul and had no intention of resisting. Humph. Qianrongxiu saw Aosing casually killing a pirate, but did not show any disgust. As the inheritor of the angel martial spirit, she has never had a good impression of those who do evil in the world. Pirates, robbers on the sea. Even though the Purple Pearl pirates often help the poor under the leadership of Purple Pearl, who among these bandits has not done something that angers God and man, Qianrongxiu's true character is not only not saintly, but actually very decisive in killing. The reason why she snorted slightly just now was because she felt that the dragon's method of roasting to kill the pirates was a bit inhumane and should have been killed instantly. Although Aosing is an evil dragon. I'm hungry. Qianrongxiu calmly walked behind Aosing. Wait a minute. You have to control the heat when cooking. You can't use a high heat like roasting a person. Aosing didn't seem surprised. Instead, he gently spit dragon fire at the mantis shrimp king on the thin stone slab. Under his treatment, the shell of the originally golden mantis shrimp king gradually faded into orange-red. As various seasonings are sprinkled, the aroma becomes more and more fragrant. Qianrongxiu's eyes were full of surprise. Can a dragon cook? Who would have thought? Shouldn't this kind of creature be a raw eater and like to eat its prey alive? Qianrongxiu looked at him curiously, her beautiful eyes like clear pool water, smart and lively, and it was unknown what she was thinking about. The pirates on the periphery all stood there in a daze. Is this the princess that the dragon kidnapped? So beautiful, blonde hair, phoenix eyes, fair skin, tall, and extraordinary temperament. Even the most beautiful woman in the nearby seas, their leader Zi Gensu, instantly pales in comparison to her. There are such beautiful people in this world. In an instant, many pirates who were planning to escape from Purple Pearl Island gave up the idea. As long as I can get a few more glances at the blonde goddess, what's wrong with being a slave to the evil dragon? All the pirates who were killed by the dragon today did so because they were so foul-mouthed and insulted the dragon. Otherwise, how could it turn out to be a roasting of Hujian and a roasting of people? Although this evil dragon is capable of all kinds of evil, he does not eat humans but instead eats cooked food. He is clearly a civilized dragon, not one of those soul beasts that eat raw meat. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by it on time, there should be no danger to your life. Moreover, when the evil dragon asked them if anyone needed a sixth soul ring, it was obvious that he was planning to give the soul ring of the 20,000-year-old mantis shrimp king that was being cooked to someone in need. For a moment, the lust-obsessed pirates began to find reasons to stay. It is said that human eyes and wine are a good choice for a midnight snack. Suddenly, the evil dragon's sinister voice sounded. The pirates who were staring at Qian Rongxiu and drooling suddenly came to their senses. They immediately shifted their gaze, either staring at the beach beneath their feet or looking toward the sea. Ao Xing stretched out his dragon claws and used his sharp crystal-like nails to gently scratch the shell of the mantis shrimp king. The next second, the head, tail, and claws of the mantis shrimp king were separated, and the plump tender meat was sizzling with oil and the aroma was fragrant. The pirates all widened their eyes. The claws of the mantis shrimp are not as strong as those of marine creatures such as crabs and lobsters, but the shell on its back is one of the hardest creatures except for turtles. The evil dragon was cut in half so easily. What kind of strength is it? Why does it feel like even a titled Douluo level warrior can't pose a threat to it? Eat it. Ao Xing sprinkled some pepper salt and chili powder again, cut a piece of plump mantis shrimp meat into strips, placed it on a shrimp shell, and handed it to Qian Rongxiu. There are too many. And I need tableware. Qian Rongxiu frowned, somewhat resistant. Trust me, you can finish it. Eat more and gain more weight. I'm already so slim, I can't lose any more weight. Chapter 25. Zioxiu, please enjoy your own life. Salt is the king of all flavors. After being roasted and ground, Sichuan peppercorns can secrete special substances that stimulate the lips and teeth and have a unique spicy aroma. The combination of the two can not only stimulate the taste buds to become more sensitive, but also neutralize their respective flavors. Adding a little bit of chili powder can not only increase the flavor level of the salt and pepper shrimp, but also prevent the heavy salt and spiciness from covering up the sweet taste of the ingredients themselves. The meat of the 20,000-year-old mantis shrimp king was firm and chewy, tender and juicy. Paired with the unique dipping sauce, Qian Rongxiu's appetite was whetted as she repeated the steps of chewing and swallowing. After a while, the mantis shrimp meat that Ao Xing had cut was put into the empty plate, and her belly gradually became round. Qian Rongxiu was still not satisfied. She felt that she could eat some more. However, after catching sight of the evil dragon biting off chunks of king shrimp meat with relish, she thought for a moment and then stood up and walked towards the house. After all, I am also a princess. He had been pampered in the spirit hall since childhood, and later pretended to be the crown prince in the Tiandu palace for so many years. Even if she wanted to eat, the aristocratic etiquette engraved in her memory forced her to inhale and hold her stomach in. She walked back to her room gracefully and immediately went to the bathroom to wash off the oil stains on her lips with clean water. I am full. Belch. Ao Xing burped and said, you can eat the rest if you want. It's not shameful to eat the leftovers of this evil dragon. The size of the mantis shrimp king is about twice that of Ao Xing. He devoured the food in no time and only ate a quarter of it. As for what Qian Rongxiu ate, it was negligible. The remaining meat was enough to fill a small boat. The pirates looked at each other, and when the dragon left, they all swarmed over. Oh my god, there is such a delicious food in the world. Mom, I finally made it. I can actually eat the meat of a 20,000-year-old soul beast. This taste is so amazing. It's hard to imagine that this delicacy was made by an evil dragon. Hey, my soul power seems to have increased a little, breaking through from level 31.5 to level 32. Stop yelling, otherwise this will be your last dinner. Ao Xing's voice was heard from inside the house. The pirates, who were originally noisy and excited, suddenly fell silent. Even many people dared not make too much noise when chewing, for fear of angering the evil dragon. Are you used to sleeping on this bed? Ao Xing looked at the room that was incompatible with Qian Rongxiu's appearance, and couldn't help but frown and ask. I'm not as delicate as you think. Hey, there's no need to express your hatred towards me. Ao Xing said slowly, I didn't kill your mother Bibi Dong, nor did I hurt old man Qian Daoliu. More directly to you. Hearing the evil dragon's sophistry, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but angrily said, should I be grateful to you? Thank you for kidnapping me to this desolate little island in front of me, Bibi Dong. Thank you for making my grandfather worry. There's really no need to thank me for making Qian Daoliu worry. Ao Xing said nonchalantly, but you really should thank me for kidnapping you. What are you talking about? Seeing Ao Xing's shameless answer, Qian Rongxiu narrowed her eyes and a hint of anger appeared on her face. Did I say something wrong? If I hadn't kidnapped you, would you be as free as you are now without having to worry about being discovered by the Tiandu royal family? If I hadn't kidnapped you, could you have taken off your disguise, ended Shui Qinghe's life, and become Qian Rongxiu again and be yourself? If I hadn't kidnapped you, would you have known the secret of your grandfather's sacrifice in the 9th test of your angel's divine test? Ao Xing once again used the evil dragon's innate ability to bewitch others and asked Qian Rongxiu a question. The latter, faced with its questioning, became dazed for a moment. Shui Qinghe's life? Qian Rongxiu's life? Memories of her past life immediately filled her mind. I can no longer remember what my father Qiang Sunji looked like, but I know that he was 70% similar to my grandfather. Since childhood, her grandfather Qian Daoliu was the person who loved her the most, followed by Qian Sunji, and then her mother Bibi Dong. However, after her father Qiang Sunji had an accident, Bibi Dong distanced herself from her. Only her grandfather and the priests in the Hall of Elders could bring her happiness. But this did not last long. After just over a year, she was arranged by her mother Bibi Dong to go to the Tiandu Empire and began her life as Shui Qinghe. She found opportunities to kill the eldest prince Shui Luoquan and the third prince Shui Haizang. And she truly became the second prince Shui Qinghe and began the life of the Tiandu crown prince, and was no longer the young master Qian Rongxiu who possessed the six-winged angel spirit and was great and glorious. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 18 years, Qian Rongxiu's memories from then on were all about her life in Tiandu Palace and Tiandu City. 2 relatives who were related to her by blood, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong, had disappeared from her life. No. Not like this. As long as the plan to steal the country is completed, I can live my life again. This is only temporary. Even if I have been Shui Qinghe for more than 10 years, I will still be Qian Rongxiu for most of my life. I will still be myself. Qian Rongxiu was a little out of control, her voice was no longer clear and pleasant, but rather a little hoarse. Are you sure that after you killed Shui Yi's 2 sons and disguised yourself as Shui Qinghe, even if your plan to steal the country succeeds, you will still be you? Besides, the plan to steal the country will not succeed. Ao Xing considered it for a while and decided to tell Qian Rongxiu the truth. By kidnapping you, I am helping you end Shui Qinghe's miserable life ahead of time. How could it not succeed? The Tiandu Empire looks strong on the outside but is weak on the inside. Once our spirit hall wipes out the 7 treasures glazed sect and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, what will the Tiandu Empire do to resist? By then, I will become the emperor of the Tiandu Empire, and the spirit hall will be able to quickly annex the Tiandu Empire. Then I can get my life back. Ha! Ao Xing shook his head. I can't tell you why now, because you won't believe me even if I tell you. You will know in the future. Zioxiu, all you have to do now is forget the past and enjoy your own life. In a few days, I will make Purple Pearl Island look brand new. Give me your space storage device. Have a good rest tonight. Seeing Qian Rongxiu sitting on the bed stubbornly with her knees hugged together, Ao Xing took away her space storage device and said no more. He turned around and walked out of the room. He opened the system to check and found that the taming value had increased from 12/100 to 15/100. Obviously, these 3 points were enhanced by the delicious meal just now, and not by his previous misleading words. Once she figures it out, she should be able to rise a little bit. Ao Xing flapped his wings, left the Purple Pearl Island and flew towards the east. The material conditions on the island are too poor. He planned to let the soul master nobles in the coastal cities see the greedy evil dragon with their own eyes. Well, this time we're not only going to steal the gold and jewelry, we're also going to kidnap some craftsmen. These pirates are good at menial tasks, but their craftsmanship is terrible. While flying towards the land, Ao Xing recalled a tree made entirely of gold that he saw when he was traveling in Ao Island in his previous life. Chapter 26. Attack Yuexuan again. Ao Xing, never break my promise. Tiandu Palace, Imperial Garden. The rockery and strange rocks are stacked in an orderly manner, and the exotic flowers and plants compete for beauty. Despite such a beautiful scene, Emperor Shueya had no intention of appreciating it. Shueke looked at her father with a worried look on his face and felt extremely distressed. Ever since he learned that his brother Shueking was abducted by an evil dragon when he exchanged treasures for him, Emperor Shueya has been bedridden. With the treatment of the imperial physician and the help of Douluo, he was able to barely get out of bed and move around in the past 2 days. However, his hair and beard had become more grey, he never smiled, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead increased. You know, as the emperor of the Tiandu Empire, although his cultivation is not high, thanks to the nourishment of various natural treasures, the 60-year-old Emperor Shueya looks no different from a 40-year-old middle-aged man on weekdays. But in just a few days, he has aged a lot. The Spirit Hall has agreed to help find the evil dragon's trail. Do they have any news? Emperor Shueya slowly sat down in a pavilion and asked Shueke. A few days ago, the Tiandu Empire united various forces on the continent to expose the ugly face of the Spirit Hall. But I never expected that such a big mistake would happen. Pope Bibidong made a claim. After much deliberation, Emperor Shueya simply ceded some useless territories, compensated the Spirit Hall with rare treasures, and asked the Pope to help find clues about the evil dragon and Shueking He. Bibidong readily agreed. Father, there is still no news. Shueke showed a trace of worry. She was no less concerned about her brother Shueking He's safety than Emperor Shueya. Why? Emperor Shueya sighed, the depression in his heart was like compacted cotton, making it a little difficult for him to breathe. At this time, a palace maid came over quickly. Your Majesty, the Minister of the Kingdom of Haagen-Dazs, Ili, is outside the palace and has something important to report. The Kingdom of Haagen-Dazs? After being stunned for a moment, Emperor Shueya suddenly relaxed his brows and showed a look of joy. Although the Tiandu Empire mobilized the entire country, it failed to find the hiding place of the evil dragon. But we also got a lot of clues. More than one civilian who went out to release water at night, or some soul masters who were traveling at night, reported that they saw a smaller dragon-shaped creature flying to the west at night. Therefore, the Tiandu Empire also focused its search on the western border. And now, the vassal kingdom located in the westernmost part of the continent has actually sent ministers to Tiandu city. Obviously, something big has happened. Moreover, Emperor Shueya had a premonition that what his subject Ili was about to report was related to the evil dragon. Shueya quickly walked out of the inner palace and went to meet him. Your Majesty! A shocking case occurred 2 days ago in Hanhai City, an important city on the western border of our Haagen-Dazs kingdom. The tax money in Hanhai City's treasury was stolen by the evil dragon the night before. Hanhai City, the largest city in the western hammer of the Tiandu Empire and the prosperous commercial center of the Haagen-Dazs kingdom, is located on a huge island not far from the land and surrounded by sea water on all sides. Nearly 70% of the taxes that the Haagen-Dazs kingdom pays to the Tiandu Empire every year comes from Hanhai City. Now that the treasury of Hanhai City has been stolen, it means that the Tiandu Empire will lose a large amount of taxes paid by its vassal states this year. However, when Emperor Shueya found out, he did not show any anger, but smiled happily and said, "Come here, quickly inform the eunuchs to come to the main hall for a meeting in half an hour. Come with me to the side and tell me what happened. Pay special attention to everything related to the dragon." Foreign Minister Ili was somewhat surprised. Emperor Shueya had no intention of reprimanding Hanhai City for being unable to pay taxes due to the theft in the treasury. But after thinking about it, he suddenly understood. Crown Prince Shueking was abducted by an evil dragon. This concerns the future throne of the Tiandu Empire. Once the prince encounters an accident, the political situation in the Tiandu Empire will surely be in turmoil. As a bystander, the Haagen-Dazs kingdom saw this very clearly. Because in recent years, as the Heaven Do Empire continued to weaken, the Spirit Hall and even the Star Luo Empire had extended olive branches to the Heaven Do Empire's vassal states such as the Haagen-Dazs kingdom more than once. If the crown prince is confirmed dead, the fourth prince Shuebeng, who has been idle all day long, will become the emperor of Tiandu Empire in the future. There will inevitably be chaos in the empire. Inside the Imperial Council Hall, all the Tiandu nobles remained silent as they listened to the foreign ministers from the Haagen-Dazs kingdom describing in detail how the Hanhai City treasury had been stolen. The dragon was too fast and extremely cunning. It circled and flew away. We don't have a titled Douluo level warrior, so we can't track it. Therefore, You don't know which direction the little evil dragon flew after robbing the treasury. Ili carefully recounted the story of the evil dragon's surprise attack on Hanhai City. The Tiandu nobles said nothing and fell into deep thought. Hanhai City is located on the western frontier, and the empire's influence there is not strong, not to mention that the west of Hanhai City is the sea, the east is land, and the north leads to the far north. Ao Seeing is not an adult evil dragon and is not very big. It is too difficult to find his trace. Is it possible that we can only strengthen the reconnaissance around the Haagen-Dazs kingdom? Even if we know the evil dragon is in the western part of the empire, finding him is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The information provided by Ili could not provide effective help in finding the evil dragon. The officials from the former prince's lineage were all frowning and sighing. But Shueke suddenly said, "The dragon circling away means that it doesn't want us to know the direction it left. Doesn't this mean that the place where it is not far from Hanhai City? Otherwise, it could just fly away in one direction like it did last time when it kidnapped my brother. It is no secret that the dragon is cunning." Shueke suddenly changed her thinking, triggered it from the evil dragon's perspective, and deduced her guess by reverse engineering its behavior, which won unanimous praise from the Tiandu nobles. Emperor Shueye decisively gave an order and dispatched 100 search teams to intensify the exploration of the western border of the Haagen-Dazs kingdom. Ao Seeing was familiar with the route and sneaked into Tiandu city. When he arrived above Yuexuan, he narrowed the range of the time-stop field to just cover Yuexuan. Then he slowly walked in. The wall that was broken by it a few days ago has now been repaired. The Yuexuan students from the previous class also graduated 2 days ago. At this moment, there was no one in Yuexuan. After some searching, Ao Seeing found Tang Yuehua sitting next to the harp. Time to stop and release. The next moment, melodious music echoed in the room. Ao Seeing closed his eyes and enjoyed this elegant music that only the nobles of the Tiandu Empire could listen to. Tang Yuehua seemed to be completely unaware that the evil dragon was right behind her. She continued to pluck the strings with her fingers, which were as delicate as lotus roots. "Since you've discovered me, there's no need to pretend you don't know." Ao Seeing heard the music rhythm suddenly become chaotic at a certain moment, so he opened his eyes and said, "Tang Yuehua, I said I would come back." Chapter 27. Purple Pearl can only suffer again. The royal nobles of the Tiandu Empire never imagined that just when they were worrying about where the evil dragon was hiding, Ao Seeing actually appeared in Yuexuan again. The dragon spoke. Tang Yuehua, with her back to Ao Seeing, trembled unconsciously. But because she had been immersed in etiquette over the years, she did not panic, but continued to play music. Ahoy! Ao Seeing was a little disappointed that he didn't see Tang Yuehua panic. Evil dragons also have dignity. Okay, this reaction was simply an insult to him. Tang Yuehua released the noble ring to calm herself down so that she could finish playing the music well. As the younger sister of Tang Xiao, the leader of Haoshan sect, she has seen too many big scenes. At the same time, she also knew that evil dragons rarely harmed women of noble status. Therefore, Tang Yuehua forced herself to immerse herself in the music at this moment to reduce the fear in her heart caused by the sudden appearance of the evil dragon. Just when her mind was once again completely absorbed in the performance, she suddenly felt something cold, stretching out her right upper arm and slowly moving towards her armpit from behind. What is this? She estimated it in her mind. About 3 fingers wide and cylindrical. Could it be? Almost instantly, Tang Yuehua imagined a disgusting scene. She was playing the piano, and the evil dragon took the opportunity to stuff the phantom dragon under her armpit, so that every time she moved her arm to play the piano, the skin on the outside of her ribs would rub against the skin on the inside of her upper arm. The sound of the piano stopped suddenly. Tang Yuehua knew very well that with her soul power of less than level 10, she had no way of resisting the evil dragon. But this does not mean that she will pretend not to know and help the evil dragon in humiliation. Tang Yuehua made up her mind. Perhaps, under the control of the evil dragon, she had no way to resist. But as a woman who has been deeply influenced by aristocratic etiquette and spirit, she would never endure silently in order to live a humiliating life. It's indeed 3.6 billion, the same as Sana. Ao Seeing muttered in his heart, feeling a little proud that his eyes were like a ruler. And Tang Yuehua suddenly realized something was wrong. How could something so hard bend in front of you? She glanced at it and was surprised. It turned out to be the evil dragon's finger, right? The dragon was about twice the size of an ordinary adult, and she was a woman, so 3 of her fingers were as wide as one of the dragon's fingers, which was normal. I'm too nervous. There's no way to escape anyway, so I might as well accept it calmly. Tang Yuehua felt a little amused at her own wild thoughts due to excessive nervousness. After taking a few deep breaths, she turned and looked at Ao Xing. My eldest brother is the leader of the Haoshan sect, and you are just a young dragon. If he knew that I was kidnapped by you, do you think he would stand by and do nothing? I think we can talk. Tang Yuehua mustered up her courage and tried to negotiate with the evil dragon in front of her in a calm and textured voice. Why is this evil dragon different from the one we saw a few days ago? Is there a second evil dragon? There was a hint of shock in Tang Yuehua's eyes. She looked at the dragon in front of her, which was covered in brilliant cobalt diamonds. This is not the evil dragon that calls himself Ao Xing. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like an evil creature. Could it be that? Seeing that the evil dragon remained silent, Tang Yuehua said, You are not an evil dragon, right? You are just a young dragon. It must be like this. Is this the Aku spirit? Ao Xing was very unhappy that Tang Yuehua was not afraid after discovering him. Thinking back to the last time, when this woman also looked calm, the evil dragon's nature was revealed uncontrollably. A woman with a big ball and no brains. Have you forgotten that I said I would capture you and lock you up as a forbidden delicacy? And do you really think I don't know that the Haoshan sect is as cowardly as a mouse, closing the sect and locking the gates, hiding in the wilderness? Ao Xing put his arms through Tang Yuehua's armpits, directly strangling her waist, which was just the right size under her snow-white body, then broke through the newly repaired wall of Yuexuan and rushed towards the sky. Because the time stop was lifted. The civilians, soul masters, and nobles on the street also saw the evil dragon abducting a noble lady. For a moment, Tiandu city was in chaos. The spies lurking in the city used their own special methods to pass information to the outside. Master, an evil dragon appeared in Tiandu city and abducted Tang Yuehua, the master of Yuexuan Pavilion. My lord bishop, quickly go and tell the Pope that the evil dragon has appeared in Tiandu city again. Isn't Master Yuexuan the sister of that guy? This young dragon is probably going to be in trouble. I have to inform the clan leader immediately. In the Tiandu palace, Emperor Shuiyat, who had just finished a meeting in the palace, returned to his bedroom exhausted. Just as he was about to lie down on the bed, he didn't expect the palace maid to come running over and tell him that the evil dragon had appeared in Tiandu city again. Quick! Send someone to inform the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect Master Ning, and also, hide Shuike in the underground secret room. What a pity! I forgot to bring the gem. Ao Xing looked at the beautiful woman he had captured and felt a little regretful. 2 days ago he attacked the Hanhai City treasury and directly coerced the guards to use Qianrongxiu's space storage device to take away all the gold, silver, and jewelry inside and bring them back to Purple Pearl Island. His original intention of returning to the inland was not to kidnap Tang Yuehua, but to go to the metal capital Zhengzhen City to intercept Lu Gao and use coercion and induce him to help him build furniture and other items for the Dragon Castle. However, since Zhengzhen City is located at the junction of Tiandu Empire and Xingluo Empire on the east side of the Xingdu Great Forest, when he passed Tiandu City, he suddenly thought of the flag he had set before. Once a dragon speaks, it cannot be chased. So, he changed his mind temporarily and decided to kidnap Tang Yuehua first. Of course, this was not because Brother Huanlong controlled the evil dragon, but because the slaves on the Purple Pearl Island were either pirates or civilians, and their daily behavior was too rude. Ao Xing wanted to kidnap Tang Yuehua and let her teach Zi Zhenzu well and learn the daily behavioral norms of a qualified palace maid. Oh, that's annoying. This bastard Zhang Wei wrote a book about chicken feathers. Why is Tang Yuehua not even at level 10? I'm sick. The airflow carried Tang Yuehua's unique body fragrance and passed over Ao Xing's nose, making him feel itchy. But because he was afraid that his brother, the Phantom Dragon, would be too ferocious after turning into a crystal diamond and would directly torture Tang Yuehua to death, he had to suppress his dragon nature. Alas, if I go back, I will have to suffer for Purple Pearl even more. We can only tame Tang Yuehua after she can transform into a human form. However, compared to Purple Pearl, Tang Yuehua's scale is much grander. Can we try a different way of playing? Chapter 28. Playing with People's Hearts. Tang Yuehua collapses. The return trip was a bit boring. Ao Xing's eyes wandered on Tang Yuehua's face, which was tightly grasped by his claws and had a somewhat messy expression, and his eyes became more and more evil. He was like a demon from the abyss, grinning and revealing his sharp teeth. Xiao Yu, you don't want your nephew to die a violent death, do you? Hey hey! The evil dragon's whisper suddenly came from my ears. Tang Yuehua, who had been suspended in the air all the way and suffered from the bumps and bumps, now had her scattered pupils focused again. Nephew, is the evil dragon referring to Tang-san? Why does it know I have a nephew? Tang Yuehua's delicate body trembled. Tang-san, the son of her second brother Tang Hao, only appeared in her sight a year ago. Before that, she didn't even know that she had a nephew. During the 1 year that Tang-san was in Yuexuan, he had always used the fake identity of Tang Yin. Apart from Tang Hao, she was the only one who knew about it. Why does the evil dragon know this so clearly? Endless fear filled her heart. Could it be that the legend is true? The dragon's eyes have the power of hypnosis and can see into other people's hearts. Tang Yuehua's thoughts were in a mess. What does the dragon want to do? Why is it suddenly telling me this? I can't do anything now. Ao Xing saw the beautiful woman's expression. This Tang Yuehua is quite similar to Bai Ji. No, to Lu Tao. A strange idea popped up. Ao Xing thought of a female star from his previous life. Her face is not stunning or beautiful, but it gives people a very charming feeling. Tang Yuehua, as someone who has studied court music and etiquette in depth, happens to have a more decent appearance, but not charming or pretty. The two of them also have one thing in common. That is, their eyes are very watery and lively, which indicates that they are prone to romantic relationships in terms of physiognomy. Upright and tough, on the other hand, sentimental and confused, these two extreme contradictions appear on one face, which can easily lead people into the plot of accepting fate and being forced to sink, which is quite similar to some of the roles played by Mr. Xin Jinkan. It is for this reason that when Ao Xing saw Tang Yuehua, driven by his evil dragon nature, he always wanted to do what he loved. Fortunately, he still had his sanity. Otherwise, Tang Yuehua would be constantly attacked by the phantom dragon and would probably die on the spot. Does it really have to wait until the mission is completed and I can transform into a human form? Ao Xing was a little unwilling, and the anger in his heart suddenly exploded. He said viciously in Tang Yuehua's ear. "Gg. Xiaoyu, don't worry. Although I am an evil dragon, I always keep my promises. Just like I said before that I would capture you and make you my concubine, your nephew will definitely become a corpse in a short time. What do you want me to do?" The evil dragon's threat finally made Tang Yuehua, who had been silent, speak. The noble ring of her innate domain allowed her to remain calm at all times. Therefore, Tang Yuehua recalled the first words the evil dragon said. "Xiaoyu, you don't want to die a violent death, do you? Satsuki? Nausea. Did I tell you to do something?" Ao Xing pretended to be stupid, but his actions were honest. He lowered his flying altitude, slowly landed on the ground, and let go of Tang Yuehua. Well, one hand is the clear sky hammer, the other hand is the blue silver grass, a twin martial spirit that is 1 in a million. He has just reached adulthood, but his strength is around that of a soul emperor. This is even more of a genius in cultivation. What's even more frightening is that he actually obtained the god of killing domain. Tisk tisk tisk. If I can continue to practice normally, let alone become a titled Douluo, I'm afraid I can become a super Douluo or even an ultimate Douluo when I'm 30 or 40 years old, right? Ao Xing kept whispering, and Tang Yuehua's expression became more and more ugly. The evil dragon actually knows Tang San so well, its words were obviously meant to emphasize how talented Xiao San was and how limitless her future was. If he is killed by the evil dragon for no apparent reason, it would be a huge loss for the Haoshan sect, right? Ao Xing said, "I'm afraid Tang Hao must be heartbroken, having lost his wife in middle age and his son in old age. He is cut off from the sect and has no relatives or friends. How pitiful, really pitiful." Sure enough. This damn evil dragon really understands human nature. Tang Yuehua predicted what the evil dragon wanted to say, but she didn't know how to answer. "Hey! I'm tired after flying for so long." Ao Xing closed his eyes, lay on the grass and began to doze off. After becoming a dragon. His control over people's hearts has reached perfection. Tang Yuehua stood there in a daze. Looking at the evil dragon in front of her, her expression was difficult. Ao Xing didn't urge him. During this period of time, jumping back and forth, even if he was very strong, he would still feel tired. He simply entered a meditative state and did not move. I don't know how much time passed, but Brother Huanlong was promoted to the position. Very smooth. It's a little warm and gentle. Tang Yuehua's piano skills are really superb, gently rubbing, twisting, wiping and picking. 2.5 hours later. Ao Xing looked at Tang Yuehua with satisfaction, who had a dull expression. Just now, she worked very hard. It is obvious from this that she cares about him very much and doesn't want him to be killed by the evil dragon on the road of cultivation and be blocked halfway. Then, Ao Xing decided to tell Tang Yuehua a secret that no one knew. Your grandfather is not dead yet. Tang Yuehua, who was wiping the corner of her mouth, did not react, her eyes still a little confused and puzzled. What did you say? Your grandpa is still alive. Ao Xing was a little impatient. What? Tang Yuehua was a little shocked. She stopped wiping herself clean and squatted again in front of the lying Ao Xing. Really? Then do you know where he is? Ah. Can you tell me? Ao Xing's eyes flashed with teasing, but he didn't say anything. Tang Yuehua's eyes flashed with struggle, and she raised her hand to grab it, but Ao Xing suddenly stood up and stopped her. Do you really want to know where Tang Chen is? Okay. He is in the Killing City. The city of Killing. When Tang Yuehua heard this familiar place name, an earthquake seemed to occur in her pupils. Because Tang Hao and his son Tang San have both been to the city of slaughter. Since Grandpa Tang Chen was there, why didn't they bring back any news? Ao Xing raised the corner of his mouth and said with a wicked smile, when your grandfather's soul power reached level 99, he traveled all over the continent just to find the inheritance of the gods and move towards a higher level. He found the inheritance of the Shura god in the city of slaughter. However, his luck was a bit bad. When he was taking the divine test, he was attacked by the Rakshasa god and was parasitized by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. Of course, for a strong man of his strength, this is not fatal. But until one day, a young man came to the city of slaughter. This young man is outstanding. In order to obtain the god of killing domain, he prepared to pass through the Hell Road. And when passing through the Hell Road, he threw a snow swan kiss into the yellow spring dew below the Hell Road. Chapter 29. Zioxu, help me massage. Yellow spring dew is condensed from the souls of human soul masters. It can refresh the mind and increase soul power. It is a drink that everyone drinks in the city of slaughter. But there are trace amounts of toxins in it. The snow swan's kiss can stimulate the toxins in the yellow spring dew 1,000 times. After the snow swan kiss was thrown into the source of yellow spring dew became an untreatable poison. The fallen ones in the city of slaughter will die quickly according to the level of their cultivation, the amount of killing energy, and their own strength. Your grandfather is the king of killing. The poison in his body is even more horrible. Ao Xing smiled evilly and told Tang Yuehua what Tang San had done in the city of slaughter. And from Ao Xing's description, Tang Yuehua also knew that the young man Ao Xing was talking about should be Tang San, not Tang Hao. Because Tang Hao's experience in the city of slaughter was decades ago. If he had cast the snowy swan kiss, the city of slaughter would have been destroyed long ago, and Tang San would have been even less likely to obtain the killing god domain. So. The reason why the evil dragon told her that her grandfather Tang Chen was still alive and his whereabouts was not to ask her to provide more services, but to let her know that her nephew Tang San had personally killed Tang Chen? No, you're lying to me. Why should I lie to you? Ao Xing laughed. Silly woman, I am an evil dragon. I like you humans the most when you are heartbroken, ha ha ha. No, I cannot. You're just lying to me. How can you possibly know everything? You must have made this up. Tang Yuehua seemed to have received an electric shock. She was no longer as calm as before, and even became a little crazy and kept muttering these words. Ao Xing watched all this with great enjoyment. Why should I lie to you? What good would it be for me to lie to you? You can't run away anyway. You are just a forbidden fruit that I can do whatever I want to you. The evil dragon's sharp words made Tang Yuehua feel despair. She realized that what the evil dragon said was most likely true. So let's talk. The entire Haoshan sect, his brothers and she, had been searching for Tang Chen for all these years, but he was actually harmed by Tang San. As if unable to accept this result, Tang Yuehua pressed her palms against both sides of her forehead in pain and consoled herself. Xiao San didn't mean it. He just didn't know that the king of slaughter was his great-grandfather. This is just a misunderstanding. Haha, oolong. Ao Xing said disdainfully, this is inevitable. That little bastard Tang San is not a good person to begin with. His sinister and double-standard character destined your grandfather Tang Chen to die indirectly at his hands. The city of slaughter is indeed a gathering place for the fallen. However, how many of these fallen ones can leave the city of slaughter? How many people have passed the Hell Road trial over the years? In fact, once the fallen enter the slaughter city, it means they will spend the rest of their lives in the slaughter city. The existence of the slaughter city prevents the fallen from harming ordinary people in Douluo continent. Did Tang San really want to destroy the evil city of slaughter and those fallen ones by throwing the snow swan kiss into the yellow spring dew? No, that's just his excuse. He actually just doesn't want anyone else to go through the trial of the road to hell in the future. Ao Xing snorted, I am an evil dragon, and I can openly admit the evil I have done. But your good nephew Tang San, who appears to be pure and innocent and likes to stand on the side of justice, is actually a selfish, sinister, and dark beast. Tang Yuehua didn't know why the evil dragon kept attacking her nephew. However, she had to accept a fact. Grandpa Tang Chen is really poisoned because of Tang San's actions and he doesn't have much time left. For a moment, Tang Yuehua found it hard to accept. She was already in a mess and now became a little crazy. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, who had completely lost her previous dignity and calmness, Ao Xing suddenly felt happy and refreshed. This is the effect you want. He wants to completely enslave Tang Yuehua both mentally and physically. He didn't care that Tang Yuehua still couldn't accept the fact he told her and kept shaking her head and sobbing. Ao Xing flapped his wings, grabbed her and flew towards the Purple Pearl Island. Poseidon Island should still be west of Purple Pearl Island, right? If I wasn't so weak, I would really like to give it a try. Persian seems to have maintained a good appearance, right? Also, I remember there seemed to be a very beautiful mermaid Douluo. GG. Zioxiu, I brought back an acquaintance. Ao Xing returned to Purple Pearl Island. Qianrongxiu was in the room. She looked through the window and saw Tang Yuehua, who had been placed on the beach by him. She was immediately surprised. Perhaps it was because he was serving the evil dragon and had not eaten during the journey, which consumed a lot of his energy. Or perhaps it was the fact that Tang San poisoned Tang Chen that continued to torture Tang Yuehua and made her exhausted. Therefore, even after being put on the beach, Tang Yuehua was still in a semi-faint state. How could it be her? Yuexuan is the palace etiquette school of the Tiandu Empire. When Qianrongxiu pretended to be Shui Qinghe, she had been there more than once. Especially since last year, when Shui Ke became a student of Yuexuan, she would go to Yuexuan every few days. Of course, I am very familiar with Tang Yuehua. What if she knows that I'm pretending to be Shui Qinghe? Qianrongxiu frowned and looked at Ao Xing who walked into the room. The news that Crown Prince Shui Qinghe was abducted by the evil dragon had spread throughout the Tiandu Empire a long time ago, so Tang Yuehua naturally knew about it. She was not stupid. After seeing her here, she was very likely to guess that she was pretending to be the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire. She can't get away. She is the sister of the leader of Haoshan sect. I know. Ao Xing looked at Qianrongxiu and said, you have to know that you are Qianrongxiu now, not the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire. You have completely bid farewell to Shui Qinghe's life. We kidnapped Tang Yuehua to teach her the knowledge of serving Purple Pearl and train the etiquette of the maids in the dragon contract. In the past few days, they have been robbing people and robbing money, which has exhausted me. Give me a back rub. Ao Xing instructed Qianrongxiu in an imperative tone. Perhaps it was because I was too gentle to Qianrongxiu in the past few days in order to appease her emotions, so today this woman actually dared to frown and question me. This made Ao Xing very unhappy. I looked at the taming value and it has risen to 21/100. Ao Xing knew that in order to quickly increase the taming value, he had to use both soft and hard methods. Otherwise, it's too soft and someone will think it's a dragon liquor. What if it's too soft? Seeing Qianrongxiu standing there without moving, Ao Xing urged, hurry up, or I'll beat you up. Chapter 30. The evil dragon wants me to help him trample it. Spanking, Qianrongxiu frowned, but pursed her thin lips. Her eyes were like two light golden pearls in autumn water, flickering with a hint of panic. Immediately, a faint blush quickly appeared on her cheeks, just like peach blossoms blooming in the spring breeze. She bit her lower lip tightly, thinking of the scene in which she exchanged the jewelry for Shui Ke, who was abducted by the evil dragon and spanked by its tail. Shame, Qianrongxiu's slender fingers tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, and she stood there without any movement. Ahoy! Didn't you hear? The evil dragon urged with an evil voice, and at the same time seemed to be shaking its tail impatiently, not knowing whether it was a warning. Qian Rongxiu, on the other hand, took a difficult step forward. But soon, it retreated back. The slender and slightly sharp eyebrows above the phoenix eyes were slightly frowned. Ao Xing Miao saw that she was like a bewildered little deer, so he didn't say anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes and waited quietly. Seeing the evil dragon's attitude, Qian Rongxiu realized that she might not be able to avoid it. She walked to the side of the evil dragon very reluctantly, her breathing slightly quickened, but she tried to keep it steady. Why can't you press it? Qian Rongxiu looked at the dragon's body, which seemed a bit large compared to a normal person, and explained softly, I don't know where to start. Besides, if you lie down like this, I have to bend over. Ao Xing opened his eyes silently. He found himself lying prone, half a person's height, just at Qian Rongxiu's waist. The other person was pressing his back, and he really had to hunch over to touch his back. When he attacked Hanhai City a few days ago, he was busy plundering the wealth in the treasury and forgot to capture the craftsman. Therefore, the golden bed was still in the plan and was not put on the agenda. And Qian Rongxiu's bed, if you lie on it with the weight of the crystal diamond, it will probably collapse directly. How to do it? Looking at Qian Rongxiu's graceful figure standing beside him, Ao Xing felt a little troubled. How about you sit on my back and press it? What? Qian Rongxiu's eyes widened, and ripples appeared in them. Sit on it. Her originally calm face suddenly became incredible, and her eyebrows, which had just been half relaxed, froze. Hurry up. My patience is limited. The creamy skin and straight legs with just the right degree of plumpness in front of him made Ao Xing a little impatient. As a corporate slave in his previous life, having a good meal was a luxury for him. Not to mention, going to a foot massage parlor to have a sick mother, a gambling father, a brother in school, or a young lady from a broken family wash and massage the feet. Now, he is reborn as a dragon. In Douluo continent, except for Bibidong, Tang Chen, Jiandaoliu, Poseidon, and some overlord-level soul beasts, he is invincible, no one can refuse what he wants to do. Even for the above-mentioned people, he does not need to worry about his life being threatened by the other party because he has the talent of time stop. Okay. Qian Rongxiu knew that she had no way to resist the evil dragon in front of her. So, she reluctantly placed her right hand on the dragon's right shoulder, then exerted slight force and half knelt between the dragon's broad wings. Just use more strength. You put one hand on my shoulder, and when you jumped up and exerted force, it made me feel quite comfortable. Ao Xing hummed comfortably, then closed his eyes again, ready to enjoy himself. Qian Rongxiu did not immediately start massaging Ao Xing's shoulders and dragon wing roots, but instead curiously stroked the cobalt diamond dragon scales. The color of these dragon scales was very strange. When viewed from different angles, it has different colors and presents a gradient effect. Of course, no matter from which angle you look at it, the main colors are still light black and dark purple. Purple, the rarest color in nature. There is currently no large-scale method of extracting purple from minerals in Douluo continent. In order to make purple pigments, people often purify pigments from purple plants or animals. It is time-consuming, labor-intensive and dangerous. After all, animals and plants that appear purple in nature are often extremely poisonous. Really? It doesn't look like a dragon at all. Qian Rongxiu felt a little regretful. If Ao Xing is not an evil dragon, then he must be a noble creature of the auspicious beast level. If that is the case, if her strength reaches that of ultimate Douluo, she would be happy to tame such a creature and use it as her mount. Not Qian Rongxiu slapped her head suddenly, and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, what are you thinking about? You have been kidnapped by a dragon and imprisoned on an island. Why don't you think about how to escape, but want it to be your mount? After a bitter smile, Qian Rongxiu stroked the scales on the evil dragon's back. Very smooth, not cold. Although they look like gems, she can clearly feel with her hands that these scales are one with the dragon and they also have vitality. If the dragon was all black, it would be really cool, right? Qian Rongxiu's mind suddenly popped up a picture of a princess and a dragon. Ao Xing carefully felt the touch of Qian Rongxiu's jade fingers on her delicate skin. For a creature of his size, the touch he felt was actually not obvious. However, due to his own powerful strength, Ao Xing could increase the sense of touch of the scales when touched by his fingers several times with just a little concentration of his mental power. Not very strong, very gentle, but very comfortable. Ao Seeing slowly moved his mental power to the lower scales, and soon he could feel a contact surface between his wings that was shaped like a peach, yet as soft and elastic as jelly. So comfortable. Ao Seeing gently exhaled a breath of dragon. Qianrongxue was also brought back to reality by the movement of the evil dragon beneath her. She began to press hard on the evil dragon's shoulders with her hands, as if she wanted to return all the grievances and anger she had suffered recently to the other party. To this end, she also quietly activated her soul power. But this force is too insignificant for an evil dragon, especially Ao Seeing whose body is made of crystal diamonds. Push harder. Really? Ah. After confirming that the evil dragon was enriching itself and increasing its strength, Qianrongxue's expression lit up with joy, and she immediately applied more soul power to her hands. I'll pinch you and hurt you. Qianrongxue massaged vigorously. However, the evil dragon, with its eyes closed, did not move. Obviously, Qianrongxue's strength was not that great for him. No. Your hands are too small and you can't use them. You'd better stand on me and help me step on it. The evil dragon suddenly made another request. Qianrongxue was extremely surprised. Massage aren't they all done with hands, why does the dragon use its feet? Hurry up. The urging voice sounded again, and Qianrongxue stood up reluctantly. Take off your shoes.